And we're back. Zara, you just came in on the same share? Do I have to share the thing?
I'm here.
Back.
Yeah.
The link?
I'll just send the link to June. So
Okay.
let me message
All
her.
right. Back. We're back with Zara the Amazing. Everybody wants you, Zara. Maggie wants you.
If
have
only
to
I could, if only I
you have
could
to
share
carbon copy yourself.
my whole
Make clones. But I get the original. Everyone else can have clones, because clones,
Right.
You never know. Oh, look, Andrea's back. Andrea, do you want to come on screen? Here's Andrea.
Hey, Andrea.
I was just talking with June on the other one because her and I were the only ones left. You guys had left.
Oh, because I thought it ended. I didn't know it just stays there. Is June coming?
She's coming. We both left the other one, and so she'll be coming in a second.
Oh,
you sent her
good.
the link, right?
Yeah, I sent her a
sending her a link.
messenger.
Okay.
Mhm.
How's it going, Andrea? Welcome, everybody. We're back on. We're ready for action. Look, Andrea, you have pretty fern right in your corner. We're going to wait till June gets here. In the meantime, we're going to talk to Zara and Andrea. You can meet some of the incredible people that really make this Day of Calm happen. Andrea, many of you have met because she was busy talking to all the speakers. Zara was busy doing everything else. And then there's me.
All right.
There's
and look,
already.
Here comes June.
Hey.
There we go. Back in the park. We've got a few people logging on. And we're hooked up to everything. So now we can start. All right. So, Andrea, we're going to say bye-bye to you. And bye-bye to Zara. Oh, Zara already said bye-bye. Okay, June. So let's get started here. And I'm going to scratch the itchy eye. Let me tell everybody who you are. Meet June Akers. She is going to present on Superpowers to the rescue, out of control kids, stressed out parents, troubled marriage. Superpowers are so important. She is the children's author that teaches superpowers and life skills children can use their entire life through funny kids' chapter books. Riley Madison discovers the superpower of a list. Riley Madison discovers the superpower of time. Her Riley Madison books are bestsellers. They're awesome. I've never met a kid that didn't like them. And we're going to hear from June, and she's going to tell you all about them. June, are you ready for a presentation?
I am so ready. Yes.
Are there any slides or anything we have to worry about?
Let me share my screen.
Okay, so
and I am going to do
share
that right
your
now.
screen, and once that shares,
share screen. Sharing screen.
All right.
Easy with too much. Sharing screen works best on a good computer. Don't show this. Okay. Share
once that
screen.
goes up, I'll disappear and I'll come back at the end.
And let me get
But I'll make sure your screen gets shared first.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. All right. So I am going to start my slideshow.
Wait a minute. It hasn't come up yet. I don't have it.
Okay.
It's not here.
From the beginning. It's still not there?
You may have to share again.
Now is it up?
Nope.
Okay. We got this. It is
That's
Day
all right.
of Calm.
We are
keeping our cool.
We've had all kinds of Wi-Fi things and other things.
I love
and we just go with the flow. This is the
Yes.
perfect example. Oh, I see it now. Okay,
Do you
so
have
I'll
it on
add
here?
it to the stream as long as there you go. Okay, you're adding.
Are we good now?
Do you see it? You can start your. There you go. Okay, I'm leaving you.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Right.
Look forward to what you have to say.
All right, wonderful. Well, hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here with you and share what I do. I love telling kids and families about superpowers, and I do it through funny kids chapter books. But I absolutely love talking with parents, and then, of course, kids are a huge heart of mine. So today, we're going to be talking about how can using the superpowers bring calmness to our home. And you might be asking, well, what are the superpowers? I'm going to get to that in just a minute. But before I share the superpowers, I want to share a little bit about the other roles I do, other than being a children's author, I have been a teacher for over 20 years. Some of those have, half of those years have been in a classroom. I've taught first, third, fifth, and seventh grade. So I'm the oddball teacher. And then I am married to a wonderful man. He is so supportive and helps me with any adventure I decide to go on. He's amazing. And then we have been blessed with these 4 little gifts. My kiddos range from age 2. My youngest is Xander. He's 2. Then the next one is McGuire. He is 10. I have a son. My next son is Lawson. He is 13. And then my big girl, she is 16, and you might recognize her name. Her name is Riley Madison. And yes, I hope you made the connection. Her name is the title of the children's books I write. And I'm going to talk to you more about her because she is the wonderful inspiration for the books. And another cool thing about the first 2 Superpower books is that she also is the illustrator. So it's been fun being a team working together on these books. All right. Well, we're talking about how do we keep calm in our home. Well, let me just tell you, once upon a time, my life was a little chaotic, and I'm sure we've all been there at once upon a time. My kids were absolutely driving me bananas. I was struggling with finding routines and just I really didn't know a whole lot about parenting. Well, I was learning a lot. I was a new parent, so I had a lot to learn. And because I was struggling so much with figuring out this parenting thing, my husband and I were actually struggling a lot too. There were days where I was like, I don't know that this wonderful man and I are going to make it, because there were days I did not think he was so wonderful. I'm sure he did not think I was so wonderful, because we were, stressed out and just not the husband and wife we wanted to be. And we definitely were not the parents we wanted to be. Then one day we discovered the superpowers, and it was all because of our little girl. So we have this little girl, and she was constantly off task. We call her Sunshine. She is just all the time moving and going. She does not she has a hard time focusing. She forgets things so her little mind is just constantly going. And we were just really struggling with parenting her. We had never parented a kid who was just so active, and she was so much fun, but she would constantly forget the things that we had asked her to do. And finally, we said, I just read a ton of books, and I prayed probably harder than I had ever prayed before of how am I going to help this kid? I really need help being a parent to her. My husband and I really need some help. And so I read tons of books. I talked to other moms who were so wonderful to spend time with me and help me. And we discovered the superpowers. And those superpowers are actually life skills that I taught my daughter to help her get focused. And so it's so cute. I'm going to share 2 of those with you later. But yes, when I taught Riley the superpowers of life skills, she goes, Mom, these make me feel so successful. They're like superpowers. And so that's how we got the title of the book, where Riley Madison discovers the superpowers. So what are these superpowers, you're wondering? Well, the first superpower is making a list. And you're like, oh, that seems so simple. Well, it kind of is. But here's the thing. Bedtime, I don't know about you guys, but bedtime is the worst. When they were little, it was just go get your, shower. Don't forget to brush your teeth. Put your dirty clothes in the laundry. There's just a lot of things that I expected from them. And this is no joke. I would send Riley upstairs. And I'm sure if you, as parents, you have been there and done this. I would say, okay, Riley, go take your bath and brush your teeth and put your dirty clothes in the pajamas. She's like, okay, Mom, I got it. So the poor little thing, she goes upstairs, and then there's sometimes she'll even come back down, and I'm like, you still smell funny. You haven't washed your hair. You haven't even had a bath. She goes, oh, I totally forgot. And then the little thing goes back upstairs, and she takes her bath, and then she comes back downstairs, and I'm like, hey, you took a bath. That's great. Did you brush your teeth? And she's like, oh, nope, I'll be right back. And so this was just constant, like, hey, did you remember this? Hey, did you remember this? And it was exhausting. And so, this was like almost every night. And so one of the things that we came up with was when we went to like dollar store or Walmart. I don't even remember what store we went to, but I bought this cute little whiteboard, and she was in elementary school at the time, and her little brother was 3. And of course, he wanted to be on anything that Riley Madison was doing. And so we bought these little whiteboards and we put them right beside their bedroom door. And so with Riley, she was already reading pretty well. And so with Riley's, I just wrote down, take a shower. And then I put a little box for her to check. And then brush your teeth, little box for her to check. Put your dirty clothes in the basket, little box for her to check. Whatever I expected her to do for her nighttime routine, we wrote it on the board. And then little Lawson, he was only 3. So I did pictures for him. Riley is a little artist. Even at that time, she was already drawing wonderful. And so she drew the little pictures, like she drew a toothbrush for brush your teeth. And then she drew like a dirty clothes basket for put the dirty clothes in the basket. So he had his own little list. And that was a game changer for us. Not only was it a game changer for my kids, but it helped my husband and I to get on board, because sometimes as parents, one of us can be more laid back than the other. Like, it's okay if she doesn't have a bath or whatever. And so we had to get on board, even with our children. We all sat together and we made up the list that of the things that were important and what we expected of our children. And it brought like harmony and peace at bedtime. It was great. And the other fun thing is that the kids actually liked checking off their little list. And they would come downstairs and they would feel so proud because they remembered everything. And I think we can relate, because there are times where we're trying to remember everything and sometimes we forget and we don't mean to. And children are the same way. So that is one way, one of the superpowers that I set Riley up for success, and Lawson too. And so here's some other cool things. I already talked about this. My husband and I were on the same page. My kids were so happy. The checklists were so much fun. But here's another thing of the ways that the list we've used the superpowers. And there were several ways. I was trying to think of, okay, what are our favorites that I want to share? So I'm just going to, there are lots of favorites, but these are the 2 I finally narrowed it down to. So getting a phone is a big deal. In our home, getting a phone is a privilege. You have to show us that you're mature enough. You kind of have to earn getting a phone in our home. And so another way that we use lists to make sure we were on the same page and that our children were on the same page to have unity and harmony and have some calmness, and was we made a contract for our kids. And so when it was time for them to get a phone, and I know this looks funny, there's a lot of words, but honestly, that's what the contract looked like. We had a ton of stuff because we had a lot of expectations with those phones. And as you know, there's a lot of stuff on the phones that you want to keep your kid safe and you want to protect them. And that's some of the reasons why you have boundaries on those phones. And so we have this contract of like when they would use it, where it would be at night, not, we don't let the phone be by their bed at night, just all kinds of things. We tried to think of everything. I did research. I talked to some of my favorite parents and I was like, hey, what are some of the things that I need to know before I give my kid a phone? Like, what are some of the things that I'm going to run into, like issues, so I can be prepared? And I put those in the contract. So it has been awesome. And then if they broke the contract, it's in a drawer in my kitchen. I just pull out the contract and I'm like, you broke the contract. You promised you wouldn't do this. So, and then I show them the contract. So anyway, so that's another favorite way I love to use the list. And then here is the other. This is a big deal for keeping calmness in our home. And this is, again, when you have like 2 different, lives coming together, your husband and wife, or your spouse. And so anyways, we were struggling with, okay, if our kid does this, then what should be a consequence? Now, let me just tell you, we are not all about consequence. I believe in life, there should be a balance. When our kids do great things, we have like little marble jars that we use. We have, they earn wonderful things when they are doing the right thing. So please don't think we're all about consequences, but this just happens to be another way that we love to use our list. And so whenever our kids were doing stuff, Brandon my husband is Brandon, so he might have a different consequence than I would. And I might think, oh, that is just so too hard. Or then I might do a consequence and he's like, that is just too easy for what she did. So we didn't want to be bad cop, good cop, because we don't think that's fair. So we got together, and it's not like you just sit around and you're, trying to think about like, okay, if my kid does this, then I'm going to do this. It's not like you really ever just do that. You have to be intentional about it. Otherwise, when your kid does do something, you tend to react. And we know that sometimes reacting and just coming up with a consequence off the fly is sometimes not the best. Either maybe you might be too easy on them or too hard on them. So this was one of our all-time favorite things we have done, is we got together, and you can even do this as a family. Get your kids to give you ideas if you would like. And it's cool when they have buy-in, like, okay, if we have a 16-year-old, so one of the things, if you stay out past curfew, here is what your consequence is going to be. We're going to, whatever your curfew is, however long you stayed out, we're going to back it up 15 minutes. Or you might even say, we're going to back it up ×2 if you stay out past your consequence, whatever you think is appropriate. So this has been so wonderful. And again, you can't always be prepared for absolutely everything, but if you think of like, here's the typical stuff that our kids do, like maybe not eating dinner, or maybe not eating their vegetables, or, just things that you constantly see. It's just great to have this list where you and your husband are on the same page. And when it happens, you're both giving the same consequences, and your kids know, hey, if I don't, maybe one of the things is, I don't make my bed in the morning, and I go downstairs and watch TV on Saturday mornings and don't make my bed, then I know my consequence is that TV's off the rest of the day. And so that's their consequence. When they make that choice to not make their bed, they know what the consequence is. And you're teaching them about life. That is what life is like. If we go out and we're driving too fast on the road, our consequences, we're going to probably get a speeding ticket. And hopefully it's just something like a speeding ticket, not even, even something more awful like having a wreck, or it can, consequences can be severe. That this is just a great way to teach your kids about life, and you have that calmness and unity in your home with your spouse, or your significant other, and with your children. This has been amazing for us. And then I wanted to share a great resource for creating this chart is the book. I even used it as a teacher. If you're a teacher out there, there's a book called Teaching with Love and Logic. It's amazing for your classroom. But today we're talking about parenting. So this is Parenting with Love and Logic. It's one of my favorite books. They give a lot of great ideas for having like the consequence fit whatever the child is doing, and being fair. And so one of the things that my husband and I love to do is sometimes we don't always have, when we were younger, we really didn't have the money to constantly go to like a counselor, or a lot of times we had mentors in our life that we were so thankful for, and we got to have dinner and we used them. But we actually discovered that if we get a book, and we would pick the books, and we would take a chapter a week. And again, this is something we have to be intentional about. So we took a chapter a week, and we have read so many different books on parenting, books on marriage. But this is what we would do. We would take a chapter, and I would make notes, and he would make notes, and we'd have questions. And then one night of the week after we finally read it, we would sit down together. And here's the thing. The rule is, no matter what you're talking about, you have to stay calm and cool. It's just a conversation. You're not trying to win. You're not trying to cause a fight. You are trying to just bring unity to your home and be on the same page. And again, so I just wanted to give that little idea out there for you and your husband. A lot of times this was done after we put our littles to bed, and we took about, 20, 30 minutes. And a lot of times we love to watch TV and stuff, but this was more important than watching TV. Just taking that 20 or 30 minutes. And it's more important because my husband is important. My children are important. My marriage is important. So it's in that being intentional, having that 20, 30 minutes a week and reading that book. That was me putting my family first. So I challenge you to do that. If you need some great resources or books, there's all kinds of things out there, and I'm always happy to share. I can tell more. I can give you information of how to contact me, and I can give you some of the books that we have read. I have some absolute favorites that I'm willing to share as well. But this one, Parenting with Love and Logic, was my favorite for making that list of, if your kid does this, then here's a great consequence. All right, we're going to move on to the second superpower. And so this is the superpower of time. And so basically it's called kids have time blindness. They're not even aware of time. And when they're really little, one of my friends, Emily, was telling me that she was putting her little daughter, I think it was Olivia, in the corner. She was in timeout. She was like, you need to sit there for however many minutes. And Olivia's like, well, what are minutes, or what? Anyways, and so sometimes when we're parenting, we have to kind of get on their level and realize, okay, what do they know or what don't they know? But time blindness is for those people who just really aren't aware of time. And it's not only children, there are adults in the world that have it. So that was the second superpower I wanted to work on. This is one that is a big deal at my home. I don't know about you guys, but my kids will, I'm going to go back and leave it there on that screen. My kids will be, playing. The big thing is they're on their electronics. They love their electronics, and they will be playing their electronics or maybe watching a TV show. And I will come and say, dinner's going to be ready in 10 minutes. So in 10 minutes, I need you to get off that and come up and help me set the table. And they're, oh, okay, Mom, or whatever. Or if we're going to be real, sometimes they're like, no, this won't be done in 10 minutes, and then that's when I use Celia. Celia has this wonderful thing of, okay, if you don't want 10 minutes, we'll make it 5. You make the choice. And then they're like, okay, 10 minutes is fine. So anyways, I love stealing that idea from Celia about giving your kids choices. So there's a little tidbit for that. But my kids would often be like, hey, 10 minutes. And then they would never remember. 10 minutes would go by and they would not come up. And so we learned to use timers in our house or alarms. We have Alexas, there's in our home, and some of my friends have the Google Dots. And so my kids will be like, hey, Alexa, set a 10-minute timer. And my kids know that when that timer goes off, they need to be upstairs. Or if it doesn't, then the consequences, they don't get that game or electronic or TV the rest of the night. And if they've already had, my kids have a certain amount of time that they get to use or be on electronics. And if that was the end of their electronic time, then I would say, okay, well, since you ended your electronic time, then the consequence might be they might not have electronics the next day, just kind of whatever fits where they're at with their electronics for the day. My kids love wearing watches, and Riley, the real Riley Madison, my daughter, she doesn't even like to have a watch unless it has timers on it, because she knows that she struggles with being aware of time. And so she has timers on it to help her remember pretty much everything. So timers are a huge deal in our house. And then here's another fun one that I love. I love to use music. I'm a classical pianist. I absolutely love music. And I know a lot of kids love music. But another way that can help kids stay focused and get the job done is to race against a song. So like when we're in the living room and I'm like, okay, it's time to clean up, we will play one of the kids' favorite songs. Sometimes it might take us 2 songs, but we'll try to see how much we can get done, or we'll try to get everything done before the song is over. And sometimes when we're cleaning up the kitchen, you can even make a fun playlist. Playlists are great, especially if you need longer time. Like Riley, my daughter, she has a playlist that she uses in the morning. And so she knows that when she gets to like a certain song, I better be finishing up because the bus is going to be coming and I'm going to miss the bus if I'm not downstairs by the time the song ends. So using playlists are also great to help people be aware of time. And going back to being a teacher, sorry, that's just another big heart of mine. I love being a teacher. But I use this at the end of the day, or just anytime I needed them to clean up quick. I would say, okay, here's a song. Let's all clean up and be ready to go so we can transition either to, go home or to our next lesson. And the kids absolutely love that. It was a way to make it fun for them to clean up. And again, having that music, having that timer, it actually is a way to kind of get them focused, because I'm sure, being a parent, you have watched your children clean up. You might have even have done this yourself. You're cleaning up and my kids are like, oh, there's that toy. And then they just start playing with the toy and just forget that, oh my goodness, we're supposed to be cleaning up. And so music is a great way to kind of get them like really super focused up. No, the music's going, we gotta hurry. Even if they see the toy, the music kind of helps their brain be like, okay, I'll get it later. Let's just clean. So that is something I love to use in my home as a second superpower. Here's something else that's really cool that about like time awareness is, did you know that humans have an attention span from 8 seconds to 15 minutes? And so time management is critical. And teaching these kids these superpowers of like making lists or learning to manage their time. Can you imagine how much more successful you would be if you had learned this when you were little? Because a lot of people don't even learn it until they're older. A lot of times middle school kids are really starting to get it, and high school, and my goodness, we really hope they have it before they go off to college, right? But I was talking to my counselors have read my books, and one of the middle school counselors that read my book, she said, oh my goodness, June, if these kids had learned these superpowers in elementary school, they would have such an easier time transitioning to middle school. And she goes, I would bet that I would not have near the amount of kids that I have visiting my office if they would have mastered these life skills, these superpowers that you're teaching in your books. And so that was one of my favorite comments that reviews that about the superpower books is they're just a big deal. It's so important to teach your kids this. And again, this is all about Day of Calm. They bring calmness to your life. They bring calmness to your kids. So those are the two main superpowers. Let me finish up with this Pomodoro Technique. This is kind of cool. Just going back to, we don't have a large attention span. Here's something fun, and you can even do it. I do it as well, because I know as parents, as adults, we have lots of things that are constantly distracting us, and it's hard to just really focus in and get things done. We are really having to work hard to teach our middle school and Riley Madison, our high schooler, this. They've got their phone right there. They've got electronics that are just constantly things on their computer that are like popping up. And so one of the things that we have told them is like to turn it off, or put it where they just turn it off, or get this homework done, turn everything off, lose all the distractions, and just focus in for whatever time amount seems to be appropriate. The Pomodoro Technique, they recommend 25 minutes. After they do that 25 minutes, now we're talking about little bitty, like littles, they can't handle 25 minutes, so you have to work on what's appropriate for their age. And then they get a 5-minute break, and that 5-minute break can be like standing up, walking around, getting a snack, checking their social media. And then let's say they have more homework, or they didn't even finish the homework that they were currently working on. Okay, then they get back to it, because your brain really needs, like your body needs that, okay, break time, and then let's focus back in. And again, going back to the classroom, learning about classroom management, how children work, how they develop, we call it brain breaks. And so I can just watch them, and I know when I'm losing them. And so I'll be like, hey, stop for a minute, and we'll just get up and we will wiggle. We might march around the class, and then I bring them back in, and it's so cool to see how just taking that little break, they just had to get the wiggles out, and then we were right back in, zoned in, learning the next lesson. So the Pomodoro Technique is great for anyone, no matter what your age. So if you're struggling as a parent, use it. It's wonderful. Just I think the most important thing is get rid of those distractions if you can. And I know that's hard as a mom when we have littles coming in. Hey, mom. And maybe this might be where you have to put them to bed. And that's when I do some of my best work, is when the kids are in bed, if you're in that season of life. So those are the two superpowers that I've written about. There are more coming. We are so excited because it's a series. And right now we are signed on to do at least 7 more books. So I definitely have more superpowers that I am going to be teaching and sharing with kids and families. But using these superpowers, they have been just huge, so instrumental in bringing calmness to my marriage. My husband and I are on the same page. There's more unity there. My children are more at peace. They're happier. They know what we expect of them, and that is a big deal. That's why those lists are awesome. They know what we expect. And then just my home environment, it's just like it's not, I mean, yes, there's 4 children and sometimes you walk in and it is chaotic. We love to have dance, silly dance, dance offs, and sometimes it's loud, but when it comes to like routine and stuff and what my kids expect, that they know, and there is peace and calmness with that. So I have a website, juneacres.com. I am so thankful for the moms and the women in my life, and even dads, and just parents that came on board, and they helped me and I'm still going through. I mean, I have 2 to 16 years old. I still have so much to learn. But on my website, the reason why I say that is because I love getting emails from parents, from my little readers, from the kids too, and there's a button that says contact me. Feel free. I can't promise to have all the answers, but I will do my best to, help you, or send you to somebody who might know better than me. But please feel free to contact me on my website, juneacres.com. And then also you can find me on Facebook at juneacres-author. And then Instagram, I'm at acres.june. I have a YouTube channel, Riley Madison Books. This is really more fun for the kids. The YouTube channel is where Riley, the real Riley Madison, and I reread some of the chapters of the book. There's some interviews. There's some interviews with the characters in the Riley Madison book. So far, all of the characters have been inspired by real people. And so there's some interviews there and just some read-alongs where we read the first couple of chapters. You can also find me on TikTok, Riley Madison, at Riley Madison Books. And then if you're interested in getting my books for your kiddos to read, they are sold on my website. You can get them through my website. And Riley, if you go to my website, Riley and I will sign them and I will email them to you. Or they're also available on Amazon, Walmart, Target. Your local bookstore can order them. Books A Million, anywhere, and they are sold all over the world. I've had people from Japan, Australia, England, and the UK that have ordered my books. So they are available everywhere. All right. Well, I think this is some time for question and answers. So
Hi, June.
Hey, there you are. Hi.
So good presentation.
Thank you so much.
I am just going to throw in my parenting book.
Yes. The Happy Toddlers.
Don't forget Raising Happy Toddlers, how to build great parenting
Yes.
skills and stop yelling at your kids. Also now available in Spanish.
Oh, that's
So,
awesome.
Yeah, that just came out in Spanish too. And
Yay, that is wonderful.
definitely go onto YouTube and listen to Riley and Mommy reading stuff, because it's really fun. And I guess you already talked about how Riley illustrated all your books too.
Yes.
You probably already mentioned that and I just missed it, because I think that's another really wonderful thing, is what a mother-daughter project this has been. And it's all real life stuff. It's all real life stuff that helped. So
Yes.
in the form of a story. So I love it. I'm trying to see if there are any questions out there. I know Nick made a bunch of comments, but I don't think he had questions. So before you go, if you wouldn't mind, I do this on my podcast, and I do it to everybody that's been on here. One little magical tip that I know you shared so much quality information with parents that hopefully they found one thing that, we're going to do this today, but is there one more thing you might suggest that, someone listening might really benefit from?
One thing I did not put in my topic, or in this presentation is, and I feel like I focus more on like consequences, and I feel kind of bad about that, but that just happened to be kind of where it went.
I don't think you did.
Consequences are big.
I didn't feel that way. And
good.
You clarified it too. So and honestly, consequences are a big concern with parents, even though the emphasis at like June's talking about, and I talk about with parents, is that you want to notice the positive. You want to
Yes.
encourage the positive. When you see your kids doing something great, tell them. Don't
Yes.
just let them receive attention for the things they're not doing not so great. You want to
Absolutely.
make sure that they know that they're doing things right. It's why kids grow up in many households and their parents go, oh yeah, they do so many great things. And kids have gotten to be older or teenagers or, adults. And they're like, I didn't do anything right as a child. And that's
Yeah.
because the only attention or the only response they've ever received from their parents is when things go wrong.
Yes.
Oh, well, you're always doing this. And they don't hear from them when things go right. So I didn't get that feeling at all. But,
Good.
consequences
Absolutely.
are part of your parenting journey.
They are. And, I would like to just add on to that, those children that don't hear good things. I know if you're into sports, that even though there's talent there, sports is so much mental, and so many things in life is mental. And so if you want to raise world changers or kids that aren't afraid to step out and do something, then they need to be confident. And if you are just constantly tearing them down and only seeing what they are doing wrong, you are not raising a confident kid. They will be afraid to change the world. They'll be afraid to go for that next step up the ladder in their job interview or go for stuff because you're killing their confidence. And so that's why it's huge to find a good, build their confidence. And yeah, their kids are going to make mistakes. So you're building their confidence, but then you're like, hey, and this is funny that we're talking about this. I actually once a month send out a newsletter to my readers and my parents. And because when you are a children's book author, you actually have two audiences. You have children,
Right.
and then you also have parents, because you want parents to love your books and buy the books for their kids, but then you want kids to love the books. So as a children's author, you got two audiences. So I have this newsletter that I send out once a month. And so some of it is like sneak peek cute stuff for the kids. And then some of it is I'm a teacher. I'm big on reading. So there's always reading tips, but I also do how to motivate the superpowers. And so this is where I bring in the positive reinforcement. And this month, for the month of March, that's funny we're talking about this. That's what it says. Look for the good. We're always going to have to, they're kids. They have got a lot to learn. They're going to make mistakes. But before we, correct that mistake, let's find what they're doing good. And so I even gave some examples sometimes my kids will teach each other things, but you can tell they're frustrated. They'll teach them how to. And so one of the examples was, hey, I love how you are being a great big brother and you're teaching your little brother how to use that game. But hey, can we use our sweet voice, or something? And so that's just, and then another one I gave was at the dinner table, a lot of times, kids will like one food over the other, or maybe they're milk drinkers or not milk drinkers, but whatever they are doing right, find that first. Oh my goodness, I love how you are drinking your milk. That's so great. It does the body good. How about let's be like a monster eating or vegetable eating machine, let's do that. So again, you're focusing on the positive, you're putting positive vibes in your home, which make your home so much more wonderful having that environment. But yes, that is huge in building confident kids who are going to go out there and be world changers for sure. So the other thing you asked me just something, a tidbit that I didn't go into, was also how do you motivate the superpowers? Because here's the real thing. When these kids read the book, they're like, oh, that's such a great idea. And they might get their, list going. But then as little kids, if they're not encouraged to continuing to do it, it doesn't become habit forming. And so as parents, that's one of the things I teach for the newsletters. Okay, well, how do we encourage the kids to do the superpowers so it is habit forming and they will use it for the rest of their life? I mean, that's the great thing about the superpowers. You can use them forever. They set you up for success. And if you learn them as a little person, oh my goodness, you're going to be so ready to make those transitions in life, whatever they are, whether it's moving to middle school or high school or college or new jobs, you're already getting them ready at such an early age to handle stress and all the things that that life throws at them. One reason why some people can handle more than others is because they do have all of these superpowers. They've got great lists that are keeping them under control. They've got great time management, and they are able to do and conquer more in the world because they have learned those skills And
Right.
I mean, they're just huge. But one of the things that I share is, in order to encourage the superpowers, as parents, you want to check that list. Like, kids, it's kind of like you're a manager. You have to hold them accountable, or they're
You are a
not going to be
manager.
consistent. Yeah, for real. So it's really important to make sure you're holding them accountable, or they're not. I mean, there's always exceptions to the rule. There are some of those kids who are going to do it, and I'm just going to say probably 95% just are probably not, so that's why, as parents, as teachers, we have to hold them accountable with what's really important. And so one of the fun ways of holding them accountable is we have this cute little marble jar. And I talk about this in one of my newsletter. I think it was January, but there's a little marble jar. And so when my kids get the whole list checked off, then they get to put so many, like 5 rocks in their jar. And so we have lists. I didn't share this in the presentation, but they have morning lists. They have a nighttime list. When they come in my house from school, they have a list in the kitchen to help them remember, put your lunchbox away, put your water bottle away, practice your piano, do your, my kids play sports. So I expect them to practice whatever sport they're playing for like 30 minutes, read, feed the fish so they don't die. It's all there. And then they know that they cannot get on their electronics or do something that they really want to do until they have checked off the list. And when they get those lists checked off, then, hey, the marble jars just keep getting fuller and fuller, right. And they get to see it build. And then once the jar gets full, then we do something fun. Like I'll make their favorite dinner, or we might go to, my kids love the Dollar Tree, and they buy, they love to buy these silly games or just little toys. Like their little toys are a big deal when they're little. So that is, and as they get older, my older ones, they don't like the marble jars anymore. So you have to get more creative. But, it's just, I think sometimes with your older ones, sometimes it's just that noticing, hey, I love how you are checking off your list. You are being such a great role model to whatever I love, and so sometimes it's just they just need that affirmation when they're older. So
take them on one-on-one nights.
Yes, we have date nights.
To go on date nights. Never too old.
Absolutely. I just did a date night with my dad last month, and it was so fun. Yes, love date nights. And when
never too
I'll tell
old.
I'll tell you how we do date nights with our family is because there's 4 children. So one of us is always going to have more than one, but one parent and one kid always gets one-on-one time. And then we rotate. And if grandparents are coming in, because grandparents love to have one-on-one time too, sometimes we do grandparents. There's 4 children, there's 4 adults, and we all get a special date night. So that's something fun if grandparents are coming in here trying to figure out, oh my gosh, what do I do with my in-laws? There you go. Do a date night.
Date nights. They're valuable, and your kids never forget them, and they never outgrow them.
No.
They never outgrow them. That is awesome. Well, June, thank you so much, and really enjoyed it. And your books are great, and I'm glad that they're being read around the world because, like you say, they help kids learn valuable skills that they need as adults. And in Pumped Up Parenting, we always say because we're raising adults, not children, and that's what you need to be putting in your kids right now. And actually, I'm going to talk a little bit more about what I'm going to talk about, four pieces of advice that you need to help you stay calm. So this is stuff that's for you, for your kids, and we'll talk a little bit about that after June says bye-bye, because her time here is done. And I hope you enjoyed talking to everyone out there. I hope you enjoyed listening to June, and go get her books. Go get her books. If your child's ready for chapter books, time to get them because kids love chapter books. And we forget how great, unless you're a reader, oftentimes parents forget how fun it is to go on an adventure through a book. There's all this electronics. There's all this stuff that feeds into us. And when you go on an adventure in a book, it's different. You start using your imagination. You start, being a part of a whole nother community and world. So I'm all about books, and your books are amazing. So
Thank you so
get 'em.
much. Yes, we have. A lot of people wonder, okay, what's the best age group for these books? And they are written for elementary kids. But I have had even parents who have read to their 4-year-olds who there's some
Right.
4-year-olds who are early readers, like really love to hear, and so they would model read the books. These books are great to model read because it's a superpower you can use in your family. But it was funny. I had one of the moms. She emailed me through my website, and she was like, they do not want to go to bed because as a reading teacher, it's so important to build your kids' reading stamina. And if you have, readers who have a hard time reading, it's, they're like, read for 2 minutes and they're like, I'm done. And
Right.
so what it is you want to get them a book that they love and they don't want to put
Right.
down. And
They don't
so
wanna
one
put
of the
down.
things, yes. So it's kind of like when we watch television shows and they leave you on a cliffhanger. And you're like,
Exactly.
I
Why
want
we
it.
have to binge watch certain shows
Yes,
on like
yes.
Netflix.
And so it was funny though, because the mom was like, they won't go to bed. They want to keep reading the chapters because I'll just warn you. I did put cliffhangers at the end of each chapter, and I did it on purpose because I really hope these are books that, parents have told me these are some of the first books that their kid did not want to put down, which, oh my gosh, that just made my heart just like explode, because that's why I put the cliffhangers. But yeah, so there's always cliffhangers of like, what's going to happen next? And so just warning you. Yeah.
And so it's like, well, we just have to read one more chapter. It's like when you're
I
on
know,
Netflix
right?
watching it. Well, we just have to watch one more show, one more.
Yes.
And then 3 hours later, you're like, okay, I could probably stop watching. But isn't it nice that that is the case with your books?
Yeah.
So we highly recommend you get them. June, we really enjoyed having you. Thank you so much. And June has been like hanging out and Pumped Up Parenting a few times on my podcast, and she's read books at story time, and we appreciate you being here and being part of the International Day of Calm.
Yeah.
Even though sometimes we don't seem so calm, but we're just energetic.
Absolutely.
We can be energetic and passionate and still be calm.
That's right. All right. Well, I'm about to go take my Riley Madison shopping, so I'm hoping I can keep calm.
Okay, go take Riley shopping. She deserves it.
All right. Thanks again for having me.
Bye, June. Thank you.
Bye.
Hi, everybody. Okay, so we have about 10 minutes left, and I wanted to really talk about really, I'm going to give you a bonus tip if we have time. 4 things that you need to start teaching your children now and teaching yourself. So this is for you, whether you have kids or you don't have kids, because a lot of people need to learn this advice, and it will lead to being more calm. When you hear it, you will understand. But we're going to talk about 4 major topics. And if we have time before our next speaker, I'll give you a 5th bonus. Okay. Number 1, integrity. Integrity is often misunderstood because a lot of people don't even know what it means. And you hear, oh, that's a person of integrity. You should have integrity. And they don't even know what integrity is. So integrity is living by your values. Integrity is doing something you say you're going to do and following through. Integrity is not lying. So you do what you say, and this is very important in life, and it's very important in parenting. Hold on, please. Sorry. Live. Have to wipe my nose. We all have to wipe our nose once in a while. Integrity is something that makes you a really exceptional human being. People that say they're going to do things and then they don't follow through. How do you feel when you're with people like that? You feel like you can't rely on them for anything. Oh, well, they always say they're going to do this, but they don't. Parents that create idle threats with kids and say to kids, well, we're at this party, and if you kids don't calm down, we're leaving. And yet that parent has no intention of leaving. Idle threats don't ever work because eventually people won't ever believe what you say. You must be a person of integrity. And integrity is part of keeping you calm because you can always trust it. You're always telling the truth. You're going by the core values that you believe in. Honesty, anything that is a core value to you, you should be living those values. And whatever you say you're going to do it. Don't say it if you don't mean it. That is a person of integrity. And personally, I don't even like to work with people that are not people of integrity. That is one of my key characteristics for a human being. So that's number one. Number two, and I have to keep track of the time too, because we'll have our next speaker coming on. Number two, don't assume. We all know what they say. When you assume, you make an arse out of you and me. Don't assume. That's what questions are for. In a relationship, nobody's a mind reader. I mean, maybe there are actual mind readers out there, but they're few and far between. In the general human race, most people are not mind readers. Your spouse is not a mind reader. Your children are not mind readers. You are not a mind reader. Stop assuming things. Stop thinking, well, I know what they're thinking. They're thinking this about me. How do you know they're thinking that about you? You don't know. So stop assuming. Ask questions. If you want to know, hey, so what are you doing? Say, hey, what are you doing? If you want to talk to someone and you're thinking, gosh, I haven't talked to them in a long time. I wonder if they're mad at me. Pick up the phone and call them. Maybe they're not mad at you. Maybe they're just busy. And before you know it, we all know it. Months go by, years go by. Here we are coming out of the good side of COVID. It's been 2 years. Things go by in life. Life happens. Don't just assume. If you're curious about someone else, pick up the phone and call them, or even just send them a text. But I'm big on conversation. If you're thinking someone is thinking one way, ask them. If you're wondering why your child won't talk to you, or they came home from school irritable, ask them what they're feeling, what went on, how can I support you? Don't assume. Okay, number 3, and this is a hard one for adults and kids. It is hard. And for parents, because often this happens with parents, and I will tell my clients all the time, don't take it personally. Don't take things personally. Usually, if things are said about you or somebody is stating something to you and it's an opinion you really didn't want, it's about them. It's actually not about you at all. So don't take it personally. If someone's calling you a name or saying something negative, it's about them. It's not about you. Oh, Czar, interrupt. Did you send our new speakers our new link? Please, I hope you did. I just thought of that. Anyway, she can hear me. So don't take things personally. If you're watching your 5-year-old and you're looking at the 5-year-old going, she's doing that just to make me mad. How many times have you said that? You know what? 5-year-olds aren't doing it just to make you mad. They're doing it because they have little underdeveloped brains that don't include logic or reasoning, that don't include self-regulation. That's why they're doing it, because it's a subconscious response to something that happened. They're not doing it against you. It is not about you. It is actually about those little people that you gave birth to. And that's in life. And it is hard, guys. I'm going to be first to tell you, it's hard not to take things personally. And it's something you really have to practice. But I'll give you some little skill tips. There's a wonderful, wonderful woman out there. Her name is Byron Katie. And Byron is her first name, and Katie, Katy, is her last name. And she has developed a wonderful system to help people not take it personally. But I'm going to borrow a little from her playbook. if somebody says something to you, or say you're like, my child doesn't want to see me. Maybe I have an older child. She doesn't want to see me. She doesn't want to have anything to do with me. And your child never uttered those words. You are just assuming because she hasn't been around for a few months. Ask yourself, is that true? Is that true that your child does not want to see you? Well, yeah, it seems that way. No, I didn't ask you if it seems that way. I asked you, is it true? Well, no, I guess it's not true. It's what I think. Well, if you're thinking it and it's not true, then the response needs to be to go talk to your child. Hey, I miss you. You want to go out for lunch? You want to do this? You want to do that? Open up the conversation. Be the one that says, well, I haven't talked to you for a while. Woof, I miss you, but hey, do you want to talk? Don't assume things. Stop taking stuff personally that usually is not anything about you. And lastly, and because I don't think I'm going to have time for our bonus tip because Jane is in the backstage area in the green room, which is not green, as I say every time. Number 4, always do your best. Always do your best. And give yourself grace, because please know that doing your best is relative to how you feel that day. So if you have the flu, clearly you can't do as well when you're feeling optimum. But always strive to do your best. Four life qualities, character qualities that you should instill in yourself and teach your children. Integrity, be a person of integrity. Don't assume. Don't take it personally, and always do your best. These are things that will take you through life fabulously and help your kids understand more as they go through life. And it will create more calm. Okay, so now we're going to bring on Jane. And I think she's ready and waiting. Jane, I'm bringing you on. Hi, Jane. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for having me.
Oh, we're honored.
How are you doing? It's a long
I'm
day.
doing wonderful.
Good.
I'm sure I'll start getting delirious soon. But the good thing is the speakers at the end of the evening, one is my brother-in-law, and then the very last speaker is my sister. So,
Oh, nice.
that could possibly cause a little delirium. But we're going good. We're doing great, and we're going strong. Thank you for asking. And of course, Jane has the perfect conversation for the International Day of Calm, and that is the calm within the chaos, because that's key. If you can stay calm within the chaos, you're doing good. But first, I'm going to tell you who Jane is, if I can find my thing to tell you who Jane is. Sorry, Jane. Hold on.
Take your time.
Hold on.
No
Here we
worries.
go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I got it. Okay. So meet Jane. Jane Kleiman is a 200-hour certified Kripalu, and I trained at Kripalu too, yoga teacher, Holy Fire Reiki master, and best-selling co-author of Awakening the Divine Feminine, 18 Stories of Healing, Inspiration, and Empowerment. She is the parent of a 20-year-old with severe autism. In the early days, she thought that taking care of her family meant giving up everything she wanted for herself. Now, because her everyday life is her yoga practice, she is able to find joy, freedom, and gratitude, and forgive herself when she stumbles, a lesson we all need to learn. It happens daily, but it's okay, and it's okay for you too. And I'm so happy you're here, Jane. I'm looking forward to your training. And if you're ready, do you have slides, or are you just talking to us?
I am just talking. I would
We
like to
we
just
like
engage.
just talking.
Nothing
I'm
you
all
can,
for that.
Yeah.
I'm all
Looking
for
at a
that.
slide takes you out of your present moment, and we are going to talk about the present moment.
I love it. I
Awesome.
absolutely love it. Okay. So Jane, I'm going to let you take over and take the stage, and then I will come back on when you're done.
Sounds terrific. Thank you so much.
You're
Celia.
so welcome.
I'm looking forward to this.
Here's Jane.
Thank you. So welcome everyone. And I hope that you are enjoying this 2 days of the International Day of Calm. What a beautiful offering into the world, and what a needed respite from everything that's going on in your personal lives and in the global collective. So with that, rather than talking about what calm is and how to get calm and why don't I have calm and all of those things, let's just get calm, shall we? So if you are able, just find a way to sit comfortably, even if you're standing, even if you're driving, it's okay. You're just not going to close your eyes. But we're just going to come into our breath and our body, because these are your keys and these are things that you carry with you all the time that will help you to become calm when you find yourself in the chaos. So first, just notice where your body is in space. Notice if you're standing or sitting. Notice the weight of your body if you're sitting on whatever is supporting you. If you're standing, you might notice the soles of your feet and the density of the earth beneath you. You might notice that you have an ache or a pain that's all of a sudden jumping up at you the moment you get slightly quiet. Just notice that. It's okay. You don't need to solve that problem right this minute. You can notice your surroundings. Notice things you see. Try not to make judgments or assessments. I'm looking around my messy bedroom right now, so I'm trying not to notice that I need to clean that. I'm just noticing that that is something that makes me feel a certain way in my body. And there are other areas of my room that make me feel a different way. And this is a practice you can do wherever you are, whenever you are. Just noticing how your environment affects your body. And then just let yourself take a nice deep breath. And exhale nice and slowly out through your mouth. And then just notice if you feel a little bit different. You might feel like you're going less fast. You might have noticed that while you were trying to do that, your mind had lots and lots and lots to say to you. That's okay. You just notice that. The biggest way that we can come into calm when stuff is going on is to drop down into your own body. It's with you all the time, and your breath. So we're going to do one more thing, because movement is also a big piece of, and a big way that we can discharge energy. So if you've had, say, a super stressful day or morning or afternoon, and you're like, and you're racing, there's a couple really quick things you can do. You can just take a deep breath in, and you're going to flutter your lips when you exhale. That's a discharge of the charge that was whatever came before. You can let out a sound. You can take a big, deep sigh. And notice how that discharges energy. So now we're going to add in a little bit of movement, and we're going to coordinate the movement with your breath. So first, we're just going to take a breath in and inhale your arms up over your head. And exhale them. Release your arms down. You can do that anywhere. You can do that in the grocery store, standing online. You can do it at your desk at work. It's a way to release charge. And so when there's chaos, there's a lot of charge that's built up in our bodies, in our minds. And if we can release some of that, we can start to down regulate our nervous system. So the spine itself has 6 movements. So I'm going to invite you you can do these as big or as small as you want. So I'm just going to invite you to bring in these 6 movements of the spine. If this is all of the yoga, quote, yoga you ever learned in your life, this is all you need to move your body in coordination with your breath. So yoga means union. And so when you bring your breath and your body into union, you're practicing yoga. You do not have to be standing on your head or twisting yourself into some kind of a pretzel to be practicing yoga. I practice yoga all day long during my day, and I never stand on my head. So this movement of the spine is to arch and round your spine. So as you inhale, you're going to slightly arch your back, nothing straining, lift your heart and lift your chin. And as you exhale, round your spine, tuck your tail, tuck your chin. And just feel that stretch maybe a little bit in your spine and the back. And then do it one more time. Inhale, arching the back, lifting the heart, lifting the chin, exhaling, rounding with the shoulders round, chin to the chest. Stretch the neck. And then inhale, back to center. And just notice if you feel any sensation in your spine, in your back, along the front part of your body. And now we're going to move the second 2 movements of the spine. Ooh, I'm backwards. Look at that. Ooh, that's interesting. And this is side to side. So you're going to take a breath in. If you want, you can raise an arm over your head. You don't have to. And exhale, arcing over to one side, stretching the side body. Inhaling, coming back up, letting the arm drop. This time I'm going to leave the arm down. Inhale, we're going to go the other side. And exhale, just arching over, feeling just a slight stretch. Don't bounce, just stretch. And then inhale, come back up. And just for the length of your own breath, and then exhale. So if your breath is shorter than mine, you're going to come up earlier. So you make this feel like it's right for your breath. So just noticing if you feel any sensation in the side body. And now we're going to come into the twisting of the spine, which is the last 2 movements of the spine. So taking a breath in. As you exhale, twisting off in one direction. And exhaling, coming back to center. And I said that wrong. You're going to inhale to begin. And as you exhale, you're going to twist off to the other direction. And then inhale to come back to center. And then just exhale. And just notice. You can close your eyes or not, but just do you feel a little more alive in parts of your body just from that movement and breath? And it has literally been a couple of minutes, right? And so I like to do the twisting one while I'm backing out of the driveway. So I inhale, I hold the steering wheel, and I exhale to twist to look behind me. Once I'm backed out, I come back, other hand on the steering wheel, I inhale. And if somebody's waiting behind me, too bad. And I exhale for 1-2 seconds, and I inhale to come back, and then I move forward. So there are opportunities to do these stretches like all day long. So as you're sitting at your desk, especially if you've been sitting there for a while, if you're at work, inhaling and exhaling and rounding. And so just bringing the breath and the movement together helps to downregulate your nervous system, your body, to bring you into a state of calm. So you have everything that you need to be calm in any moment because you have your breath and your body with you, regardless of what your mind thinks your breath and your body are capable of. So you move and breathe with your capacity and your limitations of movement that you might have. Any movement is fine. opening and closing the fists. I also like to do shaking. My computer's gonna rock all over the place, but just shaking out your arms, wriggling your spine. All of these things you can do anywhere, anytime. Combining the movement with the breath, first and foremost, it gives your mind something to do. So that's why I'm not asking you to like close your eyes and meditate, because for a lot of people, that's really out of reach and really hard, because I have to stop my mind from thinking, and I can't stop my mind from thinking, and I'm not doing it right. And you just get caught up into this cycle of self-judgment about how you're not doing it right. And when you coordinate with intention, your breath and your movements, you're giving your mind an anchor. And that short circuits the feedback loop of your thoughts racing and racing and racing. What I didn't do, how much I didn't get done, what I need to do tomorrow. I should take better care of myself. I need to get that thing over there. And oh my God, look at this room. And I just can't get it all done. And I just feel like crap. And you can get down into a rabbit hole really fast. But if you're moving and breathing at the same time, it's literally harder for your mind to do those things and to take you on that rabbit hole journey. And it brings you into the present moment. Plus, you feel better when you're done and you've released some of those chemicals. And there was something that came up while I was talking about, especially when you get into the rabbit hole. And the word, I probably should have done a slide for this, but I didn't. The word is should. So if you notice that you're telling yourself, and we'll get into like language in a minute, if you're telling yourself that you should something, that's a message, that's a clue for you to notice where that message is coming from. Who's telling you you should do X, Y, or Z? Chances are it is not coming from inside yourself. It is coming from outside expectations, from society, from, yes, expectations that you put on yourself, but are they aligned with how you want your life to be? I should do the laundry. Well, will the laundry being done make me feel better? Sometimes the answer is yes, and sometimes the answer is no. And you can make a decision about whether you want to do the laundry in that moment. So it took me a really long time to come to the idea that when I hear myself shoulding all over myself, it's a clue. And I'm grateful that I'm noticing that I'm hearing myself say, I should this, I should that, because it means to me that I'm not in alignment with what I want, how I want to be and show up in the world, and that I am allowing outside expectations to cover over what feels right to me. Maybe I do need to take care of some of those things so that I feel more aligned. So I know there was maybe it's later today, I'm not sure when it was, there was a presentation about clutter in your house, and clearing clutter absolutely makes your environment calmer and feels better. But only if it's going to make you feel better, only if it's something that you desire to do, that is in fact feeling like it's taking care of yourself and your environment and serving you. If you're doing it because your laundry is piling up and someone's going to come home and, I don't know, or not someone come home, it's just you making yourself crazy with that internal voice, then you really want to ask yourself, what is it that I need? What need is not being met that I feel so bad that this task, whether it's whatever it is, it needs taking care of, and I am resistant to taking care of it. What need is not being met? Do I need more rest? Am I thirsty? Do I need a drink? Am I hungry? Do I just need to take a walk outside? Do I need to make a phone call before I do that? How can you meet your needs? And so one of the big keys for Kripalu yoga is to come into a place of self-observation without judgment. So that means that every should is a judgment, because what didn't you do? Like, it's a judgment when you say, I should this. It means that you haven't, and there's something wrong with the idea that you haven't done the thing. And we can do this to ourselves about self-care too. I should take better care of myself. I should really exercise. I need to drink more water. I should really, and I feel better when I drink more water. I feel better when I eat healthy. I feel better when I rest when I'm tired. Sometimes I can't do that. Sometimes my life is too busy. In which case, yes, I will feel better when I can rest. In this moment, however, I need to meet these other needs. And so I can be in a state of calm in relationship to discomfort. And I'm going to say that again. I can be in a state of calm in relationship to discomfort that I'm having. So the goal of calm is not that everything is fantastic and peachy and we're happy all the time and we never have a negative emotion. We don't feel sad or angry or disappointed or resentful. It's about noticing, let's say I'm shooting all over myself. So I didn't do something and there's a reason I feel like I should do that. And what's that thing? And what am I not doing for myself that would help me to be in a state of calm around whatever that is? So when we have our needs not consistently not being met, and as a parent of a child with special needs, you heard Celia in the introduction say that I thought that the way out of my misery at the time, because it was hard. My child is wonderful and I love him and there's nothing wrong with him, but it was hard to manage his behaviors, his inability to communicate what he wanted and needed. And I mean, we're talking about that. We can communicate that, and he could not. And so, he was pretty unhappy, and thereby I was unhappy. I'm his mom. I want to meet his needs. I don't know what those are. It was incredibly frustrating. So the language that we use around that, I know what I was going to say. I thought that if I just didn't have any needs or wants of my own, I would be able to take care of what I needed to take care of. And you can imagine that did not go well. I did not feel better. I did not feel more happy to be a stay-at-home mom taking care of my child and my house. No, I felt resentful and terrible and desperate and hopeless. And that was not fun. And it was only until I met myself right where I was. And that was, this is hard. I am not getting enough sleep. I do not have enough help. I am not able to do anything that I just enjoy for the sake of enjoying it. Everything feels like work. I'm exhausted. I feel sad. I'm grieving the parent that I'm not able to be. I'm grieving a child that I don't have. I love the child that I do have, but this is a process that happens, especially if you have a child who has a severe disability. None of the milestones are happening. There's lots of things. And so we are all going to have things that are out of our control that come up in our lives where we don't feel good. And we have language that we can use to talk about that. And we can say, this stinks, and it's that, and we put it all outside of ourselves. When if we simply come into our own hearts, into our own bodies, into our own breath, I feel really disappointed that I'm not able to see my son take his first steps when everyone else is. They're all walking and he's not. He needs all this help. And gosh, that really hurts. Where do I feel that in my body? I feel it in my heart. I feel it in my belly. I feel it in the back of my head. It feels really heavy. Yep, that's how I feel. But I've recognized that feeling. I also know that I'm doing everything I can to help him. So no matter what's coming up, we're in relationship with our life. Our life isn't just happening to us. We're in relationship with it. We're in relationship with ourselves. So how we talk to ourselves and how we talk about how we feel is really important. So we won't know that unless we come inside, unless we come into a place where we're watching and we're observing without making it wrong, without judging, without shoulding, without all of that. I feel disappointed. I feel really grateful that the weather is changing. And so in these little ways, all throughout your day, you don't have to do a thing. You don't have to lay a mat. You don't have to make a list. You don't have to have a chart. You don't have to have some 6-step plan, though I love those. You have your body and your breath, and you have your own self-awareness of your own internal landscape, your bodily sensations, what emotions come up. So as you're practicing your day, and I like to think of it as a practice, is every day we get up and we get another chance to, meet ourselves right where we are. So paying attention to how it is that we do feel about our day. Some days I just don't, I got things I want to do and I just don't feel like it. I'll do some of them. I won't do others. I will let myself off the hook that I didn't do everything because you know what? I'm doing the best I can. I'm doing what I need when I need it. And that might not be getting everything on my list done. It is okay. Parents of kids with special needs, especially severe special needs, feel isolated, and so do lots of other people. So it's across, just because this is my particular experience, it's still women entrepreneurs feel isolated a lot of the time because they have families and they have to do all the stuff at their job and make their job and their business run. And then likely they have to come home and, take care of the family. A lot of that probably still falls on them. That's just the world we live in at the moment. And so everyone has stuff. Everyone has ways in which they feel isolated. So when we come into these feeling words and we come into this space of our heart and just examine how we feel without making it wrong, we can have a little bit more grace around how we feel and also how the people around us feel. Plus, we can model that for other people. And when everyone can start to talk and speak about themselves as feeling beings, we can all relate to feelings because we're human beings. So I don't have to relate to your experience in order to understand how you feel. But if all you tell me is all the things that happen to you, I might not know what to say. But if you come to me and say, I'm feeling really lonely. I just feel like I've been home by myself with this situation by myself for days on end, and I just feel really lonely. Gosh, I know how that feels. Man, that's hard. And I just pretended. And I feel my heart. I feel like I can make a connection to that person, to that feeling within myself. And what would I want if I were feeling that way? If my life is chaotic, what do I want? And how can I express what I want and need? Sometimes we need more help. And there have been fantastic talks about how to get the practical things that we need: more rest, better nutrition, more exercise, more organization. We can do all of those things. Those are all doing things. And I want us to look at how are we being in the world? How are we being with ourselves? How do we treat ourselves? So the practice of yoga is really about union, and we use the practice of yoga in the calm within the chaos, but we also use the practice of Reiki, which is an energetic Japanese technique that promotes relaxation and stress reduction. And it's been life-changing for me. And if you want to get more information about how to do that, I'm offering a free 30-minute Reiki session if you'd like to check that out. And you can come and experience what that is like, because that is literally, you do nothing but rest back and sort of like let go and let the energy do the work. But that's something else. I will say that I do have that energy running right now. So whoever is here on this call is getting the benefit of that particular energy, because I've got it running in the space. And I know that sounds like, what is she talking about? That's really out there. But it's all about your own energy, your own relationship to how you feel and how you handle how you feel, right? The Buddhists say that we create our own suffering. And I don't like that. I mean, it's true, but I didn't do this to myself. I didn't ask for this, terrible experience to have happened. I didn't create this suffering. It's how we respond to what happens in our lives. It's our relationship with that. It's how we recognize the emotions that we have and what we do about that. Are we of the belief that we must be happy all the time? That is a recipe for suffering, because no one is happy all the time. No one is calm all the time. It's forgiveness and lack of self-judgment that brings us into a place where we can just take a deep breath and let it be okay. Really, it's all okay. You're okay. You're doing everything perfectly. Perfectly. You are beautiful and imperfect, and it's okay. And the more that we can come to believe that and come to experience that in our bodies, the more joyful, honestly, we can be. So one of the things that I think was in the description about this talk was how you can meditate while unloading the dishwasher. And this is just about remembering to do this, because so we talked about movement and breath, combining movement and breath, and that basically being how you can kind of come into a state where you are in observation of your body, how your body is moving, what sensations are in your body. So we're going to do another little exercise real quick. So just take your fingers and just tap on the top of your head and around your scalp, the back of the skull here, those big bones. And then you can come onto your face, onto your forehead, around the eye sockets. If you have sharp nails, be careful. I just stabbed myself. Around the nose and under the cheekbones, along the jaw. Relax your jaw. Along the chin. Give the ears a little squeeze and a tug. Let your eyes close, or just bring your gaze to a soft gaze. And just feel that. And that's just you activating energy, letting energy release from yourself. So when you're in chaos, and for me, it's the kids screaming, the dog is whining, the husband is talking to me, my phone might be like someone's trying to send me a message and it's like, in that moment, what I can become is aware of where in my body I feel that tension. Usually it's right in the chest, in the throat. I feel my shoulders go up towards my ears. Okay. The first thing I don't want to do is go, okay, put my shoulders down. But, like I don't need to correct this. I need to notice it first because we are so interested in how not to feel the way we feel. And we really do need to let ourselves feel how we feel. I am tense. I feel it in my chest and my shoulders are up by my ears. And now I feel a natural inclination to take a breath and let my shoulders down because I didn't make that wrong. And my kids are screaming and the dog is whining and the husband is talking to me and the phone is going and I need to get dinner and this other thing is happening and the dishwasher needs to be unloaded. And so I open the door to the dishwasher and I can feel that the handle of the dishwasher is cold because it's stainless steel. And I lower the dishwasher door and I can feel the weight of that door and I can feel where it lands and it stops. And then I slide out the lower rack and I see all of the dishes and I hear the noise that they make. And I'm going to get the first dish. Oh, it's smooth and shiny, but it's warm still from the heat cycle, from the drying cycle. Okay, I'm going to pick that up. Oh, I can feel the weight of this dish. I can feel it in my arms. I can feel my feet now on the ground as well. And I notice that I'm not paying quite as much attention to the chaos that's going on around me. And I'm going to put that in the cabinet. And I'm going to get the silverware. And that feels a little different. That's warm, but it's a different texture than the ceramic plate. And that's a spoon, and that feels a certain weight, and that's a fork. And oh, I just pricked my finger with the end of the fork. I'm going to put those away in the drawer and see what it feels like when I let go of the weight of the fork. And so you see how the act of coming into the moment of noticing the sensations, and as you progress, you might notice that you take a breath in and you grab a plate and you exhale and you put the plate away. And so unloading the dishwasher has now become a meditation in the midst of the chaos. And you now have changed your relationship with yourself, with the emotions and the mental state that you were in. You've changed that frequency. See what happens to everyone around you. Chances are they start to calm down because you've come into a different state. And I know that I can resent that sometimes. I can feel like, why do I have to be the one to calm everyone down? Why doesn't someone calm me down? And I will just notice, yep, I feel a little resentment towards that. Is that resentment serving me? Does that make me feel better? It doesn't. So if I just calm myself down, I feel better. Whatever happens to everybody else, I mean, it's an added benefit and a little bonus, but it's not really my job. But my job in taking care of myself has created an atmosphere that I prefer and that feels better. So, yeah, when you are in a state that you do not like, do not rush to get out of it. Notice what it is. There's all kinds of words that exist to describe feeling states when our needs aren't being met. But mostly we identify with angry, sad, frustrated, maybe depressed. We don't always go, but there are words like upset, distressed, frustrated, annoyed, disgusted, weary, bored, melancholy, longing, lonely, resentment, bitter, betrayal, fed up, despair. And they all have like a little different quality. So when we come to notice, okay, I'm having a feeling of anger. Is it just anger? Is it resentment? Am I fed up? Am I frustrated? What is it? Get curious. Be in the inquiry of what the feeling is before you try to get out of the feeling. Because if you meet yourself where you are, your body will know what to do. Your body will tell you. Sometimes we need to go, I'm so angry. I'm so frustrated. And like let out a noise and you'll feel better. I mean, it's a charge. And when you release the charge, it can feel better. I am a big fan of punching a pillow and screaming if you need to. Close your door, whatever. It's okay. We are entitled to feel all of those feelings that we call negative. We just, in this culture, want to get to the next thing, get to the thing that's happy. We only value what feels good. And there's so much value in knowing what makes us feel bad and where and for how long. So everything is fleeting, right? Everything will pass. Everything will change, especially around how you feel. So if I'm feeling frustrated, I can tell myself, sure, this is only going to last a little while, but that doesn't make me feel any better. But I can just keep coming back to noticing, okay, I feel frustrated. That's okay. It's fine. People feel frustrated. I am okay. My feet are on the ground and this is this moment and I feel frustrated. And I feel frustrated. And I still feel frustrated. And 10 minutes later, yep, I still feel frustrated. Now what? When you give voice to the actual emotion, the state that you are in, it will start to shift. And your body will tell you, I need a deep breath. I need to walk out of this room. I need to go get a drink of water. Sometimes we need to go use the bathroom and we just are ignoring that. I can't tell you how many times I've been like on edge with the people in my house and really I have to go to the bathroom and I should just go and then I'm fine. And I don't know. I know I have other women friends who do the same. So there's that. So just paying attention to what is happening in your body is a huge, gigantic piece of a way to come into feeling calm. Anyone can incorporate movement and breath into your daily life at any moment. So if you're in a meeting and you're expected to be sitting there and being professional, you can, under the table, squeeze your fists really tight, take a breath in, and let your fists go as you exhale and release some tension while you're in a meeting and no one will know. You can notice that you're bored and you can start to look around the room and do that orienting exercise where I notice the walls are green. I like that color green. It makes me feel soft inside. I don't like that person's face. They look like they're mad. That's making me feel a little on edge. That's interesting. So it's like slowing down in each and every moment without making anything you need to escape from or change or push away. We are miserable when we are grasping for something that we want but don't have, or when we are pushing something away that we don't want and don't want any part of. And we spend a lot of our time like this and like this, and like this and like this, and not right here. There was a moment in my yoga training where I was doing a meditation and it was called Riding the Wave. And basically you start with deep breaths and you're just slowly watching your breath and sensation in your body and noticing where there's a intense sensation. And the intense sensation came up and I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know what this is. I feel this intense sensation. And as I progressed with the meditation, all of a sudden it came to me. And the fact of the matter is, so there's a big, you're enough, right? And you are enough, which you are. And we all are. We are all enough just exactly the way that we are. But what I felt was I will never be enough for my son. And I realized that that was actually 100% true. I will never be able to do all of the things that he needs in any given day, all the time, 100%. No way. I'm never going to be able to do that. And I'll tell you something. It was such a huge relief to say that out loud because I had this outside expectation that I'm supposed to be this perfect, mom. And he's got special needs. So I've got to be the super mom and dedicate every moment of my life to doing that. And all it was doing was exhausting me and wearing me out, and realized I can't possibly. I can't be his speech therapist. I can't be his occupational therapist, his physical therapist, his mother, his companion, his friend, his driver, his everything all at one time. No chance. I'll never be able to do it. And as soon as I felt that, it was just like, oh my God, like I'm not enough and I'm enough in the same exact moment. And it was fine. It was like perfection. Of course I'm enough and not enough. And that's perfectly okay. And it was just such a realization of how we can be both in a quote unquote negative emotion or negative state and be in its exact opposite state at the same time. So we can hold and be in two states at a similar time. So I can be upset and frustrated and even feeling guilty about, a way in which I didn't meet my son's needs 100%. And I can know that I have done my best all day long. And it's fine. And I love him and I love me. And I can feel both of those things at the same time. And it's when we come into this awareness of how we do feel in the moment and make it be okay, that's really the present moment. That's not, I want this over here and I don't have it. And it's not, I don't want this over here. It's, here's what's in front of me. Oh, and I also have this. And this is the moment that I'm in. And it's a giant relief to let yourself off the hook for constantly having to make it better somehow or, improve. I mean, you're fine. You're 100% wonderful, perfectly terrific human being, just exactly as you are in this moment. In this moment. Beautiful, imperfect, full of joy and sorrow and frustration and satisfaction all at the same time. And that's the beauty of the human experience, really. We're not one-track animals. We don't seek food. We don't, we have this rich emotional life, and it has so much to teach us about our capacity. And when we can be in that one place with frustration and satisfaction or gratitude at the same time, we expand our capacity to hold the space that we need to be our best selves. We expand our capacity for resilience, for calm, for joy. There's a phrase in Kripalu Yoga, breathe, Relax. Feel. Watch. And allow. BRIFWA. It's an acronym that we use. And if you can remember that, great. If you can't, don't worry about it. But breathe and feel into your body, into your sensations, into your emotions. Observe. Allow it to be. And then an action might come to you. It might be an automatic breath. It might be a movement. But it's okay. Whatever it is, it's good. You're good. You got it. You have got everything that you need. Everything. Everything. Without a list, a chart, a yoga mat, a spa day. Those are lovely, but you know, you don't need them. So if it's not going to change in this moment, so say it's an intractable, solution. I mean, an intractable issue. Like my son's going to need care the entire rest of his entire life. And I, sad to say, will not be around for the rest of his entire life. And that's a reality. And that fills me with dread and fear and sadness and anxiety. And it hurts my heart to think that someone won't take as good care of him or know him as well as I do, might not understand him, might harm him. I mean, that's every parent's worst nightmare anyway, right? But that's the way things are, right? So how I am going to be in relationship to that feeling, that reality, is how I'm going to notice when that comes up. And sometimes that particular one of like, it really catches my breath. It's like, oh God, I'm not going to be here. And I don't know what's going to happen to him or where he's going to be. I can get myself really worked up, but it's, first of all, not happening in this moment. In this moment, he's in his bedroom and I'm here and I'm taking care of him. And there are things that I can do to prepare for that time. And so that brings down the anxiety. And I can know that I'm not alone in that there are other parents who are going through the same thing. And for anyone, no matter what it is, and this comes back to the speaking about yourself in terms of your emotion from your heart, because you're never alone. Your situation might feel like you're the only one in the world who's having that situation, but I can assure you that the way that you feel is relatable by almost anyone. And so you're not alone, no matter what. So I can know that I'm not alone. And how do we get that? Like, if you really are isolated, and how do you build community? How do you know? How do you get evidence that you're not alone? You come to events like this. I mean, we can scream and yell about Facebook and all of its problems, but it's actually a great place to find almost any group that might have a similar issue as yours. And you can probably find people who are having a similar relationship to that issue, or at least are having the same feelings. You're welcome to come and reach out to me, or any one of these speakers who have been here. So you are never alone. Right now, let yourself go inside and feel the base of your spine. And imagine there's a root growing down into the earth, through your legs, through your feet, down through the soil. And imagine that root starts to branch out into little roots, right? And it's growing outwards into the soil, forward and back and around. And as it does, it starts to intertwine with maybe the roots of your immediate family or the people around you. And as those roots grow, they intertwine with your community at large. Whether you have interactions with them or not, you know that there's other people out there, right? And it intertwines with those and with other trees and plants and animals. As your roots grow all the way out, they start to encircle the globe, and they start to connect with all of the people on Earth, all living beings. You're not alone. You're connected to human life, to human beings, to human emotion. And now draw in a nice deep breath and take in, up through your roots, all that nourishment, all that support, all those people right into your heart. And exhale it throughout your entire body. You're not alone. And your emotions are valid. And you can connect with them in everyday activities by tuning in, by bringing some sensation to a part of your body. Using your voice to express your frustration, your joy, your excitement. There are lots of ways we can use this body that's right here, and connect with the present moment exactly as it is, in all of its imperfection and beauty. And then we can breathe and expand our capacity. You can even imagine that when you take a breath, you create a little space around your own body if you're feeling particularly crowded or overwhelmed. And that's the other thing too. So many of us live in a state of sort of elevated stress that we don't recognize all the time when we are moving out of the growth zone. So there's the part of you that's comfortable, right? You're in your comfort zone. And then the activities of your day, of your life, challenge you. And you move into an area of, let's say, a little bit outside your comfort zone and into a growth zone. And too much time in that growth zone where we feel like we're activated and we're active and we're doing and we're meeting expectations, and we're too much of that, and we can start to move into the overwhelm part where we can no longer take in information. We can no longer discern one action from another as to what maybe would be best. We lose a lot of we no longer have capacity. We are now at and beyond our capacity. And too much time in that growth zone, and we end up in overwhelm. And we often, because we spend so much time there, we don't always recognize when we're approaching the overwhelm, the part where we're not going to be able to make the choices that are going to serve us. We're not going to be able to maintain our boundaries, which we didn't even talk about, but that's another way of bringing calm into your life. Really establishing, and what it is that you need. And the way to do that is through your body and your breath, and listening and paying attention to where you are, so that you can know when you're approaching overwhelm before it's too late, and before you're already there and you're lashing out and snapping because you're just you're gone. You can't take it anymore. And I will say that even when that happens, it's okay. Like, so the practice is coming back to the body and to the breath and noticing without judgment. So in the beginning, in my bio, I said that I still, like, I lose my temper, I lose it, whatever. I do it every single day. And it's okay because I'm a human being. And I might go from calm to growth to overwhelm, back to calm, back to growth, to overwhelm, back to growth, back to calm, back in the course of, 10 minutes some days. It's the way we work. It's how we operate. We're never going to be in this, like, unless you're like living in a mountain in a monastery, you are not going to be walking through your life like some Zen master. And that expectation is ridiculous. We're human beings. We're going to lose it. We're going to get angry. We're going to lash out. We're going to say things we don't mean. We're going to not handle things well. That doesn't make us bad. And it doesn't mean that's not temporary, and that there's not the other side of that coin. And it just is. So leaning into discomfort, leaning into when we aren't in that state of calm and being okay with it is how we get more capacity for that state of calm, and also how we can come back to it more easily, more readily. It doesn't mean we stay there all the time, and it doesn't mean it happens in an instant, depending on what the trigger is. It might take you a few days to calm down. I know last couple weeks ago, I had a very, very busy week, and I had not been busy like that for a while. And it was in many different areas that I'm working on. So it was my art, and I was working on my art. And then it was, I'm working on building an adult community for my son. So then it was that. And then it was, something to do with yoga. And what I was doing was like, I'm doing this, and now I'm switching to do this, and I'm switching to do that. And I was exhausted because there was no downtime in between. And it took me I was like, all of a sudden I was like kind of bummed out, and I didn't really know why. And I just sat with that. I'm like, I feel like some sadness, and I don't really know what that's about, but I didn't try to push the sadness away. I just was like, I wonder what this is. And eventually I came to discover that, I hadn't had any quiet time. I hadn't had any transition time from my brain being focused on this to now my brain being focused on that. And we as human beings do not actually multitask. We task switch, and we can't do more than one thing at a time. So even though I was not necessarily doing more than one thing at a time, I was switching really quickly from really big things that required, my full attention. And I was exhausted, and I was spent, and it took me a little while to realize that. And so lean into the discomfort, and you will be just fine. Hi, Celia. Oh, and you're muted.
Thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good.
That was so nice and relaxing, and I needed a lot. I couldn't participate in all things because there was other things going on, but a lot of the exercise I did. Thank you very much.
Oh,
my back was a happy camper, as was my neck and shoulders.
Yeah,
after sitting here so long.
I bet.
So thank you for all your wisdom and everything you shared. It was wonderful. Doug Miller says, thanks for this. Here, I'll put that one on so you can see it. You're a remarkable person. Glad I tuned in.
Thank you.
And that is true. You are remarkable. And thank you so much for being here and sharing our day. Did you share how people can connect with you? I know it's scrolling across the screen, but maybe, is there any more you want to tell them?
Yep. I can put that right into the chat. I don't want to hold you up.
That's all right.
It is, I'll just put the website.
And it should be going across the screen. thecalmwithinthechaos.com.
Yep. That's right.
Don't you love how calm is calm? .com is also calm.
Right.
And
then it's /Reiki, and that's one. And that will bring you to signing up for a free 30-minute Reiki session where what you get to do is just lay back and receive. And then if you go to the contact page, which I'll put here, you can receive a free copy, downloadable copy of the chapter of the book that I co-authored. My chapter was called The Calm Within the Chaos of Special Needs Parenting. And you can check that out in the chaos. I think that should be right.
Okay.
Oh, except I did a typo, but sorry about that.
That's all right. I'll let you type that in there. And because we have our next speaker.
Yep.
And he's ready to come into the show, I'm sure.
Awesome.
All right,
thank
my
you
dear.
so much
Thank
for
you,
having me.
Jane. My
It was a
pleasure. Thank you for being
pleasure and
part of
delight.
the International Day of Calm.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your presentations.
Will, hope you stay tuned.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Dr. Edward, nice to have you here. Thank you for your patience. We're only a minute late, so that's not too bad.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing. Actually, this whole 2 days is amazing.
It is. It's a lot
the
of work.
first year.
It's a lot of work putting these kind of events on, and a lot of moving parts.
That it is. And we've learned a lot. So next year should be much smoother.
That's the way of things, isn't it?
Yes. Well, I would love to introduce you so you can get started with your session. Are you going to be speaking? Do you have any slides? I mean, I know you're going to be speaking, but do you have slides or you're just going to be talking?
I have slides, yes.
Okay. So if you would look on your screen and hit the share button. And while I'm introducing you, you can share those slides. And then they won't.
I've got a wheezy bangy thing where I can do that without having to share screen. I've got a
good. Okay, well, whatever you got going, I'm going to introduce you now.
Okay.
And I hope I'm saying your name right by Bassingthwaite. Bassingthwaite.
Bassingthwaite is my name, yes.
Good. I just want to make sure I'm saying it right. All right, so here we go, guys. Let's talk about this. This is Dr. Edward Bassingthwaite. Heal yourself and bring calm into your life by treating yourself like a dog. Do we love this? We love this. I'm excited to hear this. Let me make sure we have your banner showing. Oh, it was already showing. Never mind. Andrea's on top of this.
Actually, I just want to take
Oh, yeah,
those.
that's good. I like how you have that. So let me tell you about Dr. Edward. He is known globally as the healing vet, passionately devoted to the best in holistic pet health care. Through his recovery from chronic fatigue syndrome, Lyme, he explored holistic medicine and energy healing. He found that his animal patients responded well to this approach, which led to his creation of a profoundly healing bodywork modality, the whole energy body balance, WEB, WEBB method. Dr. Edward is a registered veterinarian and practices integrative medicine in vet hospitals while empowering pet parents and professionals to find and heal silent pain, anxiety, and trauma with WEB online practitioner training. I told you guys we're covering all the bases here with the Day of Calm. So, Dr. Edward, so happy you're here.
Thanks for having me. You can see me in the picture and the slides and everything.
Yes,
awesome.
We can.
Just double checking that's working. So and I also work a lot with people, not just animals, because when you're working with animals, they've all got people attached to them.
They do. And you want to ask, do you like the animals better or the people?
No, I like the people just as much as the animals. I think I meet some challenging people, and I meet some challenging animals, and I meet a lot of beautiful, and they're all beautiful even when they're challenging. So.
I agree. I so agree with you. Well, if you're ready to get started, I'm going to let you take over the stage, and I will leave, but I will come back on at the end. Okay?
Okay. We'll see you back for Q&A at the end.
All right. Here comes Dr. Edward.
Okay, so heal yourself and bring calm into your life by treating yourself like a dog is what we're going to be talking about today. So I've got a question for you. do you treat yourself as well as you treat your pets? Are you as kind to yourself as you are to your dogs or your cats or any other companion animals who you share your life with? Just think about that. Feel into it. Are you as forgiving to yourself as you are to your pets when you stumble or falter or make mistakes in your life? And do you express love and affection to yourself as freely and as often as you do to your beautiful pets? Now, in most cases, the honest answer to these questions is a big fat no, and often when I ask people these questions, and you might have noticed this yourself, I see this expression go over their faces. They go, "Oh, actually, no, I don't. Actually, I'm actually a lot less lovely to myself than I am to my animals." And isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting that so many of us are so much kinder and so much more lovely and so much more forgiving and express so much more love for our pets than we do for our beautiful selves? Because an essential element, I believe, in creating a life of calm, ease, and harmony is practicing self-love. And what I found in my life, in my healing journey, is that practicing self-love naturally leads to practicing self-care. So just give me a second here. I'm just going to pop out of the main picture and just drop the slides for a second and talk to you just from me. So now that we've pondered these questions, I just want to talk a little bit about my journey in life. I grew up on a cattle property or a ranch for you people on the other side of the world in North Queensland in Australia. And in a lot of ways, though, it was a really beautiful life. It was also quite a brutal life. Animals were not treated so kindly. You have to do a lot of things with animals like branding and marking and things like that are very painful and awful. So when I got into my teens, I came across the work of a man called Monty Roberts, who is written a book called The Man Who Listens to Horses. And that's when I first really started to realize that I could connect with animals and have a relationship with animals and a communication with animals that was a partnership rather than one of me being dominating and making animals do what I wanted to do. Then I went off and studied veterinary science, and a few years after I graduated, I was in England and I became really unwell with chronic fatigue syndrome. So I had to come home, couldn't work at all for about 2 or 3 years. I was totally unable to work. And then for probably 15 to 18 years after that, I was chronically, awfully unwell. Ended up having a couple of marriages with abusive, narcissistic people. And finally, at the end of my second marriage, just hit a huge wall in my life at about 100 miles an hour and fell in a big heap with a whole lot of post-traumatic stress. And it was difficult, but I've come out the other side to be really active, really happy, really healthy. And I think a big part of that has been learning how to let go of life, let go of myself, and find calm in the middle of the chaos. And that's what we're going to have a bit of fun together today with, doing some practical exercises that are going to help you, hopefully, find more calm in your life. So let's move on again. Now, in our first exercise together, you're going to shift any no that you might have found when it came to the mismatch between how well you love and care for your animals and how well you love and care for yourself. We're going to shift any no that you might have found there into a hell yes, with some fun exercises that are really simple to do, that they're going to be things that you can bring into your everyday from this point on. I'm going to talk a little bit about why it's so important to bring these things into your everyday practices a little bit later on in our time together. So for this exercise that we're about to do together, I really want you to move right out of your head and into your body. Start coming into your body. And when I ask you some questions, which I'm going to do in just a minute, I just want you to let whatever answers come up into your awareness without questioning it. So I want your rational mind. Maybe all of us could invite our rational, conscious minds to go out in the neighborhood and count all the leaves on all the trees in your neighborhood, or all the branches, or something like that, and can come back and report back to you and to me and to everyone else about 5 minutes after we finish this whole presentation. So you deserve to give yourself the same level of self-care, of love, of loving attention, of forgiveness, of acceptance, as you do to your animals. But how can you do that? You've probably just realized from me asking the questions at the beginning that, wow, I don't actually give myself the same amount of beautiful care and love as I do my animals, because 99% of people, when I ask them these questions, they go, oh my God, no, I don't. I actually really don't care for myself as well as I care for my animals. So I want you to close your eyes and tune into your body for a moment. Now, you can keep your eyes open if it works better for you, but if it's more comfortable to close your eyes, please do that. And just come into your body. Be aware of the weight of gravity pressing you to whatever surface you're resting on, and your breath moving through your body. Just come into your body and see how much more you can come into your body than you normally do, because most of us only come into our bodies maybe and it might be 50% if you're lucky. Some people I know might only inhabit their body sort of 5% or less. If you've been doing a lot of embodiment practices, you might be 60 or 70 or 80%, and that's going to vary up and down as you go through your days and weeks. But the more you can be in your body, the moment. But just come into your body as much as you comfortably can in this moment. Now, I want you to ask your physical body this. If I were a dog or a cat, what breed would my body be? Okay. Now, for me, I've done this. This is a process that one of the therapists I worked with after my second marriage breakdown took me through, and it profoundly changed my relationship with my physical body in the most beautiful way. Now, for me, my physical body is a black Labrador. My body, when I embody and tune into myself and say, righto, if my physical body was a dog, what is it? It's a black Labrador, or Labradog, as I like to call them. And just let it come into your head. And it doesn't matter how ridiculous it seems, or if it seems strange or whatever. Don't worry about that. Just say to yourself, okay, so what my physical body was, a dog or a cat, what breed is it? And you can share that in the chat if you like, so that we can all connect in that way as well. Now, just get a bit of a feeling of what kind of personality do you think your dog or your cat has? And ask your physical body this. Now that you know what breed you are, what is my dog or my cat that is me, my blessed physical body? What's my dog or my cat's name? So again, don't think about this. It can be any name. It can be seemingly ridiculous. It's just let your unconscious mind provide you with the name of your beautiful inner dog or cat that you're going to start relating to yourself as in a whole new way. For me, my black Labrador is called Bobo. Bobo, the black Labrador. I like to think of that as. And really feel into your inner dog or your inner cat. What's their personality like? What do they feel like? Are they kind of a quiet, serious, dog? Are they sort of like my Bobo, the black Labrador, kind of crazy and full on and a little bit loopy and very playful? Just feel into that a little bit. Now, connecting with yourself as you're in a dog or in a cat will help you reset your relationship with yourself in a really profound way at a deep, unconscious level. And it'll especially help you reset your relationship with your beautiful, blessed physical body in a really deep and profound way. So, for one thing, you're going to start treating yourself a little bit more and a little bit more every day, as well as you treat your pets, because you're going to start thinking of your physical body like you do of your pets. Because if you start thinking of yourself and coming into yourself and relating with yourself as you are, or you would be relating to an animal, because you've just gone through this process of uncovering the breed of dog or cat that your body is for you, and given this dog or cat that is an expression of your physical being, of your beautiful divine humanity, a name that just by doing this process is going to profoundly shift how you relate to yourself. You're going to become more accepting, more loving, more present, kinder, more forgiving to yourself. Now, you can play with this a lot, you know. The more that you sink into this, the more benefits you'll get out of it. So let's see if we can deepen into this beautiful practice together a little bit. So I'd like you to give yourself a pat. The kind of tender, loving, connected, caring pat that you would give your beautiful pets if they came over and hopped up on the couch beside you. Now, it can just be on your shoulders or on your arms, any part of your body that feels appropriate. But I really want you to again, close your eyes and just give yourself some really tender, connected, loving touch. Make the hand movements slow. Really slow, feeling into the surface of your hands and bringing your heart into your hands, literally, so that you can express loving kindness and connection directly from your heart to your physical body. And, you know, when I'm doing this, I'm suddenly getting quite a lot of strong sadness coming up. You know, my eyes are tearing up. I'm feeling strong emotions. And if you happen to feel strong emotions when you do this, I encourage you just to simply be with them and pat them with as much love as you would your pets while you're giving yourself a pat. And we're going to do this for a little while together. And you might just also want to have your hands rest with stillness for a moment, because sometimes you do that when your animal comes and lies beside you on the couch. You might just have a hand connected, lying on their beautiful, warm, loving little body as they're looking at you. Feel yourself giving yourself the same quality of touch, of love, of connection to your inner dog. So, you know, what I'm doing here is I'm patting Bobo, the Labrador. I'm not patting Edward, the human being who calls himself a veterinarian or a musician or any of these other things. I'm giving Bobo a pat. And again, as soon as I think of me giving Bobo a pat, I'm having a really, really strong rush of sadness come up. I don't know where that comes from, and I don't need to know where it comes from. I don't need to understand anything about how I'm feeling at all. All I need to do is keep giving Bobo, the black Labrador, my beautiful body, a really beautiful, tender, loving, connected touch. Because touch is calming for your body. But this is not just any touch, because through the prism or the lens of connecting with yourself as your inner dog or your inner cat, your touch has a way different quality. It's much deeper, it's much more loving, and it's much more calming. Okay, so this is the first practice together. Now, you can do this anywhere, anytime. You know, you can just do a little stroke on the back of your hand while you're at work under the table, and no one will know what you're doing, and you'll get immense benefits out of that. If you're on the bus anywhere, you can just cross your arms if you don't want to be obvious about it, and bring that quality of loving touch into the connection with each hand on your elbows. But this can be a practice that you can take anywhere in your life. Anytime that you're feeling overwhelmed and you need a little bit more calm, you can sink into this. Okay, let's move on. So this is self-loving touch. Gentle, slow, present, caring, connected, loving, and pleasurable touch. But when you're connecting with touching yourself as you're in a dog or you're in a cat, you'll notice that the quality of that touch is much more powerful. And as I said, you want to bring your heart into your hands. Calm and soothe your being with loving touch. And in the whole energy body balance work, touch is one of the core things that we use to heal pain, to heal tension, to heal anxiety, and to heal trauma. And we can use this ourselves very effectively to bring these things into our own lives. So what's the fate of every wave in the ocean? You can see this wave in the image on the right. It's clean, it's moving across the ocean. But what happens to every wave in the ocean is that every wave must eventually reach the shore and break on the shore and crash into chaos. Now, our lives are very much the same as this. We have waves and waves of experience that might be coherent. We have waves of, we might live in one place for a time, and then suddenly something will happen and we have to move. And there'll be a period of chaos while we're packing up, and then we come to a new place and we don't know anyone and we've got to rebuild all our social networks. But the thing is, you can learn how to ride the waves of this life. You don't have to be at the mercy of being thrown around in the surf all the time. Now, wouldn't it be lovely if we could just be calm and serene and have this, what people think meditation is, all the time, right? But we don't. We often have stresses in our lives. We have commitments, we have family, we have jobs, we have budgets, we have stresses of family and relationships. We have larger stresses in the world, like what's going on in the Ukraine at the moment, where we've got immense violence. And, Ukraine's not the only place that's happening. South Africa and the Middle East have been having wars and things going on for ages. So how can we find calm when the reality of life is that it's chaotic and often brings sadness and suffering? How can we find the joy and the calm in our everyday? How can we meet the inevitable chaos, the challenges, and the beauty of this life calmly and with grace, even when it's challenging? So I have some internal postures or practices that help me when things fall apart, when things are difficult, when things are challenging, when things are traumatic. One thing I always say to myself is, remember that you can't know for sure that if this thing that is happening is good or bad. If you spoke to me just after my second marriage ended, after my wife walked out on me and left me, and I was just a complete traumatized mess, if it was good or bad, at that moment I would have said, this is terrible. But now, 5 years down the track, I can see that it's one of the best things that could have possibly ever happened to me in my life, because it was, even though I couldn't see it at the time, it was a deeply toxic and traumatic relationship. And even though it was painful to end it, it's been really beneficial in the end. Another thing that I ask myself to open up to get me out of the spiral of doom of thinking that this is the worst thing that could possibly ever happen and everything's terrible, is another thing you can do is ask yourself, if something comes up in your life that seems to be bad or challenging or traumatic or stressful, ask yourself, what's the best possible thing that could come from this situation? You know, I asked myself this question about the Russia's invasion of the Ukraine, because I was really stressed about it. And I thought, you know, what's the best thing that maybe could come out of this? And I thought, well, maybe it'll mean that Putin falls out of power and Russia actually has a change in how they behave, and the world becomes a safer, calmer place. It's a possibility. The third thing that I'll do if I'm finding that my life is challenging and stressful and difficult is that I will find a way to be of service to the situations and beings that I'm meeting in my life. And I find that whenever I can move my focus towards wanting to help others, things get better for me. And the fifth thing is be kind to your beautiful self. No matter what's going on, be kind to yourself. If you fail, if you fall down, go, oh, wow, I did that thing. It's often a thing that's an old pattern that's come from, you know, childhood and coping with trauma. And it's just your attempts to survive over life that get ingrained in your behaviors that you fall back into in stress sometimes. And it's not really falling down if you can notice what you're doing. So always be kind to your beautiful self. And number 6, 7, and 8, I think, is just keep on being kind, not only to yourself, but be kind to everyone and everything as best you can. And if you fall down on that, be kind to yourself as you recover from it. Because, you know, there are kittens in life. You've got to remember this, that somewhere there's a kitten that is just having the most joyful fun, playing a little bit of fluff, chasing a little bit of fluff around on the floor. You should always remember this. And there are kids running and playing in the world, having a good time. And you can always connect with your inner joy and remember those times when you did that yourself, jumping in puddles. And another really big practice that I find helps me with being calm and present in my life is that of gratitude. You know, most of us have a lot to be grateful for in our lives. And even if we only have a little bit to be grateful for in our lives, the more we focus on that little bit, generally, the happier and calmer our lives will become. Now, we're going to move into a second practice, which is another practice that comes from the whole energy body balance work. And one thing that I've really found in my healing journey is that presence is the key to awareness. You know, I have to be present. I have to be particularly present in my physical body to be aware of what's going on internally and in my external environment. And awareness is the key to freedom, because you cannot do anything in your life to change anything without awareness of the thing that you want to change. It's really practically impossible to change anything if you don't have awareness of it, so that you can have some kind of awareness of how it's changing as you pay your attention and put your energy into taking actions to make positive changes in your life. So I want to introduce you to a whole energy body balance, somatic embodiment, and energy connection practice, which we're going to do together right now. And this is kind of like a condensed version of what the full practice, but it's still going to be very powerful and something that you can do anywhere, anytime. And I encourage you to get a little bit obsessed and crazy about this and do it often, many times every day. This is the core practice of my life. I do this practice many times every day, and I found that it has had tremendous benefits for me and has growing and ongoing benefits for me. So the first step is postural awareness and alignment. So just bring awareness into and gently align your physical body. And as soon as I've said bring attention to your posture, I know that all of you will have naturally straightened up. Okay. Notice how different you feel in your awareness when you align your posture. So when you have your posture in a healthy alignment, all the energy systems in your body can flow more freely and more strongly. And for me, at least, what happens is that I notice an expansion and an awakening. My awareness becomes stronger and clearer. So just take a moment to be aware of your posture and gently align it. Let your shoulders be nice and soft and relaxed. Your spine be upright. Your head be floating above your body. And let yourself relax a little bit into that posture so that you can hold an aligned posture almost without any effort. The step 2 is the somatic embodiment. This is a process of gently and continually bringing all of your awareness into and throughout your physical body. Then you want to simply be present with and appreciate everything that you're experiencing in your physical body. Now, this may be physical sensations, this may be emotional sensations, this may be mental sensations, this can be all kinds of sensory awareness. The point is to be present with whatever you're experiencing and to simply, gently witness it. Now, this can be a little uncomfortable. The more awareness you bring into your body, the more you're going to become aware of old stuff that you have hidden, suppressed, denied, not wanted to feel at the time. So as you do this practice, often when I'm doing this practice, I'll notice, oh, wow, I've got a little area of my body that's actually suddenly seems like it becomes painful. It's not becoming painful. It's pain that's always that was there before I started the practice, but it's coming into my awareness because I'm bringing more awareness into my body and being present with it. You might too get, uncomfortable or strong emotions come up. If you do that, know that you can always regulate them. It's not helpful to associate really strongly into, if you have an old trauma, a strong trauma, and you feel like you're associating into that, then maybe best to do a little bit of wriggle, a bit of movement, and just lift out of that so you're only staying lightly connected with it, okay? Trauma can be a funny thing, and if you've got trauma like that and it does start surfacing with this practice, I strongly encourage you to go and get some professional assistance to help you move through that. And if you do need professional assistance, I found somatic experiencing therapists to be extraordinarily helpful for me with trauma. But anyway, just gently and continually bringing all of your awareness into and throughout your physical body and simply being present with and appreciating everything you're experiencing, comfortable and uncomfortable. So appreciating uncomfortable experiences in your body opens a great doorway to healing and integrating those energies in your system. And you might find that you get a better experience of this if you close your eyes. If you want to keep your eyes open, that's fine too. The thing about bringing your awareness into your body is that your awareness is effectively infinite. So the more awareness you bring into your body, the more awareness becomes available to bring into your body. So we've had step 1 was being aware of your posture. Now, often when you bring all your awareness into your body, you'll lose some awareness of your posture, paradoxically. So then just come back to making sure that you're keeping your body in a nice aligned position with your posture, and at the same time, gently and continually bringing all of your awareness into and throughout your physical body. Notice your belly. If you've got any tension in your belly, let that relax, because a lot of us hold a lot of tension in our bellies, in the gut, in the muscles around the gut, in the muscles of the belly wall. And breathing, if you can, gently with your diaphragm into the belly too. If you notice you're breathing in your top of your chest, that's a stress and anxiety. And the more you can move your breath down deep into your belly, the more your body will naturally relax and become calm. The step 3 is an energy connection awareness, which is bringing awareness to flows of energy that are natural and flow through the body all the time, have done for your whole life. So you just want to bring awareness to the natural flow of yin qi from the earth up through your body and out through your head. And you can have any kind of awareness that you like of that. Even if you've only got a very subtle, tiny little bit of awareness, that's perfect. If you've got a strong awareness, that's lovely too. And you could have a visual awareness, a kinesthetic awareness, an auditory awareness, or just a knowing awareness. We all have different kinds of awareness when we connect with energy. And at the same time, being aware of the flow of yang qi, masculine qi, from the sun down through your body and out through your feet. So we have this continual two-way flow of qi through the body, which comes from millennia of practices from the Chinese traditions of Qigong, which is a core practice in my life, Qigong. And the more that you bring awareness to this sense of the yin flowing energy up through your body and yang flowing energy down through your body, the more connected you become and the stronger you become energetically. So you can do this practice in depth. You can spend 5, 10, or 15 minutes as a kind of a meditative practice. You can do this practice sitting, walking. You can do this practice while working at the computer. You can get to the point where the stronger you get in this practice, the more it will become the foundation of your everyday. So just being aware of your posture, bringing all of your awareness into and throughout your physical body, simply being present with and appreciating everything that you're experiencing, and at the same time bringing awareness to the flow of yin qi up through your body, out through your head, and yang qi simultaneously flowing down through your body and out through your feet. Notice how different you feel. So this practice will bring you a lot more presence and awareness and calmness over time. Initially, when you start practices like this, it can bring a period of chaos, because when you bring more awareness into your system, you might suddenly have come up into your awareness old tensions, traumas, feelings, and things like that then we'll want to integrate through your system. And all you need to do is simply this practice, be present with them. You don't have to try to fix them. You don't have to make any effort. All you need to do is be present in your body and accept and embrace whatever you're feeling. Yeah, so step 5 is to maintain, repeat, and intensify this practice. You can make it an everyday, many times a day practice. Another benefit of this practice is that when you do this practice, everyone around you is going to relax sympathetically. Their nervous system, their energy fields will respond to your internal process. I see this all the time when I'm working with animals. I'll be in the consult room. I'll just quickly internally go through this process, refresh and strengthen it. And the dogs will take a deep breath, and the humans will take a deep breath, and there'll be obvious physiological signs of relaxation and calmness come up. So not only are you supporting your calmness in this practice, you're going to be supporting calmness in everyone who is in the space with you. So your daily practices are the foundation of your inner calm. Just excuse me. I had a terrible cold last week and my voice is still a little croaky. Now, I believe that embracing chaos and inner discomfort is really the pathway to greater calm and ease in my life. So I have a bit of a philosophy that I like to practice in my life, which is hard now for easy later, right? I get up every morning and I have probably an hour and a half or 2 hours, 2 to 2.5 hours of practices that I do 5 mornings a week, where I get up, my alarm goes off, I spend an hour in bed doing meditative and energy practices, get up, I have a shower, then I go out and I do Qigong practices, I do some Butiko breathing practices, then I do more Qigong practices, and I also 5 mornings a week do some exercise, physical exercise, where I do push-ups and chin-ups or some free weights, that kind of thing. I never want to do it, right? The alarm goes off, it's like, no, I want to stay in bed. But the benefits of me doing that are so tremendous in my life, and a large part of me healing from chronic fatigue and Lyme and being able to be active and physical and strong is that I have a really strong daily practice, not just of internal practices, but of physical movement, of Qigong and of Tai Chi, and actual, real work. Because the more you love and care for yourself, the deeper and more resilient your inner calm becomes. But true self-love and self-care is an active practice. You cannot get anywhere in your life by sitting on your backside and being passive. It doesn't work like that. It takes constant work and endless devotion to do what's really needed to care for yourself. And the fitter and stronger your physical body is, the more resilient you are and the more able you will be to maintain calm in the face of chaos, challenges, and difficult circumstances that are inevitably going to arise in your life because, we live on planet Earth here. But from devotion, effortless discipline is born. So, I never liked the word discipline. Be disciplined. You've got to be disciplined. And it always rubbed me up a little bit the wrong way. So what I've done is I've thought, well, how can I be devoted to my self-care and self-love, and so that I can have calmness and harmony within myself, no matter what I meet in my life. Now, that's a nice dream, and it's I don't reach that ideal most of the time. I have little moments in my life where that client was really annoying, and that dog tried to bite me yesterday. And I did. I had a dog try to bite me yesterday in the practice, and that stirred me up and left me shaken for a little while. But I came back into myself and back into a place of presence, being grounded and calm and able to meet the next dog from a really good place very quickly, because I have these strong practices that support me in finding calm. Even when I get knocked off balance and knocked into chaos, it's easy for me to come back to calm because I've got this strong foundation of doing a lot of practices of inner awareness, somatic awareness, coming into my body, and I'm willing to be uncomfortable. I'm willing to, I have really strong sadness coming up today. Okay, I got sadness, so I'm gonna love my sadness. I'm gonna be present with my sadness. I'm gonna come into my body and be uncomfortable in my sadness and give it space to find its own way to shift. The things you offer to others, patience, companionship, and trust, you must also offer to yourself, which is a quote from C.M. Writer. So think about that. And this comes back to your inner dog or inner cat. The things you offer to your beautiful pets, you must also offer to yourself in equal measure. Yeah? When you do that, and this has been a short time together, but these tools I've given you, if you take them and you actually use them, you put them into practice, you say, right, I'm going to get up half an hour earlier every morning, and I'm going to do my inner dog and inner cat practice. I'm going to do some loving touch for myself, and then I'm going to practice the somatic embodiment energy connection, where I tune into my posture, I bring all my awareness in my body and simply be present with everything I'm experiencing in my body, and be aware of the flow of yin qi up through my body and yang qi down through my body for 15 minutes. And then I'm going to do some physical exercise for 10 minutes. I can do that 5 mornings a week. It won't be easy. If you're not used to this, you'll be tired, you'll be grumpy, and you'll be going, I don't want to do this. But if you do it, you will immensely, over weeks and months and years of practice, you will build your capacity to maintain calm in the middle of the chaos of life, and you will become a calming influence for everyone and everything that you meet, all the circumstances and beings that you meet as you walk through your life as well. Because storms come. There's no escaping storms in this life. But how are you going to meet them? Are you going to meet them with the power of your inner pet, with the beauty of your inner animal, your instinctual, your strong, calm self? Are you going to make lemonade, when life gives you lemons? Look at this person, they're in a wheelchair and they're playing basketball. So no matter the constraints you have in your life, you can still practice and grow. It doesn't matter where you are or what's going on or how much challenge you have in your life. You can make lemonade with the life that you have if your life is full of lemons. And of course, we're just reaching the finish line here of this presentation that I'm sharing with you. But life is full of finish lines, It's full of cycles of expansion, of contraction. You have to get up in every morning and meet the new day, and you need to go to sleep every night so that you can rest and dream. And within the egg of this day that you're meeting now is the little chicken waiting to be born. You have so much immense potential to increase your resilience, to increase your capacity to calm yourself, because you have to self-calm. That is, for me, is the most important thing that I've ever learned, is that, I had issues with addictions in the past, where I leaned on substances to try and calm myself. I had addictions in my relationships where I had codependence, and I leaned on and tried to calm myself through connection with other people. But what I've found is that if you truly want to have resilient, healthy calmness and an ability to move from chaos, arousal, fight, flight, back into calmness, to self-regulate myself to calmness, I need to be self-calming. I need to be a self-calming system. And the primary ways that I do that are with my inner pet practice and with the somatic embodiment and energy connection practice. Now, that's not to say that I don't have lots of beautiful people in my life, professionals, body workers, therapists, to support me in that journey. But in the end, I have to find a way to be a self-calming system. Then I can be a calming influence in the world. Okay, so we've come to the end of that. If you want to learn more, connect with, or work with me, please do drop into wholeenergybodybalance.com and check out what I have to offer. And right now, I think I was asked to have some time for questions. So
Hi, Dr. Edward.
We'll do some questions.
What a wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Look, it's a pleasure. It's the first time I've done this particular presentation ever, and it's been just such a privilege to share it with you all.
It's so wonderful, and it's such a great realization for people. People always treat their pets golden, like so much better than they treat themselves. And, it's funny because when I teach parents, one of the things I tell them is when your children walk through that door, or even your spouse or partner walk through that door, I want you to greet that child or that partner like a dog would greet you. I want you to get up, be excited. Dogs, like when you walk through the door, dogs are like all over you. My grand dog howls for 10 minutes, like at nothing, just because he's so excited. She's so excited I'm there.
Yeah.
That's how people should greet each other.
Absolutely. And it's how they should greet themselves.
Yes. Yes. And we're always treating, even when we talk to ourselves, I'll tell people, would you say the things that you say to yourself, to your friend, to your child, to somebody else? Because we always are so hard on ourselves.
Yes. And for me, that's where awareness comes into it, because a lot of this is running on autopilot, and we're talking to ourselves without even really knowing how much we're talking into ourselves in a damaging way. So the more we can bring awareness into our body and our mind, the more then we can have the opportunity to start changing those things.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because I even just like, if you're going through the day and go, oh, how can I be so stupid? What an idiot I am. All that negative stuff that we say automatically is so damaging to the brain, and the subconscious mind will prove true whatever you ask it to prove true. So
absolutely.
You've got to focus on that good stuff because we're all good. We all have genius. We all have gifts.
Yes, we do need to focus on the good, and at the same time, we need to not turn away from the bad that we have stored up inside ourselves, if you want to call it bad. I mean, is it really bad, or is it just survival patterns that we
Right.
learn when we're little kids? You
Yeah,
know,
no, I don't like bad. I don't like the word bad either.
yeah. So one of my big parts and big things in my journey has been going, embracing all those parts of myself that I used to not like much at all.
And just realizing they're part of you too. And they don't get healed if you don't embrace them. If you don't examine those, we all have those parts. We all have, residual things that are left over from our childhood or relationships, like in your case. And
Yeah.
if you don't heal them, you don't heal.
And we'll always have them too, no matter how much work we do, right? We can't escape the history of our life. It's always going to be part of it. So the more we can accept and embrace it, the more it becomes a power rather than a weight we're dragging behind us, I find.
I agree. And very often, if we don't embrace it, we don't give it attention, then it grows out of proportion. We see it as so much bigger a part of us than it needs to be. And then it really encompasses you.
Yeah, it can do. It can take over. It can lead to you getting lost in addictions, to unhealthy abusive relationships, to substances, to unhealthy foods, to unhealthy behaviors, all sorts of things. And that's where, one of my key things is hard now, easy later, and become comfortable with being uncomfortable. Because for me, the more that I can become comfortable with uncomfortable emotions and feelings in myself, the calmer and more beautiful my life becomes.
Exactly. Coming out of that comfort zone. It's not so easy. Not so easy, but usually worth it.
Yeah.
Well, Dr. Edward, I really appreciate you being on. I don't see any questions popping up, but a whole lot of comments and really great reactions from the presentation that you gave. And such a great subject to be a part of the International Day of Calm, and so much to learn. So I really appreciate it. I am grateful that you were here with us.
Okay. Yeah, we got lots of nice comments there. Devotion over discipline. Well, devotion, it's not over discipline, I would say either. I would say devotion transcends and creates effortless discipline, So yeah, I would encourage you all to get so devoted to yourselves that you do the hard things now, so that you can have the better life later, and that you come into your body every day as much as you can, no matter how uncomfortable it might be, because the more you do that, the more comfortable you'll become over time. And the more you come into your body, the more you become a calming influence everywhere you walk in this life. So I encourage you to do that.
Exactly. You'll just be paying it forward to all the other people, because if you're in a better state, the people you connect with also become a better state.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me.
My pleasure. Thank you for reaching out, and we are excited that you were part of this, and maybe you'll join us next year, because we're going to do this every year. But thank you very much, Dr. Edward. I really enjoyed having you, and I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. So we're here. We're waiting on our next guest, who is super special to me. And I hope you enjoyed that. So often we do treat our animals much better, much, much better than we treat ourselves. And Andrea, I hope Bob has the link. I don't know. We're getting ready for Bob. I hope he has the link. I may have to send him the link. Hold on a minute, since he's not here yet. So hold on a minute. Let me see. And Dr. Edward, if you can hear me, you just have to exit somehow. I don't know how that is. Leave. I think there should be a button that says leave studio. Oh, he did it. There he goes. Okay. So let me see if I can give Bob the link, because usually he would be here. And in the meantime, guys, as we lead, oh, he's here. Yay, never mind. As we lead up to this man, I'm going to tell you a little bit about him. And hold on a minute. Hold on, because I'm actually going to read what he wrote, because, it probably says more than I really know about him. But what do we have? 5 minutes. So, Bob, I'm going to wait just a few more minutes because people are waiting for your class to start. And I don't want, them to miss the beginning. So while we're sitting here for 5 minutes, I'm actually going to give you some advice. And that is on being a good listener. We always talk about communication and what we say. And the communication is actually, if you break it down, 60% nonverbal cues, 20% tone of voice, and 20% your words. And it actually breaks down even finer than that, but that's kind of a general breakdown of communication, which is why yelling, being angry, rolling your eyes, all of those things speak louder than what you're saying. But listening is also an integral part of communication. And if you want to communicate with another person, it involves being a good listener. What does it mean to be a good listener? Well, first and foremost, guys, this thing that we all have, this phone that is always in our hands, if you are talking to someone, put your phone down. Because if you are holding your phone, the indirect message you are sending to that other person is, this is more important than you. And if that's your child, they're not going to come talk to you anymore, because they don't feel that you're really interested in what they have to say, which is what the other message is when you hold your phone. Be a good listener. Listen with your eyes. That means look at the other person and listen closely to what they're saying. Don't interrupt. Don't judge. Don't criticize. Don't make faces. And if you're an interrupter, like I come from a long line of interrupters, practice not interrupting. And honestly, guys, I have a great listening game in Pumped Up Parenting on Facebook that you can get in the files section that you can play with you, your spouse, your partner, your kids, and practice that listening. And really practice not being the interrupter, not being the criticizer, the judger, making comments. Let whoever you're talking to finish, and then you can contribute to the conversation. So just a couple tips. There are a lot more, but that's all we have time for, because we need to bring up a very special person, a person that I actually respect with all my heart. I am honored in many ways to call him my brother-in-law and my friend. And he is an amazing person. He is driven with passion to his art. And I'm so excited that he's doing this presentation here on the International Day of Calm. Please welcome Bob Vetter, and then I'll tell you all about him. Hi, Bob.
Hi, Celia. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for being here.
Let me say, we are members of the Mutual Admiration Club, because I feel the same way about you.
Oh,
and all that you're doing.
Huggy and kissy. Okay, so let me tell you about Bob beyond what I can tell you about Bob, because you don't need to know that. Just kidding. Okay. Bob Vetter is going to be teaching today on the way we think about peace is wrong. Lessons from world cultures, or on healing our inner and outer worlds. Bob Vetter is a cultural anthropologist whose life work concerns the intersection of spirituality and healing in diverse indigenous cultures. His original fieldwork focused on Native North American medicine, especially that of the Southern Plains. Along with his adopted uncle, medicine man Richard Tartsay Sr., I hope I said his name right, he authored the book Big Bow, The Spiritual Life and Teachings of a Kiowa Family. He has studied the traditional Mesoamerican healing system called curanderismo. Bob, I hope I'm not killing these words. With teachers both in the United States and in Mexico, and maintains a healing practice as well as a community Temazcal traditional Mesoamerican sweat lodge or house of vapor in New York. Bob is a feature curandero in the book Curandero, Traditional Healers of Mexico and the Southwest by Alicio Torres and Emmanuel Miranda. He is an instructor at the University of New Mexico's annual conference on curanderismo, as well as Coursera's online course entitled Curanderismo, Traditional Medicine of Mexico and the Southwest. He hosts a podcast entitled Healing and Spirituality in World Cultures on iTunes and all major platforms for podcasts. Welcome, Bob. And
Thank you,
you can
Celia.
just correct anything I did not say correctly. We're excited to have you.
Thank you so much.
Are you going to present by just talking? Do you have any slides?
I have some slides, of course.
Okay. Do you want to share them and upload them? Yes, I agree. I agree.
I will
Matt
share my
says,
screen.
look,
Is that
Matt
okay?
says, hi, Bob.
Hi, Matt.
Nick says, hi. What a lineup. I
Hi,
agree,
Nick.
Nick. Okay. So when you share your screen, your slides will come up in the backstage area like you were in, and then I will put them on stage.
Let's see. Okay, so let's see what
It's all right. We have this pretty much with all the speakers. It's a challenge. Technology. A
Oh my
gift-
goodness. Now
a
what do I
gift
do?
and a horror. Okay, are you sharing it? You're not sharing it yet.
I am. I'm trying to share it.
Oh,
I
okay.
clicked on-
It's not coming up. Try it again.
Let's see. Okay, cancel.
Linda
right.
says hi too.
Hello, Linda. Okay, share screen.
Okay.
Share screen. I'm trying to share entire screen and it won't let me. How about window?
Yeah, share window. Don't share the
No,
whole
it
screen.
won't do that either. How about Chrome tab? No, it won't do that either.
It won't let you do any of those.
No.
Technological issues, guys. Hold, please. Talk amongst yourselves.
Huh.
You click share.
Screen share.
What's it say?
It says screen sharing is easiest with 2 monitors. Screen sharing works best on a good computer. Some screens let you share audio. Look for the share audio checkbox on the next window. Follow these steps to share a video with audio. Now,
Okay,
when I
that's a
click
lot of
on share
information.
screen, it says choose what to share.
So if you do you have your window open?
Uh-huh.
Rock says hi, Bob, too. Oh, wait, Matt's helping. Hold on, we have Is it a permissions issue with Chrome? Matt says. Rock says hello.
I don't know.
Jeopardy music. Do, 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 do.
Look tab to preview. Oh my goodness.
Okay, just talk about, we'll get this. We'll get this, guys. Remember, this is all about the day of calm.
Oh, wait a
How
minute.
do you react with things that you have no control over? We react calmly because you know what? It will all work out in the end. And I guarantee you, Bob's a good talker. So even if he can't share a screen, Maddie suggests using a whiteboard. Do we have a whiteboard? Dial up speed. It's all good. See, Nick says it's all good. Chill. Ancient technology. Is it ancient technology? Well, maybe it's that anthropological thing.
It is. Okay. Okay, you can't see anything yet, right?
No, didn't we practice this the other night?
We did.
And it worked. Okay, hold on, Matt. I'm taking your comment down. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Yep. Nick says, try again. We are. We're getting there, guys. Everybody put in the comments one thing that frustrates you about technology and one thing that you're grateful for. Oh, thanks, Nick. Here, I'm going to post Nick's little thing. No rush. We appreciate everything so much.
Okay.
So one thing that frustrates you about technology and one thing that you're grateful for, if you feel like putting that in the comments. Sharing screen is something that frustrates me with technology.
All right. It looks like I'm going to have to do this without it.
Okay, he's going to try to do without it. Go, Bob. That's
All
what we
right.
do in comm. Okay, are you ready to talk?
I am ready.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Here comes Bob. Bob, I will be back later.
Very good.
It's all yours. Take the
So I want to start by asking you a question. How many times have you heard somebody say, "Will you just calm down?" And how does that make you feel? Probably not very good. It's usually a bad way to start a conversation. And it has to do, in my opinion, with our misunderstanding of what calm means and what peace means. And what I'd like to do during this presentation is I want to talk about my own personal journey and then share what I hope are some insights that might be helpful for you, and then do some questions and answers at the end. So I want to start by just talking about my childhood into my early teen years. I felt like there was something really, really wrong in my own culture. And it led me to want to look at other cultures and explore what other people have to say, specifically about spirituality. So, as a early teenager, age of 13, 14, 15 years old, when other kids were doing all the things that they did, I was interested in yoga and meditation, Buddhism, Hinduism, Taoism, which those things don't maybe seem so strange right now, especially with a yoga studio on every corner in the United States. But when I was a kid, it was kind of unusual. It was a strange thing. And I felt, looking back now, I really feel for my grandmother who raised me, because she didn't understand why her grandson, as a young teenager, would wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and have incense burning in the living room. I had an altar set up with images of saints on it and all kinds of other things that she just didn't get. So the point is that I felt that there was something drastically wrong in my own society. There was a lack of calm. There was a lack of peace on every level. So even as a kid, I was doing these practices, which we could certainly say have to do with understanding, taking in what it is to be calm. I went to India as a part of my studies as an undergraduate, and in India found within Hinduism and the way that it was practiced in India a lot of inspiration. Now, going from high school into college, I had a major in anthropology, so specifically cultural anthropology, because I felt like other cultures in general had a better handle on what it is to be alive, what it is to lead a good life than in my own society. I was very critical of every aspect of American culture. I went on to graduate school at the University of Oklahoma, and it was there that I encountered really indigenous thinking in the first time in my life. Um, I ended up doing my field work among the Comanche people, and I was lucky enough to be adopted into a family by an old man named Oliver Patapony, who was the first medicine man of his people. And maybe I'll share a story from him to kind of guide this in the direction that I'd like to go. There's a whole big long lead up to this story that I'll leave out for tonight, but eventually I met this old man who was the last medicine man of his tribe, and I had been to my advisor, who was an elderly man who had been studying tribes in Oklahoma and in the Southwest for his entire lifetime, and I thought he was going to really guide me and send me to the right people. all he told me was to go out and meet people. So eventually, even though I didn't know anybody to begin with, I managed to find my way to this old man, Oliver Patapony. And my advisor had said, well, what you're interested in, I told him that I was interested in healing and spirituality. He said, well, that's really rather a taboo subject. You're not really going to be able to talk about that until you've established a lot of rapport. And I said, well, how long do you think that's going to take? And he said, well, maybe in about a year or so. And I was very discouraged by that because I was doing an independent study project in something called ethnography, which is the branch of anthropology where you study a particular culture by being what's called a participant observer, where you participate in the things that the people do, and at the same time, you sort of draw back a little bit to observe it. So I had a list of questions. I thought maybe what I would talk to them about was folklore. I would talk to them about their traditional stories. I had done some research, and I had a whole list of questions for them on a yellow legal pad. And I said, could you start out by telling me some traditional stories of your people? And he thought about it for a minute, and he said, well, he said, to tell you the truth, he said, my wife's sister talks to people from the university about things like that, but as far as I'm concerned, those are nothing but a bunch of fairy stories. He said, if you want to hear some stories that are true, that have to do what I've seen and been through in my own life, well, maybe I could tell you. And I said, well, yeah. And he told me the story that I'll share with you. He said, I didn't originally set out to be a medicine man, or actually, he used the word Indian doctor. That's what he referred to himself as. He said, but I got sick. The doctors told me that I had incurable cancer. He said that I went into the hospital, and the doctors performed all of their tests, all of their procedures. And one day, the lead doctor came in, and he said, Oliver, we've had a series of meetings over your case, and we feel that we've done everything for you that we can. He said, you can stay here if you want, and we can ease your pain a little bit. But as far as we're concerned, we've done everything for you that we can. So he said, my wife and my son were there, and I told them, take me out there to the hills and leave me there. Maybe I could try to take care of this in the way that our old folks used to. Now, what he was talking about was a vision quest. And I raised this issue for a number of reasons, but one of them has to do with the connection with nature, which is going to be a key component in everything that I'm going to be sharing with you about another way of achieving calm and peace in our lives. So the vision quest was an old custom, almost a universal among tribes of Native Americans throughout North America, but particularly important among the Plains people, including the Comanche. And in the old days, when a boy was about to become a man, and in some cases when a girl was about to become a woman, they would go out on a vision quest. They would go to a special place in nature, a place that was known as a medicine place, as a place of power. And they would go to that spot, and they would fast, so there you have no food and no water for the period of time that you commit to. No companionship, no shelter, nothing. You're just out there exposed to the elements. And they say that if everything is right about you, that you may have some special kind of an encounter. You might have a vision in which you see an animal. There might be something unusual that goes on. You might receive a gift. You might receive a song. A number of things might happen to you while you're there. And in the case of a young man going, it would provide him with a sense of meaning and direction for the remainder of his life. In some cases, people would go on multiple vision quests over the course of their entire lifetime. But by the time, I'm going to call him my grandpa chief, because that's what we in the family came to refer to him as. He adopted me and took me as a grandson, something that anthropologists call fictive kinship. Anyway, getting back to the story, so he said to his son and his wife, "Take me out there to the hills and leave me out there the way that our old folks used to." And he said, "My wife said to me, 'You're not man enough to take it. They're going to run you off.'" Now, I should explain what that means. The Comanches have a belief that when you decide to go on one of these solo encounters, you decide beforehand how long you'll be there, and it requires a commitment. And he said that he was going to do it. Now, the reason she didn't want him to go is because they believe that there are spirits that inhabit these places who are purposely going to test you and purposely try to get you to run away in fear. And they believe that if you leave for any reason, that whatever it was that you went there for in the first place, you're never going to get it. So what she was saying was, there's no point in you going because the spirits are going to run you off. And he said, "Well, the doctors have given me up. We don't know what's out there. Maybe there's something out there that could help me." So finally, his son brought him to that spot on the day of what would be a new moon that night. And he had with him nothing but an eagle feather to hold on to for protection, a sheet to cover up with, 4 corn shucks or husks, and tobacco to roll prayer smokes. And they were to roll 4 prayer smokes. He was to roll 4 prayer smokes. So he stayed there through the day, through the night, and he said nothing happened. Over the night, he said, I was scared. I was terrified because I was out there alone. He said, I could hear a rustling of leaves off toward Mount Scott. And when I looked up, he said, I saw a flickering flame off in the distance. And it seemed like it was a flame that would go on, and then it would go off. And then it would go on, and then it would go off. And then it was getting bigger and bigger. I could see that it was, whatever it was, that it was moving towards me. And he described this entity as the visitor. So he said that it got finally close enough that I could make out the outline of a human, what looked like a human form. Only the flame was, every time it would exhale, fire came out of his mouth. And he said, finally, he got up in front of me. And he said, I was so scared. He said, I was a pathetic man. He said, I was like if you take a fish and pull it out on dry land, the fish just flops around helpless. He said, I was that way. Until finally, he said, that visitor came right up in front of me and he shot me with that fire. And he said, that was it. Everything stopped. He said, my heart stopped. My breathing stopped. My ability to move stopped. Until finally, the visitor spoke in my Comanche language. And the visitor asked, what are you doing here? And Grandpa Chief said, I'm sick. And the visitor said, there's nothing the matter with you. You're going to be fine. He said, but they sent me to take care of somebody who's real bad off. And with that, the visitor started to take off, but he turned around one last time and looked at Grandpa Chief and he said, son, he said, did you know that this whole world that we live in stops for just a very short while right before morning comes? And that's the time when things like me can enter into this world. And with that, the visitor took off. And that was the last time he saw the visitor. But the amazing thing is, his cancer was gone. In fact, he never even went back to the doctor again after that to even tell them what had happened. Well, a little while later, his son came to check on him. And his son, when he saw him, he ran up to him and he said, Dad, he said, how did you make it through the night last night out here? It was so cold. And Grandpa Chief said, well, where I was at, It was like springtime. And when they got down off that spot, everywhere else, there was a hard frost on the ground, except for where Grandpa Chief had been. Well, he returned back to his life, and he didn't really think all that much about it until one day he was walking down in this little town that he lived in. He lived outside of a town called Apache, Oklahoma. And he said he was walking in the street one day, and an old Comanche medicine woman came up to him and she looked at him and she said, "What happened to you?" And he said, "Well, what do you mean?" She said, "There's something different about you." And he said, "No, there's nothing." She said, "No, no, no. I can tell from looking at you that there's something different about you." So finally he gave in and he told her the story that I told you. And she said, "Well, you're good for something. You might not know what it is yet, but sometime soon you're going to figure out exactly what that is." Now, meanwhile, the message of what had happened to Grandpa Chief got out into the wider community, and people started to think that there was something special about him, something about his ability to help other people. Now, in the meantime, he started to think back to what he remembered as a boy, because when he was a boy, he had been around a lot of medicine men. Now, I should tell you how far back in history we're talking about. I met him in 1980, and he was probably in his 80s at the time. They don't really know how old he was or what year he was born because they really didn't keep track of it at the time that he was born. But he was probably born in the late 1800s. And when he was thinking about the medicine men that he knew when he was a little boy, we're going way, way back in time to a very different, I guess you would say that the people of that era had very different sensibilities than today. And he started to talk about what he remembered as a boy, about how these medicine men, they would perform these different feats to prove, I don't know if it was to prove their ability as much as it was for people to be able to understand that they were able to do things that would seem impossible. So he started to think about that, about what he had seen them do. And he started to think about how it was that this fire had cured him and transformed him. And he realized on some level that fire was his element. He became what's known as a coal doctor, and he used fire, he used coals in doctoring people who were sick, because the way he explained it to me was that sickness is like a fire and you've got to fight fire with fire. So when he got ready to doctor somebody, he would build a fire, wait till it got burned down to glowing red hot coals, and he would take one of those coals and put it in his mouth. And he said that's what would activate his power. He said that the patient would become like wet cement in his hands. He said, when you pour cement, you pour it when it's wet. And then when it dries, it stays hard. It stays back to the form that you've put it in. And he said, human flesh is like that in my hands. He said, I'm able to rearrange the person back to the way that they were when this power is activated in me. So Grandpa Chief became known far and wide as a medicine man. And it became his life path to help out the people in his community, but not just Comanche people, other tribes and non-native people as well. And I guess what we could say is that there was built within this experience an understanding that he had an obligation, because he had been healed, to give back to humanity in some way what he received. And that's really an important part of understanding healing. Now, getting back to my own personal involvement in this story, that story and all of the other things that I learned from Grandpa Chief in a way became an orientation to me in understanding the nature of spirituality and healing. Now, when I started doing my field work, spirituality and healing, people didn't really use that language so much to put the two together. And again, today, that's not that unusual, but I was interested in that intersection where those two meet, where our spiritual understanding and our spiritual practices meet the process of healing, both within ourselves and in our work with others. At the same time that I was at the University of Oklahoma and I was studying anthropology and I was learning about traditional Native North American ways, I also became interested in another indigenous practice called curanderismo. And I was taking a course on ancient Mesoamerica, and the professor had done his field work in a state in southern Mexico called Oaxaca. And even though the course was about ancient times, one day he was just kind of talking about an aside, and he said there is this practice called curanderismo, and it's still practiced today. It's a traditional form of medicine. In some cases, it has an influence with Catholicism, with some of the beliefs and the practices that the Spanish brought. And he said it's still being practiced today. And all of a sudden, I became interested, and I went up to him afterwards, and I told him, I'm fascinated by this. Could you tell me more about it? Well, I began an independent study project on curanderismo now. And my plan that I eventually put together was that I would study curanderismo in the United States and then in Mexico. Now, there was a lot of literature being written in the early 1980s about curanderismo in southern Texas, especially in San Antonio, Texas. So my plan was I would do a short-term study of curanderismo in South Texas, and then eventually I would do a one-year residency in Oaxaca, Mexico, and study and learn from curanderos, both men and women, practitioners of this healing art. For a variety of reasons, I ended up taking a terminal master's degree and forgot all about curanderismo for many, many years, although I continued very much with my active involvement in Native North American communities in Oklahoma. I was eventually adopted into families from a number of different tribes and became involved in all kinds of healing ceremonies and rituals over the course of all of these years. Now, years and years later, I found myself in San Antonio, Texas, and all of a sudden I got to thinking, I was like, this is where I was going to do my field work. I was actually there for a Native North American ceremony that was being held near the Mexican border. And I thought, this is where I was going to start my study of curanderismo. So I decided to try to find out if anybody was still practicing it, if it was still in common practice in San Antonio. And I couldn't find anybody at all. The day before I left, I stumbled upon this obscure article that had been written years before that about an anthropologist who had given a lecture at a local library with a practicing curandera. To make a long story short, I met her while she was working at a store that was referenced in the article, spent the day with her, and she became my first teacher. She's known as La Golondrina, and she is featured in a book by that same anthropologist called They All Want Magic. So her name is Bertha or Berta. So she became my first real teacher in curanderismo, not studying it academically, but to learn how to do it. Later on, I had another teacher by the name of Elena Avila, who wrote a book called Woman Who Glows in the Dark, which in my opinion is probably, I think, the best book on the subject. Really, really great book. So I did a one-year apprenticeship with her, continued to learn curanderismo from a number of different practitioners, and eventually met a very close and dear friend of mine, Laurencio Lopez Nunez, from Oaxaca. And I ended up going to Oaxaca, studying curanderismo and the traditional sweat lodge known as a temazcal with him down in Oaxaca. So I set this in. The interesting part of the story for me is that I set this intention in the early 1980s to study curanderismo in San Antonio, Texas, and Oaxaca, Mexico, and many years later, just kind of found my way into all of this, fulfilling that intention that I had set so many years earlier. So, in addition to those practices, in my interest in curanderismo and in indigenous ways in general, I came to study a variety of other healing practices from around the world. I'd like to talk a little bit about one of the beliefs in curanderismo, and in fact, found all over Latin America, that I think is very helpful for us. Now, let me pause at this point to kind of take stock of what I'm saying. We often think about practices like yoga and meditation and many of the things that I mentioned early on as being maybe the external things that we might do to find peace in our lives. In my work with indigenous people, I have found a couple of ways that are maybe a little different than what we normally think of as what leads to peace. And I want to point out one from native North America and one from Mesoamerica or Mexico that I think might be very helpful in us understanding a little bit more about this idea of how do we find peace. Now, it's interesting that we're considering all of this today at a time where the world is in shock over what's going on in the Ukraine. And we ask the question, how can we find peace in our world? A world where it seems like there's constantly war, a world where there is constantly discord all around us. How can we possibly have peace in our world? Well, I think that the story that I'm going to share with you now has the germ of an answer to that question. So, first, I'd like to tell you a story from native North America. It's a story of the Haudenosaunee people, also known as the Iroquois or the Iroquois. And the story that I'm going to tell you, they tell me, is a 10-day story. So I'm going to give you just this much of the story, but it contains some very interesting germs that I hope you'll listen to. I hope you'll consider it and think about how it might apply in your own life. And the story goes like this. The Haudenosaunee people say that the creator, who they call Sangwaya Disu, gave their people 3 original instructions. And they say that they never needed a book like a Bible or a Torah or a Quran. They said all that they needed was the 3 original instructions. And if anybody would follow those instructions, they could live a peaceful life. They could lead a good life with no need for scripture. So what are these original instructions? Well, here they are. Number 1, always be thankful in every day and in every way. In fact, they give a very specific prescription for how to do this. To wake up in the morning before the sun comes up, to look at the sun as it rises and say thank you. Thank you for my life. Thank you for this new day. And what they say about Haudenosaunee prayer is that it never asks for anything. They don't even know what a prayer is to ask for something. The purpose of prayer is to be grateful for what we have. And so before there's any gathering of people to make important political decisions, whatever it is, a big gathering of people, first they do something called the Thanksgiving address, which could take 2 to 3 hours to express the gratitude that we have. Now, what I'm going to suggest is that something profound happens in the collective consciousness of that group of people when they listen to a Thanksgiving address of 2 hours of being grateful for everything that we have in our lives. Because when we're grateful for what we have, we're disinclined to try to take something from somebody else. But when we have a craving for something that someone else has, we want it. We're desperate enough sometimes to take it, even by force. So, what could start as peace in our heart leads to peace in the outer world. A lack of peace in the internal world leads to a lack of peace in the external world. So, that first instruction is to always be thankful. The second instruction is to always treat others with kindness and respect. Now, it sounds simple, and it sounds like something that should be common sense, but we all know what it's like to have somebody not treat us with kindness and respect. And what are the emotions that that causes within us? Well, sometimes it's indignation, sometimes it's anger, sometimes it's rage. I deserve respect, and a willingness to even act on that. So always treat others with kindness and respect. Now, the third one is a little bit complicated. It's to follow the clan system. And I don't want to get off on a tangent about this, but it's a particular type of kinship system, a matrilineal kinship system where the people living in a longhouse are all related on the mother's side. As far as an instruction that we could all follow, the way I would describe it is live in loving community where family members take care of each other, where they extend this concern for one another in all directions. Now, in our story, there was a long period of time where the people followed all three of those original instructions: to always be thankful, to always treat others with kindness and respect, and to live in this web of loving social relations. But just like every other story, there's a problem. And the problem here was honestly laziness, because after a while, the people started to just cut corners. They didn't always say thank you, they didn't always treat others with kindness and respect. And they came to like ignore that clan system. And what happened was a slow erosion of their spirituality. But it eventually led to men who couldn't get along with one another. Now, when they followed their instructions, when there was discord between men, there was also a mechanism for dealing with it. But now that they threw out those instructions, there was nothing but anger and violence, because disputes between men would lead to inter-village disputes, inter-tribal disputes, a time that they call in their history their dark and troubled times. A time when the only way that one person got respect was by being bigger, tougher, meaner, more violent than everybody else. And they came to mistreat their women at this time as well, because the women were viewed as being not as strong as the men. You've probably seen what we call the Mohawk haircut, and that actually comes from these times. Because what the men would do, they believed that their hair was the connection to the creator. And as long as you were connected to the creator, you couldn't perform an act of violence. So the men would cut their hair into this Mohawk haircut to purposely sever the connection with the creator, and to also frighten their enemies. Because the way they looked at it was, I'm going to disconnect myself from the creator. I disconnect myself from my own family. I'm going to leave the concerns of taking care of my wife and my children to go to this bloody war, and go to one after another after another. You can imagine what the message is that I would be sending to other warriors. So it eventually became this entire culture of warfare. And then the story, they say that the rivers ran red with human blood. And it was a time of tremendous suffering among the people. And eventually, they say that the creator, Sangwaya Disu, saw all of this suffering, and he sent a messenger from up above down to the people, that from time to time, there are these 4 sacred beings, and one of them will incarnate into the world in order to put the people back onto the right track. And in fact, some Haudenosaunee people, like Tom Porter, who shared a lot of this with me, says that other sacred teachers of the past have been an incarnation of this same peacemaker. So Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, even Gandhi, Mohammed, that these may be an incarnation of this same peacemaker at different points in time. That when things get really, really bad in the world, that they will be born into the body of a baby who will become a teacher to try to put humanity back on the right track. So this peacemaker begins traveling around the world, or at least that section of the world, trying to convince the warriors to give up their old ways, which was a tough job to do. And there are lots of stories about his challenges along the way, supernatural stories, all kinds of stories about what would eventually happen to him. There's a chapter in it where he meets a woman known as Jigonsa, and he shares with her, among other things, the great law of peace. And one of the things that he shares with her is the difference between the good mind and the quick mind. And what he said was, there is no such thing as good and evil in our world in the way that people think of it. Instead, we as human beings have a choice in every moment of which mind we're going to use, the good mind or the quick mind. The quick mind is quick to become angry, quick to take action, and slow to forgive others. But the good mind is the opposite. The good mind is slow to become angry, slow to take action, but quick to forgive others. What goes along with this is something called 7-generation thinking. Now, this pause to really think about my actions and what will happen is what leads ultimately to peace in our story. Because if I jump to do the first thing, that when a negative emotion hits me with anger, rage, resentment, jealousy, whatever the negative emotion is, if I do what immediately comes to me with that emotion, what happens? Well, I create discord in the world around me, including violence. But if I can pause, if I could take a moment to consider the connection between things, that's the good mind. And 7-generation thinking means I don't act now until I consider what my actions will cause my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, my great-great-grandchildren, my great-great-great-grandchildren. You get the point. 7 generations. Jigonsa heard all of this, and she dedicated her life to spreading this message to others. The peacemaker went on and met a man named Hiawatha, or Iowantha. Now, the two of them eventually convinced the 5 nations who had been warring and killing to unite as one people who became known as the Haudenosaunee, or Iroquois Confederacy, originally 5 nations who later became 6. They brought the people together around a white pine tree called the Tree of Peace. And the peacemaker announced to the people that they would now be under the protection of the boughs of this Tree of Peace. And he dug a hole in the ground at the base of the tree and told the warriors to come forward with their weapons of war and to bury them in a hole in the ground. But maybe even more importantly, he told them to take the hatred that was in their hearts and bury that in the hole in the ground as well. Because it wouldn't be until hatred was removed from their hearts that they could have peace in their lives, and that it would first require forgiveness. Now, this was an important and potent message for Iowantha because his wife and his 7 daughters had all been murdered by an evil leader among their people. And he wouldn't be able to find peace in himself until he did that. So all of these messages are contained in this great law of peace. What does that mean to us? What it means to us is that we learn to cultivate peace within ourselves, in our mind, in our heart, and that we communicate that to the world around us. The way that we act in the world is a reflection of what's going on in our internal state of mind. Now I'd like to share with you something else that I was about to mention earlier. I put it off until now. I want to talk about a concept within curanderismo that's found all over Latin America called susto. And this has a lot to do with how we do or do not find a sense of peace and calm in our lives. Susto is often translated from Spanish into English to mean magical fright. I prefer to call it spiritual fright. And what they say is that when we experience certain types of events, it can include trauma. It's not synonymous with trauma. That fine point is something that would take a little too long to explain. But difficult circumstances, difficult experiences that overwhelm us, what happens is that a splinter of our soul gets left at the place and time where that event took place. For most of us, we can probably remember when the first susto occurred. And the interesting thing to me in my work one-on-one with people, in the work that I do as a healer and a soul coach, is that there's often a connection between various sustos. That when one susto happens, all of a sudden, something thematically similar will happen again, and then again, and again over the course of a lifetime. And what happens with each susto is that we lose a little bit of our vitality. A little bit of our life force gets left behind. Now, susto is actually helpful to us in one way, in the sense that it helps us to deal with the immediacy of a problem. So, in the same way, for example, if you're in a car accident, you might break your leg and not even be aware of it because your body goes into shock as a way of helping you to deal with the immediacy of that problem. And in the same way, on a spiritual level, a splinter of the soul leaves you and stays in that spot because it's just too overwhelming to deal with in that moment. So a little bit of you gets left behind. And if you never deal with the original cause of it, it stays there. Then there's the next susto, and a little bit more of you gets left in another place and time, and then another susto. And you can see how over the course of a lifetime, this can be a loss on every level. So what happens in susto? Well, there are some significant problems that happen with it. For example, you may find a string of what seems like bad luck, or why does the same thing seem to happen to me over and over again? Or you might lose the desire to live. You might feel listless. You might find no enjoyment, no pleasure in anything. Loss of appetite. There's a whole bunch of symptoms that go along with susto. And the good news, though, is that there is a way of dealing with susto. There are a number of practices that are to retrieve the lost parts of the soul. Now, I'd like to share, so I'm going to share a very, very quick activity with everybody to help you to find, I'm not going to call it a susto cure as much as I am going to say that we say that there is often within us a pattern of something that disturbs us, something that ruins our sense of calm, our sense of peace. And I'm going to guide you through a visualization with your eyes closed that will help you to accommodate that, change that in some way about what happened at some point in the past. So for those of you who are willing to try it out with me, I invite you to get comfortable in your chair and Close your eyes if you feel so inclined. And let's just start by taking a few deep breaths, inhalations and exhalations to get even more comfortable in our chair. So take a big deep breath. Inhale and exhale. And another inhalation and exhale. And finally, one more time. Inhale and exhale. And now I invite you to think of your life experiences as taking place on a timeline that is laid out in front of you. And find the place on that timeline that represents the present. And look at where the future leads to, look at where the past comes from. And know that there is a place somewhere on that timeline where the pattern that you're going to look at next actually began. And be aware of whatever the pattern is that you've chosen to look at. Go back all the way to that first experience that you remember, where your sense of calm, your sense of peace was disturbed in some significant way. And ask yourself the question, what was it that was lacking for me in that moment? What did I want in that moment that I didn't have? We call this a resource. So, what resources did I want but that were not available to me? It could be parental love, protection, whatever it is. Assess what it is that you didn't have in that moment. And now we're going to jump up off that timeline. So we come up above it and float all the way back to the present. So that now you find yourself in this present moment, you as the current person that you are. And I'd like you to ask yourself, how can I acquire that resource? In what way have I learned over the course of a lifetime to find that resource for myself? Whatever that resource is, love, confidence, kindness, capability, resilience, flexibility, whatever the resource or series of resources are, think about them. Think about how they are a part of your life today. And we're going to carry those resources with us as we go back to that original event. So now you can see yourself jump above that timeline and go into the past, and now drop into just before the moment of that first experience where your sense of calm and peace was disturbed significantly. And be aware that you have all of those resources with you. And now see yourself step into the action of that moment and see how having those resources changes everything about that event. And take a moment to let that event play out in your mind's eye. You at that age, but with all of the resources of who you are right now, and see how different that outcome is. I'm going to give you a moment to let that movie go and see it unfold for you. And now the question is, how does it feel to have a different outcome in that moment? What is the sense of calm and peace that that brings into your internal life? And how could having those resources make a difference in experiences throughout your lifetime. And now, with a sense of gratitude, let's float up above the timeline and go all the way to the present, carrying all of that positive change with you as you come back into the room right now, into your sense of the here and now in this moment. And I'll ask you to take a deep breath, hold it for a second, and exhale. Take another deep breath, inhale, and exhale. And one more time, still with your eyes closed, take a deep breath, inhale. And one last time, exhale. And then as soon as you are ready to carry all of that positive change with you into the present moment, you can open your eyes refreshed, relaxed, and in a state of deep calm and peace. And with that, with 5 minutes left, I'll ask Celia to come on back and we can address any questions, comments, anything that everybody would like to share.
Okay, I was muted. Sorry about that. I'm back. Thank you, Bob. That was absolutely wonderful. And see, you did great. You did so great with your without your slides.
The slides in my mind.
Yes, yes. You had great slides in your mind. And we added some captions and stuff like that. So thank you very much. I know it was very helpful to so many, and the stories were great. And I'm sure we're all very relaxed after that. Here, when Matt has a comment. Hold on, let me see. It says, love that exercise, super eye-opening.
Oh, thank you, Matt.
And Linda has one. Compassion. That's what was missing. Compassion. That's what missing.
Absolutely.
Compassion. Okay. We don't know what that means, Linda. All
I
right. Okay. She's my sister. I normally would not.
I'd be much more generous than that.
Yes, we need compassion. You're right. It's late. Sorry, Linda. You're right. We do need compassion. And I wasn't very compassionate. Okay, so I'm reaching the state of delirium after 2 full days of programming.
If there are no questions, I have a quick story to close with.
Okay, hit it.
All right. So I was trying to figure out a way to make sense out of our life journey, about what healing has to do with the reason that we as human beings are here on this planet, living in our flesh. And somehow one day when I was trying to figure that out, I all of a sudden got to thinking about Susto, and I got to thinking about a game. Celia, did you ever play Chutes and Ladders when you were a kid?
When I was a kid, I played as a grown-up with my
There you go.
kids.
Okay. So Chutes and Ladders. Now, here's what I found out about Chutes and Ladders. It didn't start out as a children's game. It started out as a game that was played by Hindu monks. And the reason is that they said that when there are challenges along the way on the spiritual path, and Chutes and Ladders was to let you know that there are times in your discipline where you'll shoot up and you'll go to a higher level, and there are times where you'll go down a chute and actually drop down lower. And it was a way of training Hindu monks by playing this game. And I thought, what a great analogy and what a great metaphor for us to understand our own spiritual path. And I put together a game called Sustos that is to be played by a group of people who want to get to know each other better and have conversation about spirituality and healing. And it uses the idea of Chutes and Ladders, but with Sustos and other events in life, events that happen in the various stages of our life progression. and I made it as a board game, and it's available for free on my website. So if you want to try out playing Chutes and Ladders, all you need to do is to download the game. It'll be the board game plus the instructions, and then you'll need a die. So you roll the die and you move your piece, which you could use like penny, nickel, dimes, play it with several people and have fun with it. You could do it by yourself and just kind of see where was a susto that I had. Did I use it as a way to grow? Did it drop me down to a lower level? It's a fun way of looking at and making sense of the events in our life. So if anybody is interested, free copy of it on my website. Go to bobvetter.com and you'll be able to download it. There's also some amazing graphs by our friend Amalia, who will be on with my wife and Celia's sister Maddie a little bit later on tonight. Amalia did some amazing artwork that also describes this journey that we go on, that's there in animation on my website as well. And lots of free resources are there, some videos and an article about healing practices. So if anybody wants to, by all means, come visit bobvetter.com.
Love it. You're a wealth of information and a calming voice. And I'm very grateful to have you not only as my brother-in-law, but to have you join the International Day of Calm.
Wow.
Quite the blessing. Thank you, Bob, so much.
Thank you for being a blessing in my life and everybody else's, Celia. So even though you haven't rested at all, I hope you'll find some calm after all of this.
We will.
Know that you're doing great work for everybody.
Thank you. Love you.
Love you back.
Bye. Okay. So we are going to just take a little quick break before Laura Wiener Kaiser gets on here and just say hello to Keith and Glenda. And I wanted to bring them on because even though their stream, their training, which is very important to watch, it's all about calming the credit chaos, is running in our Facebook group, our YouTube channel, but not running on this stream right here. I just wanted to bring them in because of two things. They're amazing human beings. I love them dearly. And they have been an integral part of getting the International Day of Calm off the ground. So let's welcome back Keith Jowers from Dads for Life and his beautiful wife, Glenda. Hi, guys.
Hi, Celia.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm great. Thank you. I'm actually not. Well, I have had coffee, tea, a lot of coffee and tea. So I'm actually more delirious. You know, I get to a point where I get overtired. I get a little delirious, but we're doing great. And we're just a little offbeat on the time. But I wanted to just ask you guys to really set a framework for your training, calming the credit chaos, because I know there are a gazillion people out there trying to take control of their credit these days. And I think your training is so important.
Well, thank you, Celia. And Glenn and I want to congratulate you and Czar and your team that put all this together. I mean, this is an amazing vision you had. And I mean, the feedback I've been seeing is just really awesome. So yes. I want to thank you. I wasn't feeling well today, so I just stayed in the house and I had you on all day long. Okay?
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Some amazing speakers, weren't there?
Oh, there were actually.
And we still have two more wonderful ones.
Awesome. Yeah. And few of them I knew as well. So, well, hi, Maddie. So, but anyway, I just wanted to just kind of set the stage with you. We're sorry. We had to do that because our internet doesn't always work properly. So we did that safely. And then with that being said, I wasn't feeling really well today. So this would probably not have worked out like everybody else has done, but we got it done. And you're showing it on that side. But we want to tell you that Glenn and I have been, we've been married 35 years. Yep. Wow. I got it right, Celia.
Good. See, you got points for that.
So this September, and we started out just like anybody else, you know, working hard and and spending money as we made money. And we just, before we realized that we're like, in debt and just like anybody else. So in 1999, I'd made a big decision that, hey, we're going to change things. We weren't really hurting. We were just not seeing everything we could. So we just actually refocused everything. I met Dave Ramsey personally. We started with him and got started with his group. And we've taught 32 of his classes and tried to help a lot of families get out of debt because, it's so important that your greatest wealth builder is your income, and especially early on in. But then when you spend it all, 70% of Americans, and I'm sure there's statistics all around the country, live paycheck to paycheck. And, it's not an easy place to be, and it causes a lot of chaos in your life. And
there is no peace and calm.
There is no,
when you have to live paycheck to paycheck and not know if you're going to have money for groceries, or if you're not know if you're going to pay the electrical bill.
Right.
There is
exactly. And it destroys a lot of relationships.
It does. That is
the
number one thing that causes divorces.
Yes, it does.
It's money fights and money issues.
And we can show you. Would you like to see what a jar of not calm in a family looks like? Okay.
Yes, not calm.
Right here. We got over 400 credit cards cut up.
Wow.
Between two jars. We don't make people do this. They wanted to do this over the last 32 classes. So
that is awesome.
There is a better life. There's a better life and better peace that you can have in your life when you don't have the chaos of all the credit over your head.
Absolutely. And thank you for doing that training, because it is super valuable, and can't wait to watch it.
So we have an abbreviated course on our website, Dads for Life, if people want to look that up. If you have any questions, you can email us or whatever. But we're just here to try to help people create, calm in their finances, because once you do, you can give more. And when you give more, it makes you happier, and making you happier makes you more calm, right, Celia?
Absolutely. It's a win-win all across the board. Happiness does equal calm. And just like when I started out with all these speakers, you have to find your calm. It's different for everyone. The stress, the tension is different for everyone. Yes. So where are you irritable? Where are you stressed out? That's what you have to calm down, so that you as a person can be truly calm.
Yes.
So we just encourage you to go and watch that if you have credit chaos in your life, because it will help you, and we have seen it time and time again. I mean, folks in their early 20s and people in their 70s and 80s, and it's just amazing that what it can do in a family if you don't get it under control. So
right. And Linda says the father is Zen Macrobiotics. George Oshawa, I'm saying that right, mentions relieve yourself of the worry of money.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, even in the Bible, it talks about, relieving yourself from the hands of the hunter, and like a gazelle, and you're just running quickly and away from that stuff. So there's a method of doing it. We'll be glad to help anybody that wants that help. But whatever it is, whatever program you get on a program. But
yes,
we do recommend
find that peace in your life.
We do recommend
absolutely
Dave Ramsey's course, but that's the only one because we've seen so many people succeed from it. But we'll be glad
to just reach out to Keith and Glenda right there, because they'll help you.
Well, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for what you're doing.
Love you guys. Thank you so much.
All right.
As we get ready to bring up our next wonderful speaker.
Okay.
Bye, guys. Laura, thank you for being so gracious and giving a few minutes to Glenda and Keith. I greatly appreciate it. And I'm excited that you're here. And I want to tell everybody a little bit about you, if that would be okay, before you start your class. And then I see your slides are uploaded, so we'll add that once, I'll leave, and then I'll come back at the end. Yeah. So let's hear about Laura Wiener Kaiser. How to live a life without regret. Pretty important. With over 11 certifications ranging from body mechanics, personal training, nutrition, human behavior, and mindset, Laura uses her empathic skills to connect with the audience of her clients to share a revolutionary understanding of what being healthy truly means. Laura's passion and energy empowers people to let go of an old and outdated understanding of health, to make way for a way of living that embodies health, leading with the mind. Laura's authenticity radiates compassion and understanding, having struggled with her own health most of her life, making her message impactful and relatable. She is dedicated to helping people, all people, live healthy. We welcome you, Laura, to the International Day of Calm.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I love this whole idea, and I can't think of a more important thing to bring into our day-to-day lives than calm in such a busy world.
Exactly. Don't you think this world needs it, doesn't it?
Oh my gosh, it's one of the main things I end up coaching on is, it's okay to not do sometimes.
Yeah.
You're forced to sleep for a reason.
Exactly. That's a great, that alone, it's okay to not do.
Yeah.
All right. So Laura, I'm going to add the stream. I see in the backstage, it's not on your slides. It's on us. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to add that in, then I'm going to leave. You're going to take the stage and I'll be back at the end.
Beautiful.
And you're on. Sorry about that.
We good to go?
Yes, you may go. You're on the stage. Go, Laura.
So, thank you, Celia, for the wonderful introduction. And I am very excited to help people learn to live without regret, because it is definitely something that has changed my life. And by working through the steps that I'm about to talk about, it's almost impossible not to embody a space of peace and center, because when you do the work on yourself, you're allowed to let go of so much of the baggage that really creates regret, doubt, and stress in your life. So let's dive in. Have you ever seriously considered what you would tell your younger self? If you were given the opportunity to go back and give your younger self advice, what would you tell them that would change their world? I found myself pondering this question late in 2021. Funny enough, 2020 wasn't nearly as challenging for me as 2019 was. For in 2019, I was experiencing a lot of big life pivotal moments, one of which was getting married. All my life, my role was the peacekeeper and the people pleaser. I lived my life based on others, how they felt, what they needed, etc. It left me with a lot of anxiety and a lot of stress. I was never able to trust my own instincts, and I attached my sense of worth to my work ethic, which meant I worked way too long and had no sense of capacity of where my limits were. But I was determined to have a different experience on my wedding day, and it nearly killed me. It was about 6 months before my wedding when I started having suicidal thoughts. Ironically, it was one of the lowest moments of my life that kind of gave birth to the greatest gift I found thus far. Through a string of events, I found coaching, and that jump-started my learning for the next 2 years, opening my mind and heart, ultimately freeing me from the cage my mind had trapped me in. I found a new way of living, one filled with purpose and a sense of peace. So when that question popped up in my mind on my drive to the gym one morning, I was specifically thinking of that girl, the one who wanted to end her life, and what I might tell her. My answer was, break your conditioning, say what you mean, and live how you want to feel. This is what I would tell her. Our brain is our most powerful muscle. It has the power to influence us to lead a life we love or suffer through the life we have. But we haven't been taught how to use it or why it's so hard to change. Sometimes it makes me feel like all of humanity is in a movie, programmed to believe certain things and act certain ways and fit in. And if you don't do those things, then you don't fit in. And it creates a culture where we're afraid to be different. But we're all different, whether we want to recognize it or not. So then the question becomes, what is it costing us by ignoring our own differences? Our conditioning is established primarily by the age of 8. That is when our subconscious mind is absorbing anything and everything, running the show. During this phase, this is when what we believe to be true about ourselves, others, in the world is established. Then our frontal cortex wakes up and starts to filter the information to confirm these beliefs. Our brain consumes about 74 gigabytes of data every day. That's about the same amount as a highly educated person reads in their entire life. But it doesn't absorb it all. It filters it. Do you ever question whether your filter needs an upgrade or how your filter even determines what it chooses to absorb? What I've grown to understand about our mental filter is its main purpose is to weed through the information we gather to select information that confirms what we believe, that we're right. It provides our brain with a sense of safety. The sad truth is, we've been conditioned so that most of us are too afraid to do the work within ourselves to actually see what's true for us and see what society has ingrained in us. If that's true, and the beliefs that most of us operate under are established primarily by the age of 8, then that means we are going through life filtering information to confirm the 8-year-old inside of us is right. Comment in the chat, who here believes that they're a little bit smarter than they were when they were 8 years old? I might have to exit my slides to see your answer for a second. Anyone here believe that they're smarter than they were when they were 8? Right, of course we were smarter than we were when we were 8. Which takes me to the second question. Do we need to upgrade our filter? What came to mind was what doesn't benefit from an upgrade. Machinery, organizations, hell, even water filters need an upgrade. So what would make me believe we wouldn't benefit from an upgrade? After answering those two questions, my message was clear. Upgrades are definitely beneficial, especially if I'm walking around with a filter that confirms the beliefs I'm not even completely aware of that were understood in my brain by the age of 8. So where do we get started? If we want to challenge our beliefs, we first have to be able to recognize them, and that wasn't taught to us. But you probably have an idea if you listen to yourself. Your mind is constantly talking to you, whether you recognize that or not. What thoughts do you hear most often? What's the pattern amongst those thoughts? Is there a consistent feeling that comes with them? For example, one of the most common limiting beliefs that I'm going to use as an example throughout the rest of the talk is, I'm not enough. As a reformed not enougher, I was able to recognize my pattern at the gym, with my weight, with my work, and within my relationship. At the gym, I would hear, you should have worked out harder, aka you didn't work hard enough. At work, it sounded like you're not smart enough, or you didn't work hard or long enough. Within my relationship, it sounded like you aren't taking enough loving actions. If he doesn't feel my love, then that must mean I'm not doing enough. When it came to my weight, I couldn't escape it. I remember waking up every morning, going to the bathroom, turning sideways, and grabbing my lower belly and shaming myself. Pretty crappy way to start my day. And there's one morning I remember doing the same shameful routine, but this morning I looked up and I saw all of my ribs within my rib cage. Now, I knew something was wrong because my thought was still, I'm not thin enough. And that's the problem with not enough. Once you identify your patterns and repetitive thoughts, then you get to upgrade your filter. This is accomplished via questions. You've probably heard people say, think positively, which might be temporarily nice, but when it's not aligned with how you're feeling or what's going on the inside, it doesn't really create change because it's not believable to your body. However, if you ask yourself a question, your brain, which is a problem-solving machine, will be able to come up with an organic answer that is genuine and authentic and thus believable. So the question I had to ask myself was, do I believe I am enough? And if not, then what is enough? It was a follow-up question that really got me. I sat with that question for multiple days. And honestly, I was never able to come up with an answer. So I posed a different one to myself. What makes me believe I'm not enough right now? The answer that came up was, well, you're not where you want to be. Which, of course, led me to another question. How do I know where I want to be? Isn't not being where I want to be just another way of saying not enough? Who determines where I want to be to begin with? And then it struck me. There's no such thing as enough. Enough is an invisible finish line we keep chasing, convincing ourselves when we reach it, then we will be happy. But we never end up reaching it. It's a mirage. So I decided to try on a new belief. I started practicing believing that I am enough and thought I'd see what happened. Needless to say, I have not gone back. Considering all this started by me asking, what would I tell my younger self? There's a key piece of information that you need to understand before upgrading your beliefs. I believe John Assaraf says it best. He described beliefs as thoughts, patterns, habits, and feelings that are repeated. Thus, if you're going to upgrade your beliefs, you need to be conscious around your thoughts, feelings, habits, and patterns. Your filter is going to automatically sift through information to confirm you're not enough because that's what you're currently believing. All of that is subconscious and automatic, meaning you can't control your first thought, but you can control your second thought. By being conscious and choosing your second thought, that is how you get to upgrade your beliefs and upgrade your filter. Your second thought needs to be a question to challenge the evidence where the answer to the first question disproves the first thought. Let me say that again. Your second thought needs to be a question to challenge the evidence where the answer to the question disproves the first thought. So let me give you an example. Let's say you do believe you're not enough, and you get that gut-wrenching feeling that you hear the thought, you should have worked out harder. Your second conscious, powerful thought might be, how do I know my workout was hard enough? Lodge that question to your brain, and your brain will authentically come up with an answer. Or if you have the thought, if only I would have made X amount of calls and followed up with these people, then I would have hit my numbers. Your second conscious and powerful thought might sound like, what facts prove that if I did that, I would have hit my goals? Or what's another reason I didn't hit my numbers that has nothing to do with my performance? Do you see how these questions challenge the limiting thought? This will create cognitive dissonance, making your old belief wiggle out. And now we get to understand how we need to implant your new belief so we can update the old into the new. So as you wiggle out the old, you implant the new. When selecting a new belief, there's one requirement. Your brain has to believe it. So an obvious updated belief from not feeling like you're enough might be, I am enough. But if you don't believe that, you might have to start with a neutral, more bridging belief. It might sound something like, I'm human, and that means sometimes I get things right and sometimes I get things wrong. Your brain can probably believe that. Navigate your mind to help determine what your mind is willing to believe at that time. But for now, let's imagine that you can believe you are enough. Remembering that beliefs are thoughts, patterns, habits, and feelings that are repeated, then you need to make a conscious effort, maybe even schedule it in, to search your day for evidence proving you are enough. As you're transitioning, wiggling out the old and implanting the new, you're going to have to play both sides of the field. What I mean by that is you're going to have to recognize the thoughts attached to the old limiting belief and use your second conscious, powerful thought to implant your new belief by asking a challenging question that'll wiggle it out, implanting your new belief, and then searching your day for the evidence to support that new belief. Whew. I know, this sounds like work. And honestly, it is. But breaking your conditioning and being the creator of your new beliefs can change your entire state of being to embody a peaceful and grateful presence. And please know that you don't have to do this alone. For anyone who is interested, I'm happy to offer them a free session to help get you started. All you got to do is email me at laura@changebychallenge.com, which I will also provide later. But for now, let's recap this section. Our mental conditioning is established by the age of 8. During this time, what we believe to be true about ourselves, others, and the world is established. After 8, our frontal cortex wakes up and starts to filter information from the world and absorbs the information that confirms what we believe. In order to change our beliefs, we need to be able to recognize them. Listen to the common thought patterns that you end up hearing. Then ask yourself challenging questions, phrased so the answer creates reasonable doubt. This will create cognitive dissonance. Then you'll be able to implant your new believable belief and search for as much new evidence and proof to support your new belief as possible. So now let's move on to the second piece of the puzzle. The second piece of advice I had for myself was say what you really mean. As a reformed people pleaser and approval seeker, I never realized how out of my body I was. As I've connected with my authentic self, I recognize my patterns when I'm talking and how they're impactful or not impactful. One thing I think we can all agree on is life is precious. Probably why you're here, so you can find a way to be more calm. Thus, I think it's so important that we are specific and intentional with how we show up each and every day. When I was 25, I read a quote that changed my life, and it helps me stay true to myself to this day. It goes, if you had 60 seconds left to live, who would you call? What would you say? And why are you waiting? That one hit my heart. So I texted my mom a very long, loving message about how much she means to me. Her reaction, she calls me, what's wrong and who hurt you? I had to explain to my mom that nothing was wrong and that I genuinely just felt that way about her, which of course led her to tears. Upon reflection, that interaction made me sad because what I realized is the only time in my life where I'd been able to get my mom, who is one of my best friends, to truly understand how grateful I am and how much I love her is when something was wrong with me. That may have been my pattern in the past, but I didn't want it to be my pattern moving forward. I made a choice in that moment that I wanted to make sure the people in my life knew how much they meant to me and that I would communicate specifically with meaning. My family and friends had to get used to more emotional expressions, which of course made them uncomfortable at first, but they can't deny that they did feel closer to me. And when I applied my meaning communication at work, it was like people were moving mountains for me, and I discovered this lucky charm. What I've noticed through working as a health and life coach is how loosely people use powerful words. It's as if we accept the societal definition of what we think others think it means. But what do you mean? There are some really important words out there like love, trust, awareness, stress, calm, and we add so much meaning to them. But what do you actually mean? This really became apparent to me once I started dating my husband. I remember the first time he said, I love you, like it was yesterday. I had surprised him by reserving a conference room in my building, making him a 3-course meal, having some candles and music playing, and I went to the Cheesecake Factory to get his favorite dessert, and it probably helped that I was wearing a rather sexy red dress. We ate and laughed, and I remember feeling filled with love. Then he reached across the table, grabbed my hand, looked deep in my eyes, and said, I love you. I could tell you every detail, what I was wearing, where we were, what we ate. Now, we've been together 7 years. He has said I love you a lot, but I've noticed as the time has gone on, I don't feel the same impact. I don't even remember the first time he said I love you as my husband. And this got me curious. So I started to consider my own expression of love, and I asked myself what I mean when I say I love you. As I mindfully observed myself, I learned that for me, I love you means many different things. There are days I love my husband for knowing me better than I know myself and giving me space even if I don't ask for it. There are days I love him because he has the courage to be open and vulnerable, and that allows me to feel close and connected. And there are days I love him because he chooses to help me around the house, which makes me feel like an equal and respected. Now, like all marriages, we have arguments. And as I listened, sometimes it didn't make sense to me. It was as if he didn't truly understand just how much I love him. So I ran an experiment. For the past 8 months, when I say I love you to him, I now include what I mean. Let me tell you what's happened. My love for him, I'm more connected with. It feels deeper within myself because every time I say I love you, I add what I mean by saying I love you. My husband's expressed that he feels more appreciated, loved, and feels like he understands me more. Plus, as a happy coincidence, after feeling how much my loving expression impacted him, he started to do the same thing back to me. This got me thinking about other areas of my life and the language I use versus the meaning I'm trying to deliver. And here's what I've learned. We are feeling-based people. Everything we do is chasing or running from a feeling. We subconsciously attach a predicted feeling to every experience we have. We want to lose weight so we can feel happy or confident. We overwork so we can feel accomplished, successful, or worthy. I also learned that we are meaning-making machines. Everyone here could look at the same set of circumstances and come up with a different meaning based on our previous life experience. For example, when my husband and I first started dating, he wasn't too helpful with the house. To some people, that wouldn't have mattered as much. But to me, I don't really love cleaning, so it mattered. It made me feel undervalued and unappreciated because I was making it mean he didn't respect me or my time. Was he intentionally leaving dishes in the sink thinking, I don't care about her. I don't respect her time. Of course not. But that's what I was making it mean. Who here has ever done something like that where they've attached a meaning and it wasn't true? Maybe you thought someone was mad at you, but really they lost their phone. Maybe someone was late and you got worried, but really the train was late and they got held up, or maybe there was an accident. We attach so much meaning and try to tell ourselves a story so that we can feel safe. We attach this meaning without awareness of doing so. So our brain can automatically process and interpret the information based on our conditioning so we get that feeling of safety. So on one hand, we are feeling-based people, and on the other, and who try to make meaning of everything. And on the other, we deeply crave true belonging and connection. Those seem to conflict. So how do we move forward? Here's what's become clear. When you speak with intention and elaborate on what you're saying by adding a little bit more clarity, aka saying what you really mean, the impact and connection you feel will exceed your wildest dreams. It's an opportunity to stop rushing through your day-to-day and communicate more effectively, authentically, and genuinely with the other people you're communicating with in your lives. And that's exactly what we do. We get so caught up in the urgency and the busyness that we forget we're communicating with another person. And that's actually what is important. But let me demonstrate just how impactful saying what you mean really is. I'm going to say what I mean right now. And as you hear both expressions, I want you to consider which impacts you more. Ready? Thank you for staying and listening to me today. That's number one. Number two, I want to say thank you for participating and listening to myself and the other speakers at the Day of Calm. If you're here, it's probably because you're looking for more calm in your life, which means you're probably a little stressed, which means your time is very valuable and you chose to spend it here with us, with me. I'm not going to speak for all the other speakers, but I know personally, I feel very grateful that you took the time to listen to me, listen to my talk, and hopefully you'll be able to learn something that will help you move forward. So what do you think? Which of my expressions was more meaningful? The second one, right? For what it's worth, I meant every word. So that quote that changed my life, I tweaked it. If you had 60 seconds left to live, who would you call? What would you say? What do you mean with what you say? And why are you waiting? I know it doesn't roll off the tongue as smoothly, but ultimately it sends the same message and maybe a more important one. But let's recap this part. What we choose to say and how we choose to communicate what we mean is its own superpower. We use language without having a clear understanding of what some of these powerful words really truly mean to us. We are feeling-based people. We can't escape that. It's neurological. We attach a predicted feeling subconsciously to everything we do. It's our hidden driver, our motivation. We also make meaning of every moment in our lives to give our psychology a sense of safety. We tell ourselves a story about the circumstances based on our previous life experience. Slow down and remember you're speaking to another feeling-based, meaning-making human, and expand your communication to provide clarity about what you mean to enhance connection and minimize miscommunication. Just with those two pieces alone, my younger self would be blown away and already so much calmer, but I had more advice for her. Live how you want to feel. I can pretty much imagine my younger self looking at me skeptically like, what the hell are you talking about? As you heard me say earlier, we are feeling-based people, always attaching a subconscious feeling to what we are doing. With my coaching business, every time when I ask someone why they want to achieve their goal, the first answer every time is because it will make me feel blank. Insert the predicted emotion. When I ask them how they know that that will be true and that's what they'll feel, I can pretty much see their mental filter trying to process the data to confirm what they believe. What's become clear is we don't really know how we feel. We tend to know when things make us feel good or bad, but that's kind of the extent of our emotional expression. We've been so conditioned to believe that emotions are bad when they're not. They're neither good nor bad. It's how we think about them that's really giving them their power. Think about this. When we feel sadness or anger, it's like we can't escape those emotions. When we feel happiness, it's like we can't hold on to it. So why the difference? Well, how often do you actually try to avoid happiness? Most people would say never. But when it comes to anger or sadness, we try to avoid it, and somehow that means we can't escape it. So it's really how we think about our emotions that gives them their power and creates our emotional experience. The truth is, emotions are the language of the body. They act as our internal GPS. They're neither good nor bad. They guide us to tend to whatever is generating the feeling to begin with. I like to think of emotions like a tummy ache. When you get a tummy ache, you go on a decoding mission, trying to find the culprit responsible for this discomfort. Emotions are similar. When we get the signal, the intention of the emotion is to catch our awareness. Now that it has your awareness, take a moment and visit your internal world to decode the message the emotion is trying to communicate. If you feel sad, maybe someone said something that reminded you of how you were scolded as a kid. Maybe if you're angry, you need to feel out where you're feeling misunderstood or not heard. With a tummy ache, armed with the new information about what caused the discomfort, you're less likely to put yourself back in that same circumstance. When you take a moment to decode your emotions, like a tummy ache, the discomfort doesn't feel pointless because you end up learning something and it shines a light on an area that isn't being taken care of. I believe Hal Elrod said it best. All negative emotions are self-created by the degree of resistance we have to our reality. So, when you are feeling those negative, low-hanging emotions, notice, what are you actually resisting or fearing? We tend to be quite aware of our negative emotions, the ones we don't enjoy experiencing, the ones we try to change the experience of, because we end up focusing on them, causing the emotion itself to amplify. But let me ask you this. Who here has ever gone on a road trip? Yeah, everyone, right? When you went on the road trip, did you know where you were going before you left? Right, most people do. How can you go on a road trip if you don't know where you're actually going? It would leave you driving in circles. But that's exactly what we do with our emotions. We know some dead-end roads, some emotional paths not to take, but we're not really clear on where we do want to go. One of the most powerful coaching exercises I use with clients is I have them connect 3 powerful emotion words to everything they do so they can better understand what activities and people create certain emotional energies in their life. It's an opportunity to retrain your brain and shift your focus, putting you back in the driver's seat. We're attaching predicted emotions subconsciously regardless. Why not become more aware of what's creating these emotions so you can choose what you do based on how you want to feel? So often we get stuck in, I don't want to, and then we get angry, judge, bully, and shame ourselves for not doing what we don't want. But a lot of times, if we focus on how we're going to feel, whether we want to or not, isn't the main purpose. The main reason these things are goals to begin with is because we want to have a feeling that we're associating with achieving the goal. Take exercise, for example. When people exercise, they almost never regret it. but the actual act of getting up and going feels insurmountable some days. That's because we focus on the hard part, making it harder and harder. But if you can connect 3 powerful emotion words like energized, confident, and empowered, then you can retrain your brain to focus on the good. Let me demonstrate. Every morning, I wake up at 4 a.m. because I have a client at 6 a.m. And if I want to get my movement in, that's when it has to be. The first thought for months was, ugh, I don't want to get out of bed. You know, sleep is really important too, Laura. I would try and judge and bully myself into working out, and ultimately I missed several. But now, practicing everything I've talked about with you thus far today, my conscious, powerful second thought is you could stay in bed, but if you work out, then you're going to feel energized, confident, and empowered. And before you know it, I'm up and on my way. When I focus on how good it makes me feel, I've yet to miss one workout. The same works with food. If you come home after a long, stressful day and the last thing you want to do is cook, but you know you feel lighter, proud, and hopeful when you eat healthy versus guilty, ashamed, and frustrated when you eat unhealthy, it sheds a different light into the decision-making process, making it easier to choose how you want to feel. If you haven't heard it before, what you focus on grows. Thus, we need to shift our focus away from the challenges and the hard stuff we don't like and connect with the positive, powerful emotions we get from taking action in alignment with who we want to be. When you get clear on how things make you feel and have the awareness of what you're currently feeling, you can build a life where you are proactively generating the emotions you want. Why chase a feeling you might not get when you can choose a feeling you've already proven to yourself to feel? There's no sense in resisting life's challenges. They will happen regardless of your resistance. All your resistance is doing is making your experience of the challenge miserable. But the truth is, overcoming challenges makes you greater, more capable, more confident, more resilient. So the question becomes, as you become greater, do you want to suffer through it or thrive? It's a choice. If you are ready to thrive through your journey, I encourage you to scan the QR code and download the handout. It will give you clear instructions on how you're currently looking at your life and thinking about your life that may be holding you back or creating stress. But let's highlight the final piece of this puzzle. We've been conditioned to believe that our emotions are bad or weak, which is incorrect. Our emotional depth tends to be summarized by charges, positive versus negative. Emotions are the language of the body and act as our internal GPS intended to guide us to whatever needs our attention. We need to decode our emotional signals like we do a tummy ache to understand the need. We need to expand our emotional awareness beyond what we don't like and become aware of what we'd like to feel instead. Connecting 3 powerful emotion words to the activities and people in your life act like an emotional anchor in your brain, making it easier for your brain to find that emotion again. This allows you to retrain your brain to focus on taking action based on how you want to feel rather than what you want to do. And as I mentioned earlier, if you do want extra support or if you do want that free session, I encourage you to email me at laura@changebychallenge.com. So there you have it. Break your conditioning so you can rewire your brain to be in alignment with who you are, not who people tell you you should be. This means you need to observe your thoughts and identify your limiting beliefs. Once you do, ask yourself challenging questions each time you hear the limiting thought. That will create cognitive dissonance, then implant your new belief and confirm that belief with new evidence. Say what you mean, because life is too short and you have the power to impact the people in your life, especially the people you love, if you provide some clarity to the message you want to deliver. In my opinion, one of the worst moments is when you lose someone you love and you have that feeling where you wish you could have told them how much you love them and how you feel. Now is your time. That means you first have to understand what these powerful words and emotions mean to you. Learn to connect more deeply within yourself, within your feeling world, so you can generate more connections and live with purpose. And finally, live how you want to feel. You're chasing a feeling anyways. Understand how things in your life make you feel so you can create the life where you take action based on how you want to feel. Start connecting your 3 powerful emotion words to your daily activities so you can start to understand the energy your activities are bringing into your life so you can create an internal balance. When you do that, you become the designer of your life, choosing how you want to feel. In a weird way, I'm grateful for my struggles back in 2019 because it woke me up from a stress-induced coma and allowed me to start living my life without regret, but with purpose. I've come to accept that struggling is part of life. However, applying what I've been able to teach you here today really freed me from the mental cage that I'd been trapped in and has really supported so many of my clients. Understanding that struggling is part of life doesn't say anything to the energy within your struggle. Like I said, you can resist it and suffer through it, or you can recognize it's part of life. It will make you greater and focus on that energy. But please know that I am here to help support anyone who is ready for change. If you ever need any support, please just shoot me an email at laura@changebychallenge.com. So here is my challenge that I extend to you. Ask yourself, what are the 3 pieces of advice that you'd give to your younger self that you believe would change their world? And truly do this exercise. Because what's ironic is when you identify the 3 pieces of advice that you'd give your younger self, you're also recognizing what you currently find most valuable and impactful in your life. So I wanted to leave a little bit of time for questions. Does anybody have any questions?
Hi, Laura. What
Hi,
a wonderful presentation. Linda said she loves the 3 words idea.
Thank you. Quickly, you can Google a feeling wheel. That's what I had up on the slide. It's also what I have right here. Because it's kind of like when you know when you're driving and you're trying to find the right type of music, you don't really know, but when you hear it, you're like, yeah, that's what I want to listen to. Because our emotional depth does tend to be a little more limited, having the feeling wheel to kind of be like, oh yeah, I am feeling nervous or I am feeling longing helps you to navigate and expand your emotional depth.
It was a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful presentation. And I will tell you, I screenshotted a couple of your slides.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy. That's the whole point. It's a very rewarding journey I've been able to come on from being so addicted to stress as a space of trying to prove my sense of worth to understanding that worthiness isn't something you achieve. It's something that's within your heart. And once you feel that, it really releases a lot of pressure.
It does. We grow up, and depending on how we're raised and how we grow, we wind up thinking we're not worthy of anything. And you're worthy of everything.
Absolutely. Like one of the things I ask my clients is, when does a child stop being worthy? I've yet to have one actually be able to give me an answer, because how can you actually answer that? But the whole other side of the notion is if we're really believing that our sense of worth is achieved, then that means people who aren't achieving as much of us, we're also believing isn't as worthy. And I don't believe most people feel that way. It's just a difference of when you're in the seat of center.
Exactly. Well, oh wait, hold on. Matt has a comment. Exactly.
I completely agree, Matt. Just no existing.
Yep. I completely agree. And so, Laura, I don't know if we have any other questions. I will I mean, you gave so much information. I feel kind of awkward asking you this, but I've asked everybody else. So
Go ahead.
So before you leave us, is there one more tip amongst the 9,000 other tips that you gave us that you didn't mention that you think would be something really good to share with everyone that's watching or listening?
Yes, actually. Because I try not to overwhelm people with information, which I don't know if I did that or not, but
no, you didn't.
It's about inside problems and inside solutions versus outside problems and outside solutions. So Celia, be my demonstration if you would. If you were feeling back pain, would you go to a physical therapist or a social worker?
I always feel back pain. I have scoliosis.
Oh.
But I don't always, because I have this new chair and it's been so great. It's so nice. Would I go to a physical therapist or a social worker?
Right.
A physical therapist.
Right. Outside pain, outside solution. If you were feeling depressed, would you go to a physical therapist or a social worker?
Is there a third choice? No. I guess if I was I asked a social worker because they have many skills.
Right. Inside problem, inside solution. Right. When we mix and match the inside and the outside, that's when we get dissatisfied, and that's what creates a lot of stress. So many people who are trying to achieve their sense of worth through work or through their body image, those are outside solutions to an inside problem. Thus, it won't truly satisfy what you're searching for. So we create so much of our stress because we're trying to satisfy an internal feeling, but we're trying with an external outside solution. When we can understand, like, wait a minute, this is an inside problem. Okay, what would be an inside solution to this? That will help you actually satisfy the needs you're not adhering to at the moment.
Absolutely. Makes perfect sense, and yet not so easy for people to realize.
No. Well, I mean, society just has us focused so much on shiny objects outside of us and all the world that we believe our internal map is just conditioned to understand this is the stuff we need to be there, wherever there is, happy, confident, successful, whatever the word is for the individual. But
It
all
is.
of it's in your feeling world.
It's like the one thing that drives me crazy is when people say living the life, like as if there is a life that is put before everyone and that's what you're achieving. Why aren't you living your life? Live your
What
life.
does that even mean to people?
Right.
Isn't that,
It's
like,
got to
that's
mean something different to everyone. Don't live whatever the life is. Live your life
and understand what that
and
means.
define it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's the
Exactly.
whole, like, speaking what you mean and understanding what you mean is so powerful, because there's so many people, when you ask them to define what enough is, what their dream life is, we only know where we don't want to be. We don't know where we want to go. We don't know
Right.
where we want to be. And that's really what's stunting a lot of our progress.
And a lot of us, we don't know what we don't know. And when I talk to parents and I talk about, letting children know when they're doing good and start noticing more good, don't just say good job. Good job what? What does that mean?
Right.
Just
right.
like you say, elaborate. You did a great job helping me wash the dishes. You
Mhm.
did a great job making your whatever it is.
Mhm.
Show the behavior that you're proud of. Don't just blanketly say, good job, team, good job.
Right. Right. Because it
Be
just loses its
specific.
meaning. Yeah. And
Exactly.
ultimately, we all seek approval stemming from our childhood. But if we understand at work, you did great. I really appreciate the work you did on X, Y, and Z. It made so-and-so and so-and-so's job way easier because you were efficient. That person now has context of, okay, because I did these things, it helped in this capacity versus just check a box.
Exactly. And it tells a person what behaviors they're doing that are the ones that are working.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It helps, reassure that action that you took, that thing you did, that was what was really great. And
Yeah.
it gives them reason to do it more often.
And if there's in a meeting and you get that compliment, the other parties who aren't receiving the compliment now understand the behaviors that do receive the compliments and know how to focus their growth to achieve the desired approval.
Absolutely. It's so important. So important. And so important between two people.
Mm.
I always say, be appreciative of your partner. Let them know when they do things that make you feel good. Don't take it all for granted. Don't just assume, oh, they know. How many? I don't have to say I love you. I don't have to say thank you for doing something. I actually had a client, and because parents will always say to me, I want my children to be well-mannered. And my first question is, do you use your manners? This is my very first question. And my answers will be sometimes. And then I'll go, well, your children will use their manners sometimes. And I had this one couple that said, we've been married so long, we don't use our manners. I mean, I've been married a total of a lot of years, 40, something like that. 42, 44, I don't know how many, a lot of years. I have never not used my manners in all those years. If I ask my husband for something, I say please. I say thank you. I use my manners. Be kind. Be compassionate.
Yeah.
Show somebody you appreciate that they're there in your life. And tell them why.
Yeah. Just because they've been there for a while doesn't mean they don't deserve the same love, appreciation, respect, and compassion. If anything, I think they've earned more of it.
More, right? Because they put up with you for so long.
Right. But we just get so comfortable that we need those drop-in moments to really live purposefully so we can let the people know how we feel. Because I swear, that feeling where you lose someone and you feel like there's something left unsaid is the absolute worst. And yeah, it might
never get it back.
People feeling that appreciation, but they'll get over the weirdness. And at the end of the day, you're going to feel more connected. So
exactly. It will always make you stronger.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Well, thank you, Laura. Such a pleasure having you. And I hope you'll come back next year and the year after and the year after and the year after, because this is never ending. Because pretty sure the world will be neat and calm forever. I mean, and I'm just hoping that this one day, will make people feel wonderful and they will keep it going. So thank you for being a part of the International Day of Calm. And I really appreciate your time and your effort putting into all of this. I know everyone that heard it and that hears it as it stays up to be heard will enjoy it and learn from it and grow from it.
Well, thank you. It was truly my honor to be able to participate. And I love that you keep doing this. And I hope that I get to be back next year as well.
Guarantee it.
All right. Have a great one.
Thanks, Laura. Take care. Bye-bye. All right. So we are 3 minutes to our last session, but not really our last session, because once this session is over, guys, I am going to do my final bit to say goodbye to the International Day of Calm that I have worked so hard. I want to cry. I've worked so hard on this. Anyway, we're not crying. Okay, good thing my sister's next. Anyway, I told Zara, she lives in the Philippines. I'm like, how are we going to have a party and go out to dinner after this is all done? You're so far away. Anyway, Andrea's in New York. They're all backstage. But let's talk about what's coming up next. And I have two really amazing people in here. And one of them is my sister. And she has lived with me ever since my birth. However, I have not lived with her ever since her birth. Why? Because she's older. But I am truly always amazed with her. I am always in awe of what she does. I write poetry like Dr. Seuss. She writes amazing poetry that she's going to share with you very soon. And I am always grateful that I was blessed to have her as my sister. So let me tell you about Maddie Cheers. And you know what, Amalia? I don't have anything to tell about Amalia. So Amalia, you're going to have to tell about yourself, because this is my last little blurby thing. I got nothing under my blurby thing. Okay, so let's hear about Maddie Cheers. Maddie. Her class tonight is mandala meditation for people who can't sit still and be quiet. Maddie Cheers is a wisdom activist, the sum total of all the stories that made up her life to this point. She is the founder of the Women's Oneness Project, which is dedicated to bringing women together to discuss major issues and even minor concerns in a respectful, open-hearted, open-minded manner. She is a graduate of Towson State University with a BS in theater arts and currently works as a storyteller and cultural arts instructor, focusing on Native American teachings. Maddie has led spiritual women's circles for the last 15 years, following the ritual of her adopted Native American Lenape family. I didn't even bring Maddie up. Let's bring her up.
Hello.
To be able to sit with Native American elders and teachers for the last 25 years has been one of the greatest blessings of my life, says Maddie. Maddie, welcome to the International Day of Calm.
Celia, thank you.
You're so welcome.
You know,
We
actually,
kind of sound the same.
our friend John Stokes, who is the head of the tracking project, once described my poetry as Dr. Seuss for the soul.
Maybe that's it. I don't know.
That's-
I'm more Dr. Seuss.
We have that thing going on. Is Amalia here yet? Did we?
Amalia is here, and I'm going to bring her to the stream.
And I'm going to apologize, Amaya. I thought that Czar had your bio because I sent her your bio. So there's Amalia.
Well, that's all right, because you know what, Amalia? I'm going to say you're amazing. You're a wonderful artist. And then I'm going to say, so tell us more about you, Amalia.
Sure. So yeah, I am amazing. I know. And yes, I'm an artist and I'm an illustrator and a graphic designer. I work a lot in the spiritual community and with people in the holistic business. And I've been doing a lot of work with people who are grieving, who from loss or from death, creating custom-made paintings for people. I just started that new business called Visual Remedies, and it's the ball is rolling here. But I'm just so happy to be here, sharing just one aspect of the art that I do, which is collaborating with other artists.
Well, we're happy to have you here, and I've seen some of your art, and it's mind-blowing.
Thank you.
I love you, but yet calming.
But yet mind-blowing and calming at the same time. Who knew?
I'm a little delirious.
It's okay. Laughter is the best medicine, right?
Laughter is the best medicine. And Zara, you should have done this. And now I'm gonna put your slides on the screen. I'm going to leave and go backstage. Please, everyone watching, share this out. It's our final class. It's gonna be awesome. And then I will have closing remarks for our day. Are you guys ready?
We are ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, here comes that, and here goes me.
Thank you, Celia.
So thank you, Celia. And thank you, everybody who's watching. So mandala meditation. So I actually wanted to start by telling you how I came to this. First, we all have this concept of meditation, that it's sitting, being quiet, and that's it. That's the only kind of meditation. And in my personal opinion, unless you were raised in a Hindu or Buddhist tradition, you're going to have a really hard time with this. I know I did. Because the first thing they tell you to do is listen to your breath. Not that this isn't a great thing when you can master it. And then if a thought enters your mind, let it go. So for me, my meditation is like, a thought has entered my mind. Okay, I'm letting it go. I'm back to my breath. Wait, there's that thought. Okay, I have to let that one go. Okay, now there's another thought. All right, I got to let that one go. Wait, another thought, letting it go. There's many kinds of meditation, and not all of them are for everybody. So the way I discovered this form of mandala meditation, and I should say that the original pronunciation of the word mandala is mandala, but either is acceptable now. So I'm just used to saying mandala or mandala. So whatever I come out with, it's the same word.
Same.
But the way I got started with this was actually because I was in therapy with a very wonderful and amazing woman. And I had, this all started about 16 years ago. I had a susto, as Bob said earlier, if you listen to his talk, I had a remembrance of a traumatic experience. And it really shook me up. And I decided to go into therapy to deal with it. And what I found out in therapy, which is important to know about the kind of meditation we all think meditation is, this sort of transcendental sitting, calming meditation, is not for people whose trauma manifested in a dissociative form of behavior. So an extreme dissociative form of behavior is like split, what we would normally call split personality disorder, which they're not. And there are levels of that. So that's what I was dealing with. And I also had a lot of anxiety, had anxiety attacks. I had a lot that had gone on almost my whole life. And my brilliant therapist, Celeste, said, well, why don't you try mandala meditation, which is what Dr. Carl Jung had done. And he had a great deal of success with it for himself and his patients. So let's try it. So what mandala meditation is basically is you start with drawing a circle or some particular inner drawing, anything that comes to you. So you work your way out. Now, for me, immediately, this was calming and effective. So it's important to remember that meditation, as it's originally described in these sacred religions, sacred spiritual beliefs, is to connect you with the divine, the ultimate purpose. Mindfulness is not just to get you into the here and now, like everybody says, though it can do that. But originally, all of these practices were done to connect people with the divine. We can think of it, if you are not inclined to use the term divine, your higher self, your highest good, that kind of situation. That's why people go into meditation. Yes, it can help you relax. Yes, it can make you calm, but that's what allows you to connect with the divine. So there are consequently many, many forms of this. One of this is drawing, and drawing in a circle, because the circle is so powerful and one of the oldest symbols in the world. It's in everybody's brain. It's an archetype symbol, right? So drawing in a circle can really, really get you into the present moment. So that's what you want. What you're looking for in any kind of meditative practice is to be here now, as Ram Dass said in his book of the famous same title. So this, what Amalia has up here, is a picture of one of the mandalas that I drew. So what I do is I sit down and I start drawing something in the middle. And then I just go around. I'll turn the page sometime. I'll go around and I'll just fill in the spaces with whatever comes to my mind. Now, then this is what happens. So from the very first mandala I ever drew, I would start to hear 2 lines of poetry in my head, and they would seem sort of significant. And they would just kind of go through my head. And then I would finish the mandala that I was drawing. I would write the first 2 lines of poetry, and then the whole rest of the poem would write. So a lot of people would call this automatic writing. Lots of people describe what I do as channeling. I don't think it's channeling. I would describe it as divine downloads, because I hear it. It's like taking dictation from the universe. That's the best way I can describe it. I don't edit it. I don't do anything except write. And someone once asked me once, well, how long did it take you to write that poem? I said, as long as it took me to write that. I don't stop and think about it. I just go. So long poems take longer than short poems. Now, in the book that I have coming out soon, I divided the poems into different categories. One is the way. So then my husband, Bob Vetter, who was on earlier, had the idea that for every category, I should try doing a mandala and see if any poems came. And of course they did. And now I'm at the point where I can ask questions and get in that very focused frame of mind, and I'll hear an answer to a question. I can do it for other people. Sometimes I can look at someone. I've done this for Amalia. I can look at someone, I'll get 2 lines of poetry, and I'll just write the poem, and that poem is for them. In the beginning, when I started doing this, I really felt like a lot of it was for me. But then after a while, and especially during the pandemic, which a lot of what you're seeing now was written while we were in lockdown to now, is I felt like these really were messages for the world. And I got the idea. I worked with a group called 12 in 12, Twisting the Plot, a wonderful group I recommend to anybody that has a project they want to do in a year. But that I really felt like I had to get these out there. There was like a certain urgency. Oh, Marianne says that one looks like a womb. Yeah, it does. So there was a certain urgency to getting these out there. And the book is great and it will be out and I love doing it. However, at one point I was talking with Amalia about, I really feel like young people need to hear this. And Amalia being very young and having several women in our in-person women's circle who are young, who feel like they're having trouble making spiritual connections with other people. I felt like, you know, my generation, I'm 68, my generation, we're all hippies, you know, so we did that. We sat in circles, you know, in person. We didn't have the distractions of technology to draw us away from each other. So we were already well versed in that, which is why leading these in-person women's circles is something you see a lot of elder women do or elder men do, leading these spiritual circles, because we know this is not new to us. But in looking at the world now, I really thought there's got to be, I don't know that kids would pick up a book about meditative poetry because they don't have the background in that. And as any publisher will tell you, poetry is like low on the list of the things that people buy. So I went to Amalia, and Amalia had the brilliant idea of taking my poetry and my drawings and putting them on YouTube. And we are very pleased to announce, and we'll put up the link later, that the YouTube feed is live for the first four of them, which we're going to show you one of them. The first 4 are now live on Maddie Cheers. That's my YouTube station. Isn't that creative, Maddie Cheers?
Well, easy to find.
Right, easy to find. And then sometimes, now this one was actually an answer to a question I had asked about the universe, and there was no picture. It just answered this way. And so a lot of these later poems, not so much the earlier ones, but these ones over the last few years, like maybe I've been doing this, 16 years? So over the last, I'd say 5 years or so, they've been in this spiral shape, which is very interesting because the spiral is a very powerful universal symbol and the oldest symbol for the divine feminine that we've ever found. It's written on something that's like 30,000 years old that we know of. But universally, it's a symbol like the circle or the circle with the dot in it. It's a symbol that is found all over the world in every culture and usually means something divine. It usually has something to do with the universe. So that's how I started doing this. And then when we decided to do the video, we also worked with our friend Bobby Lacera, who's at Paradise Studios here in New York. And he helped me put together the music. There's all kinds of free sort of meditative music. So it was a team effort, which for me works really well. I really believe in the Native, and not just Native American, but all over the world, the indigenous belief that we heal in community, We don't heal by ourselves.
Right.
We don't spread healing by ourselves.
Right.
This is why there are so many types of circles for healing when you go to North America, Central America, South America, Malaysia, Africa. This is the way they heal.
Right.
Because you can't heal unless your community's healing with you. You know this if you're in a, any kind of close-knit family, your family tends to see you the way they saw you growing up, and you could have completely changed. So we don't really heal unless our community heals along with us. They have to recognize the change in you. That has to be validated for you. And really, one of the reasons that it took so long to put this out here, this poetry, and to acknowledge the fact that this is from the divine, however that description, whatever that means to you, is that I really felt like it would embarrass my family or people would make fun of me. And I wasn't in a place where I felt like I could take that kind of hit to my soul, because I believe in it so much. Now that I'm older and wiser, I basically feel like this is my job.
Yes.
This is what
And talking about community, it was
Right.
your community inspiring you to put that stuff out there. I know multiple people who said, you have to put this out there. You have to.
Exactly. And that was what really motivated me, was the women's circle community, friends that have been in circle with me for the last 15 years, and really that validated and recognized what these messages were to them and to everybody. So then working with Amalia was just amazing because, and I'm going to let her describe the process of how she worked, because to me, it brought it all to life. To me, when I see the videos, it's the way I feel the poetry when I'm receiving it. It's how it feels to me to do this, to create this.
Right.
So Amalia, I'm going to go to you.
Okay. So just before, I think we're going to show the video now, but
Okay.
before we do, I think it's important to mention that we're not just talking about mandalas. Yes, mandalas are used in meditation. It's kind of like breathing, when you focus on your breathing when you're meditating, that when you focus on a mandala, it can help you with your meditation, especially for people who can't have a hard time closing their eyes meditating. They want to have their eyes open. Like for me, sometimes when I close my eyes, that's when my mind really wanders. So for people that want to try it, mandalas can be a great start. But I'm realizing that it's really art that we're talking about here.
Yes.
It's your loose writing and your ability to just get it on the paper without worrying about if it's perfect or perfectly symmetrical or not.
And that's important when you undertake this. If this rings true to you, if you feel like this is something you want to try to gain focus and the be here now feeling and in the present moment feeling, the mindful feeling, don't judge. There's no judgment.
Right.
Don't compare it to my artwork. Don't compare. Let me show you the artwork I don't know if this will come up. Will it come up? Let's see. So there we go. So this is a traditional Buddhist mandala, right? And you can see the form is circular, usually with a square in the middle, and it represents all kinds of things, levels of heaven. Every mandala has a story behind it. So what in the traditional way, you would stare just at the picture and see what the picture brought to you. Right.
Right.
So there's also that form of that. And that's the very ancient form of mandala meditation, as well as the people that create these artworks. And it's usually several people are in a meditative, very mindful state when they do it. And I can say that is the same for me.
Right. When we talked about taking your sketches and making them into animations, we really considered that because traditionally mandalas, they're not moving. They're completely still. So when we were creating we really talked about how complex or how simple we want these images to be. And we created 4 videos that released today. I'm so excited about it. And the one that we're showing you today is more of a complex version of what we could do with mandalas. And I think now would be a great time for us to show. This is the big debut here.
Yay! Our international debut.
Yes, it's so exciting. So I believe it's ready to go. Here we go. Let me know if you can't hear it, Maddie.
Okay.
This is our time. This is our place.
Oh.
We're moving towards an unknown grace. The choice to be as we once were. The choice to be so much, much more. This is the choice that we must make. This is the hope that we must take. To live a life that's bold and true, simple and kind, to all, not few. The choice that stands before us all, the choice to hear and heed the call, to be the best that we can be, to see the simple harmony of nature's path and nature's way, to let it teach us how to pray and act upon these prayers of light and bring a new world into sight. A world that we see clear and plain within each heart. Begin again. To hear the voice of love inside. To know that we must never hide from others who don't look the same. The others are not to be blamed. The fault lies nowhere to be found unless we fail to hear the sound that beats inside the heart renewed, that tells you what to be and do. This beating heart, this simple sound, connects us to the world around, and in and out and evermore, you hold the key, unlock the door. By stepping through this portal now, you'll find that you can truly vow to make a place where all are free, where none can rule you or me. For no one here is better than. Each story tells us that we can reach out to those with love and truth, securing home for all our youth. So lift your heart and lift your voice, and you will make Creator's choice to bring about a world renewed, a place for all, from me through you.
Yay, Amalia.
Isn't that beautiful?
I know. Every time takes my breath away. Every time I see it. And it takes my breath away when I hear it, because when I write it, I'm not it's not like I'm consciously writing. So when I go and then I reread them, it always amazes me that that's what's said. And I think you can hear, hopefully you can all hear how it's definitely a message. It definitely is. And that's what the book, oh, thank you, Czar.
Thank you.
And that's what the book is called, The Mandala Messages, because that's exactly what I think they are. So we think, our group thinks.
Maddie, when you were getting these downloads, were you in silence? Were you hearing music playing?
Yeah, no, I'm in silence. I don't, I from the very beginning. So what I'll usually hear is something like a voice in my head go, draw. You know, or I'll feel myself getting a little anxious and I'll decide to draw. But anytime I draw either the mandala or like the vine type, there's a lot of vine pictures too, I'll get a poem.
I think that's,
and at this point, after doing it for so long, like I was saying, I can do it for people. I had one woman ask me to do one for her, and I asked her what her 4 colors were. She told me the 4 colors, and all I did was like a little tiny 4 direction circle in each of the 4 colors, and the 2 lines came into my head, and I wrote it. And the poem was for her. It just came out for her. And it did answer. She didn't ask me a question. I just asked for her colors. And I think she was a little skeptical till she read the poem. But I'm good with skepticism. Works for me.
I ask because I think everybody's different. I think for some people, in order to create, they need absolute silence for them to be able to hear these inspirations from a spirit realm or just from your inner heart, or but I also think for me, using music is really effective in creating. And for this project, it was just listening to your voice, listening to the rhythm. And for one of the other videos that we created, Divine Will, your poem Divine Will,
right?
That's where I remember that's how I started the process. I would just listen to you in the audio, just listen to you reciting the poem. And for that one, I started to see it in my head just from listening, and I put everything down. I wasn't forcing to sketch or doodle or anything. I put everything down. I closed my eyes and I let the images come in the darkness. And then I listened to it again, and I made sure that I understood how the mandalas were going to transform, how the colors were changing. And I felt really inspired by your rhythm, how you recite it.
And it's interesting too. Zara says she listens to rock music whenever she paints.
There
It's
you go.
different for everybody. And it's interesting too that the poems themselves are always rhyming couplets, and they have that rhythm, that heartbeat rhythm.
Right.
So there's a reason for that, I'm sure. And that's the whole thing. I think the whole message of trying to either draw through a mandala meditation or use an existing picture is to get away from the judgment. I mean, that's what really causes us not to be calm, right? Or is when we start judging ourselves, comparing ourselves, judging other people. I always like that meme. I put it up periodically with the guy with the sign that says non-judgment day is coming. And that really is what's going to save the world, not that judgment day thing. Non-judgment day is coming.
Right.
And that's and all art, all creativity is like Amalia always says, we are all artists.
Oh, yes.
We are all creative. And I remember having a teacher who said that we are creators. We are born creators. We have spark of the creator in us, and we will create something. And if we can't create something good, we're going to create something destructive. So whatever we're doing as humans, we are creating. The choice is yours. Like when Bob talked about earlier, for those of you who've been on or saw my husband Bob Vedder's talk, he talks about the Haudenosaunee concept of the good mind and the quick mind. The good mind is that creative mind that slows down, that looks at how can I help others. That's loving and kind and compassionate. And the quick mind is the I want it now, I want it now, I want it now. What's the best way for me to get stuff?
Right.
So I want to go on. I don't want to take up too much time. Sorry, guys.
That's okay. I had one more thought though.
Sure.
I hope that people, when they walk away from this presentation, like I said, I always say, everybody's an artist. It could be culinary art, it could be sculpture, it could be photography. Walk away with this and find how you want to create your mandalas.
Right.
You want to doodle it, you want to draw it, you want to paint it, you want to sculpt it, you want to make it into a quilt. You figure out how you want to do it and how to express your style and your voice. I still take workshops and classes, even though, I'm a professional artist now. There's always room to grow. And people always say, do what you love in the way that you love to do it. So if you don't like doodling, why would you doodle it? If you like doing photography, go ahead and do photography with it. Come up with new ways of creating art.
Yep, exactly. Art is meditation.
It is.
Creating is meditation. When you are creating, you are mindful. You are in the moment when you create anything. Like you said, creating dinner.
Yep.
You can't be anywhere but in that moment or you'll burn your face off.
Right.
So, that is the point of any type of calming activity. As people have been saying all day long, it's the thing that puts you in the moment so that you feel that sense of calm so that you can go on with your day.
Right.
And it is very healing. I mean, for me, it was 8 years of therapy, but I can honestly say that with doing the mandalas became a great part of that whole healing process that led me to let go of what I didn't even know until 16 years ago was there.
Right.
So, or didn't consciously know.
It can help you get out of those stressful days.
Yeah.
You know, just giving yourself, I really do think it helps for people who have a hard time meditating. Art
Mhm.
is the best way. It's like moving art. Your
Yeah.
eyes are awake, your hands moving, or you're dancing, or you're creating music, you're moving, but you get in this tranquil state when you're
Right.
creating. It really is beautiful.
And it really is connected to the divine. I
Right.
mean, and if you're not a person that believes in the divine, your higher self, however you want to say it.
Right.
And that was the original purpose in Hinduism and Buddhism. The original purpose of what we call meditation and mindfulness was to connect to that higher goodness that is the source of everything, including each of us.
Right.
We
And
all
we
are
all need
born
that
good.
right now
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
to connect to that place.
Yes, we do.
So
So,
Celia,
Amanda, we want to show people your process of taking my hand-drawn things into the the
into the
the
digital
video.
world.
Yes, thank you.
So Celia, if you don't mind helping me share the presentation again, hopefully you're there.
Did you fall asleep?
Oh, we can't hear you, Celia.
You can't hear me because I'm muted.
Now we can. Oh.
Just bring it up, bring it into the back room and I'll place it up there.
Do you see it now?
No.
Okay, I'm going to remove it and share it. Do you see it now? Okay. Wonderful. So I'm going to talk about my process of how we went from Maddie sketches to a logo and then to that animated video that you had saw. So first we went through Maddie's sketchbook and we found so many different beautiful flowers or mandalas, and it was so hard to choose. But let's take, for example, these two flowers here. I would take them and bring them into a program called Procreate. And Procreate is an app that you can have on a tablet like an iPad. And you could use like the iPen with it. And what I did was basically I traced the flower and I only did one half of it. That way I can copy, flip it over, and then smush it together to create a symmetrical flower. And that's the beauty of the digital world, is that you
Yes.
can sharpen these things up, make the colors just a little bit brighter. And but it was important to keep the integrity of Maddie's original sketches, which is why we kept the shape and we kept the original colors. And it's very different from how Maddie would do it, where you start in the center and you move outwards. Here, what I'm doing, in order to create symmetry, I just use a quarter or an eighth of the drawing. I trace it, repeat it, and then here we go. We have this beautiful, I love this one, the purple heart little ring there. So we combined those two drawings together, and then we thought about the background, like, should it be white, original to these sketches, or should we add black? And if you notice, the black background really helps to make those colors shine. It's almost like the drawing is now glowing. And that's what the darkness does. And if we're talking about meditation, that's also what happens when you close your eyes. For those who have a vast imagination, when you close your eyes, that's when these amazing things can come through. So that's why we decided to go with a black background. And we looked again at that other flower, again, starting with only half, but keeping the original colors and shape. And we thought that was a really cool flower for the center, but we liked that yellow. I think yellow is such a beautiful symbol for the spirit, right?
Right.
So that ended up being the logo for Maddie's book that's coming out. And it's not out yet, but it's in the works, right, Maddie?
Yeah. Definitely by the end of the year, no doubt about it.
And you're going to have like 64 different poems in
Yeah,
there, right?
the book is done based on the I Ching. So it's 64 different poems, and we'll give you in the back the instructions on how to use the I Ching. So you're divining your own divinity. You are going to be able to, if you'd like to do it this way, figure out which poems speak to a question that you asked. And when we did this for the 12 and 12 group, we had one woman who volunteered, who asked a question. The I Ching will give you two different numbers. The poems are numbered, so the numbers go between 1 and 64. And then one part of the poem pertained to one question, one part of her question, and the other poem pertained to the rest of it. And she was blown away at how it was so informative.
Wow.
It was so much about what she had wanted. The other way to use any book like this, as a lot of people do, I'm sure, any poetry book, any spiritual book, is you just kind of open it that way. I do that all the time. Everybody does that. And you just open it, and whatever's there is there for you at that time. You ask maybe you have a question, you want to open it to that, or maybe you just feel like, let's see what the universe has to tell me today. Ta-da.
Right. So not only do you have these incredibly beautiful poems, but they're going to be a book. You have these great videos that go with it, and it's kind of like a little oracle that you have at home.
Yes,
it's very cool. I'm so excited when it comes out. I'm gonna stay updated with this. I can't wait to see it in its physical form. So I was also going to show a quick GIF here, but I don't think it works here. So you know what? I'm going to encourage everybody to go to our Instagram page, the Women's Oneness Project. It's an Instagram page, and you'll be able to see some of the cool moving graphics, GIFs, and really cool reels that we made using the imagery. And I like adding music to these, if it's not your beautiful voice with the poetry, it's really great to add music as well. And so here's some other final pieces that we created.
And some of we're doing 4 more of these. We're going to do them in groups of 4. And some of these, when you go to the YouTube page, are just still, and then you can just look at it.
Right, like a traditional
do
mandala.
it in that old traditional way, if that's what moves you. You know, it's really all about what moves you, and that's what this whole 2 days has been about. There have been so many amazing speakers to give you ideas for when you don't feel calm, when you feel that anxiety rising up for whatever reason, that you have some way to deal with that. You have some way, and doodle drawing is one of the best ways for me.
Absolutely.
Has been since I was little, really.
I think for all of us, sometimes when we're on the phone, like we're on hold with customer service, like most of us have a piece of paper with us and we just start doodling. We don't even realize, but those are some of the stressful times of my life, is just being on hold.
Right.
And it's so good to have just like a piece of paper and a pen so you can just doodle away and let those thoughts go out. So I see a Facebook user here says, what is the YouTube link to the videos? We can provide that for you, but also if you go to the YouTube, just go to YouTube and you type in Maddie Cheers, Maddi, last name Cheers. If you put that in, you'll go straight to the video, so you can watch all 4 of them.
But we will put the link in. Well, Amalia will, because I have absolutely no. You want to know what stresses me out? Technology.
Which is why you hand draw them.
That's why I hand draw them, and Amalia fixes them. Makes them symmetrical for me.
There
See,
you go.
collaboration. And what
Yes.
we do dearly love about our circle, and I really do want to just mention this, even though it's sort of an aside. And if you're going to put together spiritual circles on the Women's Oneness Project, I know Marianne is listening. We're going to do a thing, and hopefully Amalia, on how to put together a circle. But the great thing that we found is the multi-generational experience.
Yes.
To be able to understand how to communicate with each other. A lot of young people watching this might decide they're going to do mandalas digitally, completely. Maybe they're not going to, they're going to use what Amalia uses. They're not going to hand draw. They're going to see what they can come up with the technology they're used to.
Right. Or they can do nature mandalas.
That's right. Oh, let's talk. Oh, nature mandalas. And that leads us into, what a great segue, Amalia.
I took my opportunity.
Good one.
So let's start. Oh, a spirograph. Absolutely, Celia.
That's
Those
a
are
good
a
one.
lot of kids love that too. So the first image that we have here was created by my mom and I. And I remember looking out in our backyard, and my mom was just fiddling around. She was picking things up, and I was noticing she was doing something. So I went outside, and sure enough, she was starting to create art with just the natural objects that she found in the backyard. We have like seashells and pieces of wood. We have charred wood from the fireplace, and we have leftover pieces of a wreath from Christmas. So I said, "Can I help you?" And she said, "Sure." And we made this incredible, this was the first one that I ever did. And it was beautiful. We realized that when we were done and we were staring at it, that there was symbolism everywhere, that the triangle represented the women in the family, that the walnut in the middle represented us, that the charcoal represented all the struggles we went through. Everything had meaning. It was so beautiful. And at the time, I was studying with Bob Vetter, who did a presentation earlier, and we were learning about altars in Mexican cultures and Native American cultures, in curanderismo. So I was really inspired by some of the altars for Day of the Dead and how people used all natural objects, things like fruit and flowers, bananas. And I was really inspired by that work as well. So when I first started, I loved doing it at the beach, and I would go around and find natural objects that were native to the area. So these are all things that I found on the beach, and it was just important at the time to honor the 4 directions and the 4 elements. So we have at the bottom, earth with a walnut and a bark. To the left is water, seashells. North, air and a feather. And then on the right is sea glass. And I chose that for fire because it reflected the sun. So, and then something really special for the middle, which was this cool crab claw that I found. And I continued this process, just being really simple, and then I continued to expand by thinking about color, thinking about shapes, how to repeat things but still honoring the 4 directions. And this one's so special, Maddie. I love this one.
This is really special.
This was our first Women's Circle mandala. And this one was really special because we didn't bring any store-bought items. These were all found in the environment. We went to this beautiful park called Gardeners here on Long Island, and we would gather things that we liked. So one person liked these red leaves, another person liked the long sticks. When we were done collecting, we came together, and that part let me pause there. That part was the most tranquil and calming part because you were not speaking, you were by yourself. And when you're looking and observing the things around you, you really get into the here and now. You really,
Exactly.
yes, and you become one with nature that way. So we all came back in a daze.
Right.
And then we created this as a group. So whether you do it as a group or individually, it's really effective in both ways. And you can do them for certain events. This one was for my birthday. It was huge. And the items were really far apart. But as we continued, we learned that it was effective if you kept the materials close together. So all the rocks are right next to each other. That way, it's more like a line rather than dots connecting each other. This one was for my mom's retirement, and we reused flowers. So this was in a bouquet that was sitting in our dining room. And we reused the flowers. Instead of tossing it in the garbage, we gave it a second life and we gave it back to the earth. Oh, don't you love this one, Maddie?
That was our first fall mandala. We now do them in our women's circle. We do them for every season, but this was the very first one we did for fall.
Yes, the autumn equinox. And what better way to celebrate and honor the changing of the seasons? So I really do like this one. And we would do it for the spring equinox or any of the solstices. And it's also really effective. It helps to calm the mind when you're grieving.
Absolutely.
From loss or death or any type of grieving that you're going through.
Yeah. Any transformation often feels like a type of death. There's some loss. So any big life event, any big life transformation, and to do it with the people that you love who are supporting you in whatever this transition is, it's just a remarkable thing. You chant, you laugh, you tell jokes, you're then, and there's silence, and it's wonderful.
Right.
It's a wonderful experience and wonderful with kids. We've had children do them with us. Kids love this.
Kids love it. And it's such a team building exercise because you have to work together. And these two mandalas here were created right on the grave sites of my two cats that passed away. And when you look at the symbolism of death and look at the symbolism of the nature mandala, when you die, your body goes back to the earth, your energy goes back to the earth. And it's the same with the nature mandala. You're taking these things and you're bringing it as an offering for the earth, but also for the people or the animals or the things that you've lost. That's some energetic way of giving your gratitude back to that spirit, even though it's not on the same plane as you and I anymore.
Exactly. And it makes us aware of the experience of impermanence.
Right.
We are not here forever.
Right.
If we could embrace, this is one of my personal beliefs, but it's also very well known in the spiritual community. If we could embrace the idea that this is a limited life, the universe may be infinite and we may go on, our spirit may go on to be infinite. But this life in this body at this time on this planet is limited. It will end. But if we can realize that, then maybe we will spend more time in the good mind and a lot less time in the quick mind, where we're connecting in community, helping each other out and creating beauty like these that are created in community to help grief and to help understand transition and impermanence.
Exactly. It does. Death gives us so much gratitude for life.
Yep.
And you're right. We chanted and sang, and my dad played the flute while we were creating this. And just to, if you want to do this yourself, just to give you an example, the one on the right is for my cat Ella, and she was like a queen. She was a princess, so that's why we use like lots of pinks. And then the one on the left is for Louis, and he was, he had mixed emotions. We had different colors, and the middle, like I thought, kind of looked like a cat's eye, but he also, those purple flowers were kind of sharp because he could nip at you. So if you're doing a mandala for someone in particular or a particular time in the year, be intentional with your colors or your flowers.
And that's what keeps you mindful. It's being intentional that is what keeps you mindful.
Right.
So anything that takes you out of that it's not the right practice for you.
Exactly.
Don't judge yourself. Don't stress yourself out because, oh, I can't do this. This looks like crap. So whatever it is, don't do that. If that's a feeling it's giving you, that's not the thing for you. Or it's a time when you ask yourself, why am I so down on myself? Why do I not think this is as beautiful as Amalia's is?
Right. And challenge those thoughts. Say, why do I
challenge
think like
that.
that?
Absolutely.
How can I change my thoughts so that I can be more confident in what I do?
Yep. Exactly.
So this is some nature art that I created again with my family. And this is an example that you don't have to just do a circle. In this one, we did like a womanly shape. Here we started with a heart shape, and then it kind of went to this oval kind of shape, or diamonds. This one we did a spiral. I love this one because we used banana chips. I think that was one of the most interesting things we used.
And the first thing that went back to nature the next day, which is really fun. That's also very fun when you do one of these, is to like see day after day how it changes.
Exactly. And it doesn't have to be very complex. It could be really, really simple for those of you that think this is a lot. But you're right, Maddie, kids love it. It's a big team building exercise, and they come up with really cool shapes. They're really imaginative. So do try it with your kids. And if you want, and it's too cold or you're not into going outside at the moment, you could always do it inside, especially if you want to use plastic or things that are harmful to the earth. You never want to use anything that's not natural outside. You want to use things that are natural to the earth so that when you leave it, it's not going to harm anything. So I think now is a cool time I'm going to quickly, we don't have too much time, but I think I'm going to quickly go through the step-by-step process if you want to do your own nature mandala at home. And you could do it anywhere.
Or your family.
Yeah.
Or by yourself. I mean, don't listen to me.
Try it always.
Try it always, exactly.
So first, what you do is you lay out all your materials. And I do encourage, look in your environment and see what has fallen off the trees, what's fallen off the bushes. You can pick things off the trees and bushes, but think, is this ready to be picked? Is this ready to be made into art yet? That's why I like things that are already plucked off the ground. It says, nature saying, I'm ready for a new life. So lay out all your materials. You can do store-bought items. You can paint rocks. You can collect shells. Be really creative here. You can use a blanket, or you could just put it on the ground, as long as you can see the grouping. So put all the flowers over here, all the yellows over here, all the seashells over here. It'll make things easy to find out what you want to start with. You want to start with what you have the least of, and you usually want to start with something special for the center. And you want to start in the center because it's hard to reach into the middle. So that's why you want to start in the middle and work your way out, because you never know how big your circles are going to get. This one, I love that claw one.
Yeah, I love that.
This one was great too. I don't know what that is. I think it's like really interesting seashells, right?
That looks like seed pods. Looks like, oh, you mean around it. Yeah.
Right.
You find those at the ocean.
Right. So be really creative. I don't know what this was. I think it's like fishing gear. I don't know, but I loved it. And you
And
know,
that's a really fun thing to do with the mandalas too, especially, well, with grown-ups. We did it with the women's circle, but I mean with kids too, where you have them paint rocks and then make that part of your nature mandala. And there's all kinds of, natural paints that you can use as they wash off or they stay on the rock. That's a lot of those rocks there that Amalia did are in our permanent altar, which is also a mandala. And they've been there for a few years and they're still looking pretty.
They are. I love coming back and seeing them. So I'm going to stick with one nature art that we did just this weekend. And we started with this special object, which was provided by our friend Paula. And this is the sign of Saint Bridget. And she brought it back from Ireland. So that was a super special object to start with, along with these glass beads that looked like rose quartz. They were so feminine and so beautiful. I loved using them.
And they were given to us by our friend Lori Coleman, who passed away from cervical cancer. And so we decided to include those in here.
And include her.
Yeah. She was a fun-loving, full of life gal.
So we continued to add layers, and we're talking throughout the whole process.
And singing.
Yes, we're singing, we're chanting, we're like, what should we do next? We're working as a team, and we're even smudging ourselves off with sweetgrass. That was so lovely. I loved that. And it's just peaceful. It was so there was laughing, there was no arguing. Oh, I think this should go here instead,
Right.
And this was the final result.
Yay. And it's
like
still out there. And I should have taken a picture for tonight and sent it to you because it's been a few days since we did it. But it's spread around. It's still there.
Right. And that, even though you don't think about it, that is the last part of this, is seeing how nature takes it away. Animals could eat it. The wind can blow it. The water can take it away. And I love this one because it looks like the bones are left over, like the skeleton.
So it's a wonderful lesson. That's one we did for fall. And the beans actually started to grow at some point, right?
How cool is that? We're even feeding the earth.
Yep. So it's a real lesson in detachment, not holding on to things too tightly, impermanence. This was one, right, the spring one we did at night, and the water came up over, I live on the water, came up over the bulkheading and completely took it. Some of it went out to sea, but it's all natural, so we don't have to worry about it. But some of it was just a whole different configuration by the next day.
Right. And it's a lesson on surrender too.
Yes.
Surrender your prayers, surrender your art. Don't be greedy and hold on to everything. This is nature. This is a gift, an offering to Mother Nature, to our communities, to our women, to our children. We can't hold on to these things. We have to let it go, and let it go in the flow.
Yep, absolutely.
And that, my friends, is how you do a nature mandala.
Ta-da! Lots of fun to do with your friends.
Yes.
So that's us. If you need to get a hold of us at any time, that's us so far. There'll be more stuff for me, but please, any questions that we don't get to, if I don't know if we have time, because I don't see time on my computer, but we can go back to Celia. I don't know if anybody's got any questions.
I don't see questions in the stream other than people are in awe and loving it.
Oh, thank
and
you.
a lot of this is beautiful and everyone seems to love it. So how can you not? It was beautiful, beautiful presentation, and a beautiful way to stay calm and really explore your creativity and your thoughts. And I need some water.
And stay in community and create community. I think that's the wonderful thing about the nature mandalas. Like the beautiful thing about drawing mandalas on your own is it brings out something in you personally, completely valuable and wonderful. But the nice thing about doing it in community is that it's the experience in the moment, and you really are in the moment when you're creating with these other people, and it's not like we got to sign our names to it, and
Right.
then nature, and ultimately nature takes it away.
I think
Yeah.
what helps too to bring you in the moment and bring you a sense of calm and stillness is the fact that you're really tuning into all your senses. You're feeling the velvetness of the petals. You
Yep.
hear the trees moving. You hear when you maybe you crush a pine cone while you're creating, and you hear the crackle of it. You smell the pine cone. Like all your senses are coming alive when you're doing this, which is why I think it's an extremely calming experience.
Yep.
And a wonderful way for connection, because we lose that so much
Yeah,
in our
and
everyday lives.
doing it in community is really very special, because people, I think when we create, it touches a special part of us that is the real us. So when we're in community and somebody feels like they're safe, then they have a community to come to when they need help,
Right.
when they need uplifting, when they just need to feel like they have friends.
Right.
And that really is the point of coming together in circle and creating these things.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, ladies, for being here.
Well,
Thank you for being such wonderful guests. I know everybody enjoyed it.
And it's the Women's Oneness Project.com, by the way. There's a in front of
the Women's One. Oh, did I not put the? Is it? I thought I looked it up.
That's okay.
Okay,
You'll find us.
Well, I did list the Instagram thing.
Oh, good.
At the Women's Oneness Project. So thank you, ladies. We greatly
pleasure, really.
appreciate it. And it was a wonderful presentation.
Well,
And
thank you for doing this, Celia. This is just great to have all these people from all over the world.
You're very welcome.
And
And
it's important.
This really was cool.
Yeah. We forget that the vast majority of people in this world just want to be friends.
Yeah.
We really do.
Exactly.
And sometimes it's the leaders that mess us up.
Sometimes.
We have to become our own leaders.
Sometimes, a lot of times.
A lot of time. Hi, Matt. Hi, Matt.
Oh, thank
Lauren.
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're going to end this amazing day and 2 days.
And thank you, Celia, for
International Day of
having this amazing
Calm
2
Summit.
days.
You're
Yeah,
so
thank
welcome.
you.
I'm going to say goodbye to Maddie. I love you.
Love
goodbye,
you.
Amalia. Love you too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I'm going to welcome Czar and Andrea back in.
Hi. Yeah.
And we're going to say goodbye to everyone. I want to go through a list of things that will help you be a calmer person, will help you with your calm. Some things were discussed in our presentations, and some things are just my thoughts. So it's just a long list. And I want you guys to just think about each thing. I want you to stop hating and start learning and loving. Stop judging and criticizing, and start understanding and listening. Allow your emotions to exist. Allow others' emotions to exist. Practice gratitude every day. Live with a glass half full outlook. Remember that what's going on with you, there's someone in the world that's suffering or not even suffering, but experiencing a greater challenge. Be intentional with your words. Be intentional with your actions. Be intentional with your reactions. It all matters. Pause and think before you do things and when you need a break in the day. Respect is a two-way street, always. See the positive and the good in every day. Live with integrity. See yourself as a role model for others. Recognize your passion and give it life. Live every day as if it is your last. If you don't understand, ask. No one's a mind reader. See the reality that people are showing up at their best. They may have things going on that you can't see. There are so many hidden things, hidden illnesses, hidden feelings that we don't see. Stop judging and start just realizing that everybody is going through their own life challenge. Always do your best. Also dependent on how you're feeling, but always do your best. Take don't take time. We'll try that one again. Don't take things personally. Celebrate the small stuff. Have fun and laugh a lot. Give yourself permission to shine, because when you give yourself permission to shine, you give someone else permission to do the same. Explore your creativity. You're worthy of everything, and you're especially worthy of being calm. Be you. Everyone else is taken. Be the calm in your family, in your career, in your life. Spread your calm, share your calm, live your calm. And I hope that you all found value in all these amazing speakers that came together worldwide to show you how you can calm the various parts of your life that cause you stress. Remember, these are in our Facebook group and on YouTube. There are still a lot of other trainings that you may not have seen yet that are also in YouTube and in our Facebook group, International Day of Calm. I am so grateful for the people that work to make this happen. Czar, Andrea, I could cry. I'm so grateful for you. I'm grateful for my dad and my mom, who really inspired me to be the best that I could be and bring this to all of you. So I thank you. And I'm so grateful that you guys all took all this time out of your busy life to make this happen, to listen to these speakers, and to really be intentional about becoming a calmer person and spreading more calm throughout this world. Czar, Andrea, do you want to say anything else?
Thank you, Celia. It was a great day.
Yeah, we just want to tell you we're so proud of you. For having this. Because we were just talking about this last year, right? We were planning to have this launch last year, but of course, there's really a perfect time for everything, and that this is the perfect year. So
yep, it is.
It's overwhelming because one thing that I've learned is that there's no one way of achieving calmness and mindfulness. There's a lot of way that you can achieve that thing and peace in your life. So I'm just really grateful that we were able to pull this off. We were able to put all these experts all together, and they were able to give us a lot of wise words. So I'm just really happy, and
Absolutely.
I'm so proud of I'm so proud for all.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of Andrea. I'm proud of all of us.
Right.
And everyone that worked to bring the world more calm. It needs it. So don't let it stop today, guys. If you're watching, keep it going. Share your calm. Take advantage of these speakers. Listen again if you need to renew and refresh an idea in your head. There are people that want to make the world better everywhere. And the majority of people are really wonderful humans out there. Often the negative overshines the positive, but there are so many people out there that want to make the world great and want to do good things for everybody. So now it's time to go to bed. Anyway, guys, thank you for being here. Again, I'm endlessly grateful for all of you that watched the Day of Calm, that shared it, that took part in all these amazing speakers, and the committee that worked to make this happen. Thank you, thank you, thank you to all of you. I love you dearly, and stay calm, celebrate life, live life to the fullest. It's the only one we got. No one's getting out of here alive. So is that a good thing to end with? All right, guys. We'll see you next time. Remember, as always, I wish you peace, love, tons of laughter.
Tons of laughter.
It really is the best medicine. We'll see you here next time in the International Day of Calm, Pumped Up Parenting, and around the web. Bye, everyone.